Here's the big secret about women.
Taste your mouth. Taste your mouth. Taste your mouth. Taste your mouth. Mortal Kombat. Thought. Mortal Kombat. Finish me. Excellent. Kind of. Liu Kang. Ryder. Johnny Cage. Scorpion. Sub-Zero. Sonya. Mortal Kombat.
Oh, I love that intro. Because it makes me think of Rookie, and Rookie's like, I don't know. Well, we got a great night to detract. Well, I did not know the competition for Fresh Live Eyes with Tony, Frog Tony. He's doing Scumlords today. I can't keep a schedule, but we got some good guests, some very fine people, the best actually. We got Richard Embry of Blood and Stone. I got that title correct, right? Blood and Stone. Blood and the Sword.
Yeah. Blood and the Sword, man. Blood and the Sword. Just remember.
I like the book.
Blood and the Sword.
Okay.
BATS.
Awesome.
That's the acronym.
We got the lovely lady of House Katie Did's channel.
Hello. Good to see you and good to see Richard. Happy to be here.
Yeah. It's a great day for me because I finally got a new mouse. I love playing Rome Total War. It's like a map game. Then you do some battles, and it's so fucking annoying. So my core started going out. So I'd like be fighting, and then all of a sudden, my mouse just go all the way to the top of the screen, and I have to like wait for it to like reset. I'm like, ah, shit. So, so nice to have just like, this is cheap, but it's like a nice fluid mouse helping aid my streaming, my friends, and of course, Dave BTM Reviews.
Hi guys, how are you?
Hey.
You know, the best part about Richard's book is it doesn't waste my fucking time.
Yes. Right to
At
the
all.
point. That's that's how I wanted to, you know, because I respect people's time. I respect people's money, you know?
Yeah, it was
And
great.
here's the thing. I respect my artist's time. So if I'm going to have them draw a page, it has to be worth it. You know, and that's something I learned in film school, because they tell you when you write a script, every page is like a minute in a screenplay. They said that's like 30 grand. Make some shit worth it. You know, if you're gonna spend 30 grand, keep that in mind. It's like, you know, depending on what it is, make it worth it. Like, they have the money, but make it worth it, you know, for them to come out. And that's the kind of the attitude I took into or the philosophy I took into writing. So thank you, Dave. I appreciate that.
Very good. I like it a lot.
Yeah. What have you been up to, Dave? Are you there?
Dogs barking every time I stream.
I was like, where'd he go? Because I'm looking at another screen. I'm like, oh shit, what happened?
No, working all day and then, you know, streaming 5 nights a week. I'm cutting them down though from the 6 and 8 hour streams, though, Katie.
I was about to say you were going on for a good while there.
Yeah, it's not worth it. You just get you ever start a stream, Black Angus, and go, what am I going to talk about tonight? Like, if you do it enough, you're just, where do I start? Like,
sometimes
where am I starting?
Like, what was I looking at? What was I thinking about? What's the thing?
But after the first 30 minutes, you kind of get into the flow. The chat's in it with you, and then the show just starts rolling. And then you lose time, Katie. Like with you Saturday night, I could have sat there all night talking to you.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I went on 6 hours. I was like, oh my God, that was 6 hours? I was like, shit. Now all my clips are long too. So it's like, yeah, we went for a good while.
Yeah, I played a few of your clips this week so far already.
I got some good ones up today too.
Oh yeah.
How hard is that to clip, Katie?
It's a nightmare, dude.
Going like hitting the fast forward until you kind of your ear catches something, or are you?
Yeah, I do a lot of like skipping and stuff, and most of the time when I listen to them, I have to be doing something like the dishes or cleaning or yard work, because I can't just sit there and listen or I'll fall asleep. Like I get so tired listening to them. They just don't strike any interest in me.
Dropping a plate like that motherfucker said what?
Oh, I tell you what, there's been a few times. I will say though, it looks like I'm going to be busy tonight and tomorrow, because I think I got a lot of clips of Nina Infinity tonight is putting Yo Flash through the mud hole, man. She is beating the living shit out of Yo Flash tonight, and I love every fucking minute of it. And it involves those DMs and everything, and I super chat her and let her know who I was. And to make a long story short, she put out a tweet of Nick and about Nick and the situation. And Yellow Flash pretty much DM'd her and said, "Fuck you, Nina." So chatted Nina, and I said, well, I told him to go fuck himself, and I was in his interest. And now I'm really glad doing it after hearing your story. So there's going to be a lot of clips of that coming out tomorrow. A lot of work ahead of me.
Hey, she's like better to have stuff down the pipe than be scrambling like, what do I make? How do I keep people in the rhythm of watching me?
Well, Nina started this all.
She did. She's
putting a finish into it.
Hack the Movies started it, actually.
Yeah. He like started it.
And then I will say, Black Angus, your mic, it sounds like it's coming through the computer, like, and not through your actual mic.
That doesn't make sense, because
could be just me, but just jump.
No, it doesn't sound like it's your mic for some reason.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe,
But no,
maybe your mic's low.
What now?
I will. Oh, hello, Mr. Yanafui. It's
Oh,
so
you
good
know
to
what?
see
Let me see.
Well, why didn't I will say this that I think Nina is. I knew it. I even said it on my show before. I said there's going to come a point where Nina is going to snap and say, you know what, fuck you, Yellow Flash. So that's what she's doing tonight, and she is going over the DMs from Flashcast this past Saturday.
Oh,
And
really?
yes, because she was part of that group. She also got kicked out of the DM room for Flashcast, so she is no longer a part of that. So, and apparently this was her second time she had been kicked out. So,
Dang. Repeat offender.
yeah. So, well, you know what? I'm glad she's doing this. My only concern right now, I've got it on my phone. I can't get them all. I hope she does not private this stream because I'm trying to record right now as much as the conversation I can because I have a feeling she's gonna probably have a little bit of regret doing this and she'll probably just private it. So I
You
don't
think
know.
so?
We'll see what happens.
Don't you think she might be tired of the whole fellowship bullshit at this point?
Yes, but at the same time, when she was had first talked about the wedding situation, she, I believed, privated that stream. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. But I know it was hard to find after that. So right now, I've got a recording in the background here. So
how do I sound now?
I
figured out what was wrong.
Much better.
Yeah.
I feel bad for everybody watching. That I didn't realize I.
Somebody in the chat said it. Somebody in the chat did say it earlier. I was just trying to verify it.
Yeah, well, thank you. Stony McAndrew says, "Arise, children of God, work begins now." Yeah. So if you're wondering, like, why did Angus open this with Catholic Latin Mass Gregorian chant procession? Well, it's because long ago, toward the beginning of the year, February, I'm guessing, I joked for like one stream. That based a thumbnail on a tweet where I was saying, like, I'm on a mission from God to destroy the Rippaverse through my criticism.
He played that video on his stream one night.
People were so triggered by this joke. Because I'm an atheist. I haven't seen Blues Bears since I was a kid, so I don't even know if I like the shit, but the premise is funny, And I was working on with that, and that's it. And I just kind of forgot about it. And then I don't know where EBS is showing this video from Rip a Goalpost that he didn't tag me, and I had no idea. And so that keeps the joke going. And then I forget about it for a few months again. And then fucking what's his name? Homeless Larry. It's the most recent Ripatard to rehash this meme. And it's a recurring thing in both Bible and in like the saint stories. The doubt of faith, is this God even real? And they're always questioning the work they're doing. And so, it's like, yeah, I don't believe in God, but hey, maybe that voice in my head is God telling me to detract.
Like God took down Babylon. Now he's taking down Babel Mouth.
Yeah,
from Babylon to
exactly. It's like maybe God is working in mysterious ways. People think, you think God would waste his time to detract a comic company? Well, no, that's why he sent me.
Dude,
hallelujah, amen.
The Yanafui song. What if God was one of us?
There you go, Mr.
Like one of us.
Yeah,
Mr. Yanafui, you got your next one there.
What if God was one of us? A detractor like one of us?
Blue.
It'd be Black Angus.
Just a detractor on the stream.
Hence the thumbnail.
Trying to sell the dream.
Hence the thumbnail. Hence the church chanting. Because I did grow up. I wasn't born Catholic. I was raised teen years Catholic. So very much am aware of that stuff. And if you didn't see, I know the panel has seen this, but for the chat, before we dig into this, I was inspired by Eric and the Rippatards of late, so I had to get back to editing. I haven't really edited stuff in a while. As fun stuff. Early fandom menace, trying to craft ideas and pitch them through the narrative and the editing. And Eric and Rippaverse, they inspired me. So here is the creation of today. Know what it's like to lose, to feel so desperately that your product is right, yet to fail nonetheless. It's frightening, turns the legs to jelly. But I ask you, to what end? Dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. And now, it's here. Or should I say, I am. Brian Solari will not save you from me, Eric. You know what's annoying is I couldn't figure out my mic. That's why my mic was fucked up. Started stream. Couldn't figure out why my computer mic wasn't picking up, and then I also couldn't figure out the camera wasn't using its mic to pick. So I had to like ADR myself for that clip, and luckily I timed it pretty well. I think it's pretty seamless for.
It was good.
Watching.
Yeah,
Fun stuff. Fun stuff.
After tonight, you should send me that clip of yours and like cut out the end where it says the the date of the thing, and I'll add it to my intro.
Oh. Well, it's funny too because I showed Rookie and he's like, this is like early days when we were editing silly shit. This is fun. I'm like, yes. And he was saying like it's also funny because Eric hates like in game because he's too retarded to follow the plot.
Yeah.
So that makes it like doubly funny.
It confuses him when he's old. When Captain America's old.
Yeah, I'm sure someone's got a video out there trying to explain it, but like it just don't make no sense to me. Like Chris Evans, he's like an old man. This is not made up, people. Go watch for canon's sake issue number 1.
He thought it was a plot hole. He
like
thought
10
it was
minutes.
a plot hole.
10 minutes of the stream is him just replying to email saying like, yeah, that can't make no sense of that. It's like this guy's making a comic, like a comic universe. He's got a Bible and he doesn't understand end games. One thing to not like time travel, it's another thing to not get it. But anyway,
Black Angus, you know Old Man David, right?
Yeah.
You want to see something funny?
Oh, I actually sent it to myself. Yeah, are you going to show that unicorn?
I've sent it. I just DM'd it to you.
Yes, I seen it to myself. I meant to show this.
I don't think I've seen it.
Oh God, Katie,
this is good.
It's so good.
Sorry, I got like a detractor of me. He keeps like pestering with, and he likes my stuff. So it's like, what? Pick a lane, man. Are you a Rippaverse or a detractor? What the hell's going on here?
Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just confused.
There's that. The undecided voter. I like your thinking, Dave.
He's a Ripper.
If he swayed either way,
he's a Ripper curious.
Oh my God,
Ripper curious.
Ripper curious.
He's risexual. This is Old Man Dave, and he put out this great video. Let's watch.
Hi everyone. I want to recommend a new comic book that just came out. It's available online at Rippaverse.com. The book is called Yaira, and it's an amazing comic book for young LGBTQIA+ readers. It is about a brand new trans superhero character named Yaira. She is really powerful and strong.
Check out the ears moving.
She is not taking any crap from any men at all. And I recommend you buy Rippaverse comics if you want to support LGBTQIA+ people and reading materials. You will really like Yaira. She's a great trans hero.
I don't know why my stuff's buffering.
And I recommend it wholeheartedly. I hope everybody has a happy trans
the computer's checking
pride because I'm
for viruses.
trans unicorn. That's how I identify. My pronouns are she, they, zer,
Oh, come on, stop!
they, and
They's
them.
killing it, man. This is
And
great.
also uni.
I love the
He's not-
awkward stare at the end. I didn't see that. That was
I
fresh.
swear to God, he's 3D imaging Az's face. It seems like he's 3D imaging Az's face as best as he could.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm gonna ask Dave if I can make that part of my intro because that's too funny, man. That's got to be played before every show.
It is. Let me say hi to the rest of the chat, and then we'll start detracting and dissecting and discarding, as Eric would say. Yaira. Jim tells you, says hell to myself. Pike Bishop, let justice be done, though the heavens may fall. Zombie Voice says, remind me of Tim and Eric. Tim and Daniel's in the his A. He's looking forward to volume 2. I think you've shared some stuff on Twitter, right? Of issue 2 being made. Awesome.
Today. Yeah, we got like 10 pages.
It's just like the Detractor Avengers just need the frog. Yeah. Whatever it takes. Mortal in the house. He's NFL Mr. Yanafui. Always watching. He is the Dokumon of detracting. He's always just watching, observing, not quite sure of anything he's seeing. Devin Daniels saying you guys should debate Larry and Sturgis and watch it. Hey, let them know I'm open. Thing is,
they're scared, bro.
You're scared.
I tried to rile them up in their chat yesterday and calling them all types of names, tell them shoot me the link, and they're just scared. They're terrified.
Yeah.
They're in their safe spaces, bro.
Yeah,
SJW behavior.
It'd be a boring debate. They have nothing to say
funny.
of interest.
No, it'd be funny. I would just.
But it's aggravating because they talk all this shit, and bitch and whine and complain about us, and then when we give them so many opportunities to talk to us and debate us, to even come on their platform or their streams, to debate them, and they refuse every time. So it's like, if you're not going to debate us, then just shut the fuck up. Like, my God.
I bet their excuse is, why would I platform you? I want my channel to grow, not your channel to grow, blah, blah, blah.
I was like, sure, let's do it on yours. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'll go on yours.
Yeah, we'll give you all the views because it'd probably be the most viewed stream. I mean, literally,
it's like, what do you have to lose?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's frustrating. It really is. Someone that likes to have honest conversation, it truly is like frustrating. It's like, no offense, Katie, when you argue with a woman, there's no like answer to be had. There's no logic. You're wrong, of course.
It depends on the situation.
Oh, okay. Sure. All right. I agree. Got more coil.
When it comes to your laundry, then yes, I have. You're wrong. Give me your shit. Don't lie to me.
I found out I'm always wrong, and if I point, and the worst thing I can do is prove that I'm right, because that was wrong to do that. Like that happy life, happy wife is really crucial. Bro.
What is this?
When it comes to who's right, who's wrong?
They're just screaming.
Yeah.
But thank you, Samurai Snow. He's saying, "Let's go." Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't know what you mean by that, Papa, but I'm glad you're having fun here. It's a Zim Zerb. Oh, okay. Reacting to him. Yeah, Old Man Dave, you haven't seen Papa Cotton. I know you're kind of in and out and detracting, but EVS has showcased him repeatedly. He's like memes of Eric blocked me. Like, I don't know what to do. I can't talk to Eric. Going through meltdowns. It's funny. It's all like put on.
The whole troll thing. Yeah, he trolled it good.
He's good. Sorry, Chris says those two should pull up to the meetup this weekend. I may or may not be there with a couple of guests. Ooh.
Yeah, Chris was on my show last night for a while.
I can't
I
wait.
had him on.
I hope we I hope we can get a lot of good video clips and stuff out of that. I'm so excited to see how that turns out. I hope we get some good stuff out of it. Footage, for content.
Like how
That's
long the
all I'm
line
saying.
really is from the proper angle.
Well, just the reaction of Eric seeing Chris, and with Riley, and I want to see the look on that motherfucker's face,
I gotcha.
I just hope they're careful too. Just be
I wanna see
careful,
how-
because we know
fast
they're
he
not
calls
going to
the
do
cops.
anything. Well, we know they're not going to do anything. They're not going to harm anybody. They're not going to, do anything that can cause legal issues. But I just want to see Eric's face. That's all.
Only thing that's gonna
Don't
hurt is
wanna
people's
close
egos.
my eyes.
Yeah.
Let me see. I gotta make an album really quick for
Well,
these.
Chris Bacon, if you didn't RSVP, well, at the same time, even if you did, Chris, I doubt they let you in the door. Like, I can see them, totally not letting you through there. All it takes is Eric to see you, so probably a good thing you didn't, though.
Oh no, is that white woman detracting?
but then Master Swag's in the line and he's jerking it in his pants. It's like, oh man, that white woman's here.
No. I got
The
an
things
idea.
he said, the shit that came out of his mouth that night, they were reacting to my stream. It was just like, oh my god, I think I'm gonna throw up.
Angus, I got an idea. Riley and Mint dress up like the Soska sisters, right? Because you know how there's one ugly one that can be Riley, and then the other one, and they both cosplay.
They're both ugly guys. They're just a lesser degree of ugly than the other.
No, they need to do that, but also let me add a little addendum for you. Hire a black guy that is bearded like Eric to join them, and so they can meme the whole interview. And be like,
hey boss.
No, Chris, you just should go on blackface with a fake beard. That would go over great.
Oh,
I don't know, man.
1980s stuff, right?
That fake beard is
I'm
kinda
not
pushing
against it.
It's
My
kinda
shock
pushing it,
is
Dave.
just oh, that's spicy today.
Oh, okay, Chris. So he says they opted out of the Dallas Fan Expo for this meet and greet. I wonder why. Because
Money.
if they have but if they have it at a restaurant, they have a little more control of who can come in and
do a private party or banquet room.
Gatekeep the fuck out of it.
Really?
Remember when he yelled at Samedi for that shit early about gatekeep the fuck out of Samedi? He's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, he went hard at Samedi. July, you remember that?
I didn't see that interaction. That's funny.
Yeah, and he's like, why are you telling your customers to gate? He's like, your customers don't have no power with who you hire. You need to gatekeep. And he's like, you're a fuck. Samedi's like original Detractor too in a way. Pete Samedi.
Rippa is on that stream and he hears him and was like, oh really, huh? Detractor.
Oh no, it was on Twitter. And he went hard. This is when he didn't get exposed as a fucking ass popper. So he thought he was still a gangster back then. And he just went all fucking gangster on fucking Peter Samedi. And I'm like, that was my first red flag, man. What's going on here, bro? That guy's too nice to be flexing on like that. You know what I mean?
Chris,
and it wasn't,
I wonder, Chris, if they're not showing up in Dallas because they couldn't get Critical Drinker and other big time.
Oh, we lost him.
Internet.
Oh no,
Internet.
Dave's frozen. He was
Am I?
the shoulder hair got him. Oh,
Am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
I
back.
just wonder. I wonder if he's not going because he couldn't get Drinker over here and some other people to Dallas, and they're waiting to go to Denver. Because he had to have all those people in his booth for MegaCon to make it look like it was really full. So I just wonder if that's why he's not doing Dallas. But it doesn't make any sense. He lives in Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Near Dallas.
It's a
weird.
pretty central American location to go to. It's not like it's hard to accommodate, travelers. It's big city, big spread. So I don't get that either.
A lot of hotels.
But yeah, so I want to focus, start getting into detracting, reviewing, dissecting. And even though I love to detract and it's funny and there's memes to be had, laughing at Eric, I review this stuff legitimately. And if you've seen other streams, I was on Katie recently, I give Rippa props. I offer ideas. Like, I'm here to help improve, like, legitimately, from my insight. Because I'm a comic novice. I like the art form, but it's not my thing. I'm a movie guy, and I love dissecting, like, plot holes and sense and flow. And so all these books, I think, have a good pacing. This is the first book where I'm like, fuck, like, it's not just like long, but it's like, this is just kind of sporadic. Like, calm down.
Try
but
hard.
I think, going in, I think there are narrative heights for, like, the low bar set with the Rippaverse. There's, like, this is kind of the height thus far, creatively and delivering some things. Other things, like, what, they're just forges in, ignoring, like, huge concepts that have started in this from ISOM, and ISOM 2, but it's a mixed bag, definitely. But I do try to review this stuff fairly, and if any riptards listen to this and they end up ripping me off for, like, the critiques I give them and improve this stuff, well, that's the Lord's will, I guess. But I want to know, with the panel, starting with BTM, since it's been a while since he's been on my channel, your insight. What are you expecting with this book? What are you, like, foreseeing? What's, like, your kind of projection?
Well, I've watched a couple reviews about the book, and the biggest feedback I hear is there's a lot of wasted dialogue. Like, it's repetitive a lot. And if that's the case, that's why I said in the beginning of the stream, thank you, Rich, for not wasting my time with your book.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to the point. Let's write a good story. And I think that's the main thing. I don't expect the art to get any better. It might get better than ISOM 1, but we're 4 books and it should be, like, really good by now, don't you think, Richard?
Yeah,
you should. He's got an art director. He's got an art director. The stuff should be, like, pretty laid out. And if the art's still an issue, then it's a problem. But the writing's never going to get better because he does not have an editor on staff. There's not one credited editor at Rippaverse, which is weird. Chuck Dixon got edited. Mike Barron EBS got, all these guys were edited, or they had their drawings looked at before it was put to print.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's just how I feel. That's what I'm expecting, Black Angus.
Okay. What about you, Rich?
I was going to say, to follow up on that real quick, I think when Eric doesn't understand the whole concept of how this works, from editors to different editors to spell checkers and all that, and proofreaders and all that. He just thinks the writer writes it and then they draw it and then it's product and it goes out. Like, he didn't know that, probably, or failed to realize that Dixon, when he was at DC writing his best stuff, had editors, multiple editors, and he's working with other writers and bouncing ideas off of other really talented creators, and stuff like that. So I think he just thinks, oh yeah, just give it to Dixon, and like, he doesn't have the he probably looks up to Dixon too much, instead of getting someone in there to assist with that. But for Yaira, man, I had high hopes. I'm like, all right, first book out with ISOM 1, a beginner, I get it. No one's first book is immaculate. If they are, it could happen, but it didn't. All right. Second book came out, and I'm like, this guy's not even trying no more. You know what I mean? I did kind of like Alpha Core, with some parts, but I went in there already prepped with, like you said, the bar was low. So the bar was already low when I went in there. And Dixon made it fun. Yeah, there were some, as far as like plot points and stuff like that, there were some issues with it. But if you really, really wanted a coherent story, yeah, you could find some flaws in it. But I went in there just to have fun, and it was all right. I had a good time, decent. I think it's because I was already prepped for it. But with Yaira, like I said, I thought Yaira was going to be a lot of girl power, man. I haven't read it yet, but I was like, oh, yeah, I was predicting a lot of girl power, a lot of cheesiness over the and not even like cool over the top. I was thinking just more, just try hard, like what you were talking about. Like they're trying so hard to make it the coolest thing, and it's like, nah, coolness is in subtlety. It's in build up. It's in payoff. It's in executing, certain things, and it's sounding kind of like what I kind of predicted. Doing victory
Well,
lap over here.
it's kind of like Katie's video that she clipped yesterday, where Eric had the nerve to say having female writers and artists was not a plan. It just happened, organically. Yeah, okay. The female book written by all females was organic, Katie, because that's his whole thing. He can do it better than Disney and Marvel, right? So
Yeah.
he's going to have women characters written by women and drawn by women. It's going to be better than mainstream. Okay. It was organic. My ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Katie? What are you anticipating?
I anticipate that we'll probably get like maybe a handful of really good drawings. Because of Caden White, I expect to see like a panel or two here that looks really good, and then the rest looks like shit. I expect there to be girl power, but it's going to be kind of passive aggressive. I feel like almost like if you don't really pay attention, you won't catch it. It's kind of hidden there a little bit. But I from what I gather with the reviews and from what it sounds like to me, what I think it's just going to be so much happening, and it's going to leave people with a lot more questions they had before coming into reading the book, because they're cramming so much into one issue. So
Yeah. What's up, Keely? Tevin Daniels. Sorry, the best comics before. Kind of. That's a tough one, actually. It's like, what's your favorite episode of Batwoman? It's like, yikes. If I had to give like the best, like, oh, that's hard. But yeah, so without further ado, let me show. Get my no, not slides. Present. Where do I go? I gotta go to a window.
I feel like the Yaira book's gonna really irritate the fuck out of me. Because like I said, like for a woman, I get so aggravated when other women do this kind of feminist shit crap that just it aggravates me, because it makes all of us look like a bunch of dumbasses, and it's like I just feel like it's gonna probably irritate me a little bit, if I'm being honest.
Have you read it, Angus? You're read the whole thing?
Yeah. I was like halfway done, and then thanks to Tony inspiring me by watching whatever that guy's name is, I got the idea to just read it on stream, and you can see me reacting to it, without really spoiling anything coming into the day. So yeah, I read its entirety, but before on camera, and then during, there's times where I'm like, wait, what? And I go back. Yeah, that's exactly what I read. I didn't miss anything. What the fuck? This is kind of the worst book as far as that goes. Just kind of abrupt shift sometimes. Not like, hey, there's intersecting stories, and so we get a little here, a little there, like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars. It's not like that. It's just abrupt. Like, this doesn't make sense. So, let me figure out how to share this file I've made. 1 second. Oh, come on. I have like a document folder, a Dokumon folder, if you will. Okay, I think I figured out what I'm doing. So I'm going to show you the front and back pages. Yeah, what are you saying, Kate?
Oh no, I was going to say something while you were looking for it. I'm going to put the link, put some links in here tonight, but the link I'm going to put in is for Nexus. It is ending. The campaign is ending Friday. and it's
Mike
Mike
Baron.
Barron's Nexus, and it is ending Friday. And then Jimmy Reyes' campaign will end next Monday night on Comics
Kings, right?
Kings.
Yeah.
Yes, but
Good
I'm
stuff.
thinking about firing up a stream and getting
Saturday?
his campaign promoted. No, next Monday as well. Monday night.
Okay.
Thinking about doing a stream to celebrate him closing his campaign. See if we can get a few more backers. Something like that. I haven't decided what to do yet, but yeah, so that's all I have to say.
You just promoted Mike Barron more than Eric ever has.
Oh, I know.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
You mean it.
speaking of promotion, that shit really irritates me. It's one thing to pussyfoot and obfuscate your rivals, whatever this like bitch made what I call neganomics as a catch-all for like Ericisms. You know, his like, oh, busted Baxter, and, you know, a certain fat person, and oh, there's like some, you know, artist that's making up whatever, like EVS or whoever. He never names people when it's like, sometimes it's like, wait, it actually would help your case if you were clear. That's whatever. But a real disservice to his own sales, in my view, is he never says the competition. And I mean that in Marvel and DC. No one's ever really talked about this, and it really pisses me off on behalf of his employees. It started back with like Carol Brown. I noticed this, where it's like, well, he like hires her for her supposed value as like a ghostwriter, editor, whatever the fuck she does there, and yet he won't, like, she just has a catalog of like suburban smut erotica. I don't say that like as like a neg on her. I don't have a problem with that. But she has this body of work, but you don't promote it. So what's the value if you're not promoting it? And then he hires the Soskas, and he's got the reviews of the Soskas, and they're iconic, the best Black Widow story ever. No restraints play. And but then like in the streams and in this book, you'll see in the ending note, it's like, oh yeah, we like worked at a big place and did like a pretty iconic story of a thing. When DC and Marvel and Image, when they have writers that are, you know, freelance, whatever, popping over, they'll be like, oh my god, this writer, this is their first DC run. They're famous for blank Marvel character. Now they're here at DC for a run. They don't hide the competition because, like, you know,
because it brings the competition's fans to your store.
Yeah. And so when you're bragging about Chuck Dixon, I got Chuck Dixon, it's like, yeah, but like, why is that a big deal? He won't say Bane, he won't say DC Comics, he won't say Batman in conjunction to,
because he thinks everybody knows who Chuck Dixon is. You should just he's not going to hold your hand ever, Black Angus.
No, it's not. It's not what it's the same reason he has never like really promoted anybody, because he's got this famine mentality. If I promote someone and their product, that's robbing $1 from myself. That's his ideology, and it hurts himself selling stuff to like Joe Bennett. Joe Bennett is a recent success at Marvel. He's got a long track record as an artist, but most recently, mainstream, he's famous for 50 issues of Immortal Hulk, which Al Ewing, the writer, brought in a lot of old school Hulk concepts. Whether you like the story or not, whatever, but it's very aware of the history of Hulk. And so it's very informative. It can lead you in a lot of storylines of Hulk. And he like won't shill, especially with like cancel culture. You know, Daily Wire, we got Star Wars Mando, Gina Carano. We're promoting her. We're not going to hide her. We're not ashamed of her. And it's a selling point. Aside of the value of the product, it's a selling point for the culture war. Joe Bennett is a victim of the culture war, and yet they won't promote him for his track record, which only boosts the value of Rippaverse conceptually. Like, they got a big artist who got canceled. Like, there's real value here. He's hurting himself, and he's hurting his artists, hurting his employees. That frustrates. So I'm gonna show you.
And he can do it cleverly too, because he could be like, Joe Bennett is over here. Hey Joe, how do you like working for us rather than working for the main two? And Joe can give some generic thing about, oh, you give me creative freedom and blah blah blah, and you know, you pay us really well, and whatever makes them look good. But
yeah, he could be bitch smacking Marvel and DC by directly grabbing the bull by the horns,
and or saying something like this. If you thought Hulk was good, man, Eric pays me so well. I'm
Eric
able to freaking
pays.
he pays me so well, and he lets me have
He pays
creative
on
freedom.
time. Yeah, right.
You're gonna love if you were a fan, if you liked Hulk, you're gonna love this.
Yeah.
So
without further ado, though, I just realized Dave will love this. I'm like, what the hell am I doing with this hat? Get out of here. It's business time, people.
business.
Destiny arrives.
Wait.
Well,
Detract.
I knew we were going to talk
Time
about
to
Yaira,
detract.
so I wanted to bring on some good karma to the show. So
There you go.
let's make this a little bit more balanced. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, nice. All caps.
God, I hate when the camera's in reverse. Everything's fucked up when you're looking at the screen.
Yeah. So this page here, there we go. So this is the last page in the book before you flip and there's ads for gooding and random crap you can buy at
Any
Rippaverse.
jewelry?
No jewelry ads.
Whoa.
Surprisingly, no jewelry ads in this lady book.
But
Wait
there's
a
ads.
minute.
There's ads in it for his other books.
Yeah, that's like the back page is always like the ads of like, hey, there's more to come. The next.
I wonder,
step,
but I just
gooding.
wonder if he's actually paying for the ads. Like, because you could do that, right? You're advertising in your own book. You could call it an advertising spot.
Norfolka's there?
No Norfolka. But anyway, so this is their letter to us. Dearest readers, we are the Soska sisters, an identical twin horror writing, directing, and producing team from Canada. We got our start in comics writing our own Kill Crazy Nymphos Attack. So look, they state their random ripping cops' dicks off nun story. They say the name and the writer, Daniel Way. Before writing a series of stories for a major publisher, in one of those stories, we brought back a prominent character from the dead, and she took her lethal frustrations out on a child sex trafficking ring. So they're trying to loosely sell this like Sound of Freedom idea that they've written, but they won't say who it is or where it was at. It's just vagaries.
So what was the was it like?
It's Black Widow.
What was the series? It was 6 books, right?
Is 5 issues of Black Widow.
Okay, and each book was a different topic.
No, it's the one running series. It's got like Captain America interspersed in it, and it's.
But I think it's all about child trafficking. All 5 books.
I guess so.
I don't know.
This is girl power. Hi, let me introduce me. Hey, readers, let me introduce me. It's like The Simpsons. You might remember me from blah, 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 blah. Let me talk about me instead of thank you. Thank you for purchasing this.
Or, you know what? We call it pussy power. Not girl power. It's pussy power.
Black girl magic. You're going to love this next paragraph.
Oh,
so
yes.
The book was a creative highlight for us, and how we got to meet the wonderful Eric July at that time. We had no idea that friendship would lead. Now, this paragraph is like, I read this to Rookie, and he was so distracted, like, wait, what is this? And then I read the next paragraph, like, well, it pays off, but it's like so random. It's a great honor to be the ones who have been given the privilege of writing the first story for Yaira in the Rippaverse. It was our grandmother who got us into comic books as children. She called them funny books. Her and our grandfather met in Hungary at the start of World War II. They escaped Hitler and started a new life in Canada. Our father was born in Czechoslovakia before the Communist Party tore it apart. A political refugee, he escaped to Canada himself to have a better life and freedom. These stories of surviving impossible feats and horrors of the abuse of power were what we grew up on. If you're lucky enough to have anyone in your life who has immigrated to where you are now in these circumstances, we encourage you to ask them about their experience and listen to their stories. When you are at your lowest, think about the men and women who came together despite all odds to make your life possible. The person you see in the mirror is an autobiography of all your ancestors before you, who dreamed that you would exist and have the opportunities that you do today. You are a brilliant testament to who they were. And it's like, wait, what does this have to do with the comic?
Wait.
Yeah, that's pretty
Hitler
random.
to make piss porn? You fucking hack?
No. It's Soska syrup.
Oh God, jeez.
Were they thinking of their
Nasty.
ancestors when they were abusing that attic?
So I would just keep this whole paragraph splurge of immigration in mind.
Well, I just want to know though, if her grandparents escaped Hungary in World War II, right? And then her dad escaped Czechoslovakia. Is her dad the same age as her fucking grandparents? What is that?
I don't know.
Did he stay behind? Like, did they leave the kids behind? They just said, "Hey, watch my kids. We're out. We're going to America," and then he got sent off to Czech. Or is it his mom's grandparents and then her dad's? They're very unclear on this because the dates don't line up. They're not that old to have a dad that was born in 1942 or whatever.
It's like, this should be like, hey, thanks for reading the Rippaverse, and something about the Rippaverse or something about the character. And you got see the size of this. It's like a third of this blurb is just like, we're from Canada and like our ancestors and immigration and Hitler. And so they lay in Hitler to try to really sucker you in to like, well, clearly you got to buy us or you support Hitler.
So basically, open the borders.
Yeah, this is a very pro-Biden little paragraph here. All right, so even though that was like, what the fuck was that about? All right, so then they say Yaira is also a testament to her people, a symbol, if you will, something that lights a fire in the hearts of the beaten and downtrodden by her mere existence and defiance. Mary Sue. People like Yaira are the kind that tear down empires, and no empire wants that. Yaira is a rebel and a recalcitrant. Oh man, they really fucking love the word recalcitrant repeatedly in this book.
Jeez, please.
Basically, recalcitrant is like someone rebellious to some degree in some way, depending on the context.
So Yaira is a rebel and a rebel.
Yeah, it's redundant. Yeah,
it's redundant.
She is one who will not be subjugated. Though her presence on Earth is shrouded in mystery, Yaira is the master of her own destiny. She has an indomitable will, strategic cunning, and the power to get exactly what she wants. And what does this frosty femme fatale most desire? You're about to find out. Thank you for being here from the very start. Wait. This is the end of the book. I already know. If I got here, I know. Stupid. Thank you for being here from the start. We're so happy you're here. Thank you for reading. Get ready.
If I was watching a movie, I would have already turned the motherfucker off. I would not watch this movie if this was like this is what they show on this. Nope, I'm out. And after I got to this, I wouldn't got to this whole page, and I would have said, "No, I'm not reading this shit. I already know what I'm in for."
I love it. Let me talk about me.
I got time, not kill, waste, right?
Open the borders because of Hitler. And then, Yaira's a Mary Sue.
Yeah. So that's the back page for you. Where to get window? Here we go. So here's the first page. This is the credits. All right. So inked by Tiago Gomez in 137 Studio. I love this right here.
You guys have an editor now. Okay.
This is the same editor from it's India Andrew. That's who the editor is. All right. And so here is the opening pitch. After being told to go away and never return, the excerpt known only as Yaira has reappeared, but this time in Floorspark. Who she is and what she wants is veiled in mystery. After clashing with Avery, dropping him from a height that would kill a normal man, Yaira must now escape the Alpha Core.
So the Alpha Core is fighting for Avery because she threw him on a car.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I guess. Yeah, the way they're pitching it, it's
the
Alpha Core is here to defend Avery's honor.
So Isom needs somebody to fight his battles. Okay.
Why the fuck would I care about Isom? Then he sounds like a bitch.
Yeah.
No, what I said too is like they're not supposed to know Isom is a exit, right? Because he goes to hospital, but he literally falls like 50 stories, lands on the car, and like they should have got him in a body bag. That's what I said. That's one of the plot holes with Isom. Like he should have been in a body bag and then rips out of the body bag and like fuck that. Now I gotta go get this. That would have been a cooler thing than like him showing his ass, but leave it up to Eric, ass popper.
Do you think Eric mandates this fucking picture of Isom being on the hood of a car in every book? Because it seems like it's in everything. Its image pops up everywhere. The trailer, the live action trailer, all of it.
Gonna be a
Look at her fucking
soon.
abs. Like
She's
this
gross.
is dude abs.
Yeah, I was like, I haven't seen abs like that since the Ultimate Warrior in WrestleMania 6.
Now remember the picture of Yaira we got from the original poster.
Yeah,
she's a pretty girl. She looked like a Nintendo princess, right? Like from Zelda or something. Now she's this. Ugh.
Hell yeah. Look at that.
Well, it's funny because I gotta show this before we continue because I want this in people's brains. All right, it's the trailer. Let me fast forward a bit. All right, so Lincoln Eusebio. Or where are we at? I'm trying to find when like the good stuff starts. Yeah. All right.
From the past.
Alpha Corps will be here in 5 minutes. Hold the line.
5 minutes? Thanks for the heads up.
All right. So thanks for the heads up, and then Skybeam, and here we go.
Sweet dreams, children. Is that strong?
I hate how this is cut. Trying to like find these pieces to layer this for you. All right, and you got him talking about, oh, it's really archaic to be an archaeologist. It's like,
right?
What? It's a modern science. Last 200 years. What are you talking about? Fucking retards. And you're gonna love the reveal of Altona in this book, because yeah, right here.
You took that like a chomp.
Were you trying to knock me out?
No, if it's meant to be a death blow.
Yeah, death blow. So
if you keep going, though, but if you keep going, okay, she just said, "Were you trying to knock me out?" Right?
Yeah.
And she did not act scared at all. And then she says, "No, it was meant to be a death blow." And then the girl starts backing up like she's terrified. So they did the edit backwards.
Yeah.
She should have been backing up. And then when she says it's a death blow, she goes, "Oh, well, I can take your best punch." Like, but they didn't do it that way. It was completely backwards.
That's what Yaira is to the Rippaverse. It's supposed to be a death blow.
Yeah,
to
it's
the
like,
company.
wait, this is like your super Captain Marvel. She's like one of the, oh man, you don't want to fuck with Yaira. And it's like, oh, she just like hits this like little girl that just now got powers. And then it's like, oh yeah, I meant to like kill you, but like, oh well, whatever. I guess I suck.
Yeah. And she's like, that's all you got? Actually,
Exactly.
I was trying to do a lot worse, but
but yeah, let me get back to the comics. I want that in your head because that's part of like, if you watched me yesterday, I was laughing because this trailer has fucked. If you have seen this trailer, this is going to be in your head. Is her voice like they've already? It's like Tony Stark. You can't read Iron Man and not think about Tony, Robert Downey Jr. or Wolverine with Hugh Jackman or Margot Robbie with Harley Quinn. Like they've kind of cemented the live action presentation,
Katie, don't those shoes look gigantic for her feet? Like they almost look like house fluffy slippers. I mean, I know they're tennis shoes, but they look gigantic.
A little big, yeah. They need to look a little more tighter.
Yeah, they're just bulky.
Yeah, but this is the first page. I love this iconic scene of the car.
It's gonna be a statue.
I don't like that look on her face. That's
What?
not. I don't like her
is
face.
This is a beautiful Zim Zer. What are you talking about?
It's fucking ugly. It looks like a train. Whatever.
It looks like a trans. So I love this right here. I accidentally cut off Solari. What does he say?
He's checking his pulse.
He says, Braxwell, check on the civilian. And then Braxwell's like, I'm just buddy.
What,
Ingrid and I will pursue.
Oh yeah, that's dumb. Because he
All
can
right.
fly.
Yeah, it's like you just leave the non-flight chick, but no, he picks her up and then throws her to catch her.
Yeah.
Yaira's like,
You gotta be serious.
Which is funny because it's like I feel like they're doing this serious, but like this is like Gimli and Aragorn. It's like, you'll have to throw me. He's like, don't tell the elf. But it's like you throw her and she's like, I'm choking her. It's like, but you can't fly. What happens if Solari got like taken out in this? You know, it's like, I don't know. You have a guy that it's one thing if Braxwell wasn't also here. It's like, why wouldn't you leave her? That was the whole thing in Alpha Core. It's like Braxwell and Solari like, all right, fuck you, Ingrid. And so then she has to like ride with the doofus that ends up being like the, you know, Force Unleashed stopping the ship. But it's like, yeah, she can't fly, so he's got to drive around like a normie. And she's a bitch about it.
But that was actually more clever.
Yeah. I hate to break this to you, Yair, but no one is above the law.
Why is it on the top panel? Why is it so cold? What does that mean?
I guess they don't understand. Oh,
they don't even address. They're not addressing why it's cold.
That's funny because soon you're going to see the news. I think you've probably seen this for EVS and Dick Masterson, but they like say like she's got the power of ice element and flight. Yeah, she takes them to space or like, you know, right at the edge and is fucking with them. I told you not to follow me. And yeah, I love the like groove voice that they gave her. It's like throughout the book in my head. It makes this even more funny. All right, so in space, dealing with all this, and then she like kisses Solari to fuck with him. I don't know. And then Neri's like, the atmosphere shifts and Solari feels the air escape from his lungs. And then we cut to like news. All right. News coverage, and there's this gang. Here is Stefania. It's a bunch of punks. She's got a gun. She got her SJW haircut. Got a pinky mohawk here. And now we're here at the news. All right. And this is great. Yaira has powers that allow her to fly and manipulate the element of ice, although it's not clear how. She has super strength. And then Solari's just like, fuck Yaira. I could fend her off the likes of Yaira on my own easily. I have before and I will again, but I'm not alone anymore now, am I? It's like this whole world is like everyone's like, yay, Alpha Core Solari, but then he's like defiant to the news of like, well, fuck you. And it's just what? And so I guess Yaira's watching this in a layer. I'm not sure where the hell this is.
God, her body's awful.
I know.
It's
really
awful.
They're going for, you know, sexy posing.
But the shadows, though,
awful.
Angus, look at the shadowing. It's
yeah, like she got dipped in oil.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
And why is
That's
she
what's
shiny?
really...
Why she got like 10 TVs all watching the same thing? Like that's the thing about like Batman or like Stark, any like super smart people with layers. If they got multiple screens, they're looking. It's like I'm keeping my eye on everything. Dark Knight. Yeah. He's you know, Joker, crime stuff, and then he's also got Cam's watching Dent and Rachel because he's a cuck.
Because copy and paste. Copy and paste.
Well,
no, yeah, I'll have a stream about this, but that's like the one negative I feel about even like the iconic heroes that like are endearing.
Is this
Batman,
her space
Spider-Man.
station?
She's on Earth as far as we know. As far as they deliver this story, she's on Earth. So the news says,
okay, is that like a desk like she would sit at?
Yeah.
with no chair.
A panel, at least.
But it looks like it's built for a fucking 3-year-old. Look how short it is. Like, it's so goddamn short.
I didn't realize that.
Holy shit!
It would have to have like a chair.
Yeah, you had to sit like Japanese style on the floor.
Asset?
It's because their legs are out of proportion.
No, if it was a 3D asset, it would actually be the right size.
No, this isn't 3D asset. I think this is
poorly drawn desk.
Way some of these lines go. This looks like
I see what you're saying. It just looks so blah. Like it looks so just whatever. I don't know.
So it's funny.
The coloring's still not good, man.
Yeah.
The coloring does nothing for me in these books.
It's very flat. Like given the detail that they're drawing, it's one thing when you look at like I don't know 80s and before, they got kind of just like flats mostly and very like simple, usually just color backgrounds
on cheap paper for $2.99. Sure.
Yeah, but it pops, and this is like you have all this like modern comic detail you're putting in, but then also your colors for all the detail are kind of flat and dull. It's strange.
Wait a minute. I've seen something on the corner up here. Did I miss this? Is she like forcing herself on a man? Like kissing him?
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
It's like, now what, Yaira? You keep chasing me like this, Brian. I am going to start thinking you like me.
Oh, they're lovers. Oh, okay.
Look at Brian's face right here. Ooh.
The atmosphere shifts and Solari feels the air escape from his lungs. Oh,
that's what happened to Eric, bro.
Oh,
like, you keep asking me about Black Widow. I'm gonna start thinking you like me.
So they have a thing for each other, right?
It's funny that you picked up on it because I'm thinking like, all right, this is like some Poison Ivy or Catwoman, you know, fucking with Batman and Batman Returns. But yeah, it's funny you say this because there's a payoff with. It's funny you perceive because I'm just reading this straight and I'm like, all right, here's a bad girl, these are good guys, and she's being like the femme fatale, and undercutting. It's like, oh, I'm a sexy girl. Now you're like, the head's not straight, But yeah, the news says it's going to be exciting to see Solari's Alpha Corps team put to the test with an opponent like Yaira. As a big fan of Solari, as we all are, he's yet to actually defeat Yaira at this point because he's a weak male. Exciting stuff. Now on to the scene earlier this week when
the hero of Texas.
It's
new supposed to be the hero of Texas, right? Solari, right?
And so what's weird here is that they're
Texas
just like
Army,
they're like, anyway, we're gonna go back and look at old news from Projexus, and then Brian's just like, we will find you and we will bring you to justice. He's got
I like how the news treats it like a sports fucking event. Like, oh, this is exciting. These two heroes are fighting in our town. Like they're not scared.
Yeah. So if you've read,
if you have any information or you see Ira, please call the police. And
they're not worried about the threat.
I'm a novice, but I know of Dark Knight Returns and its icon and Spawn for first like 10 issues. The news is a big factor, like intercut to kind of give you the multi talking heads to kind of reflect the world's questioning and insight about the characters related, and Batman's been gone for so long, and it's like, oh, we're hearing these mysterious things. Is Batman back? And then this reflects on the Joker because he kind of reawakens as a character in this universe. So it's kind of iconic when you do it right, but then this is just like you're aping that trope that's been established by Frank Miller and Tom McFarlane. But it's just like it feels silly, like you point out. They just think it's like a sports game or something.
Yeah,
like, whatever.
I wonder
Chris
if they
Bacon's
got
a good point too.
I wonder if they got that from RoboCop or did RoboCop get that from them? I think
RoboCop does that too.
Yeah, it helped though.
Let me see.
Even with the commercials.
I'm trying to catch up with the chat, so I know trying to give you all y'all's due, but also cover this.
Hey Angus, I got to take off.
Yeah, you're fine, man.
You know, I know I was gonna stay for a little bit. I'm gonna hop on Tony's in a little bit. Hey, but thank you for having me on, man. I'm gonna check this stream out later because this is hilarious. I'm kind of like scared to be right, bro. It looks like Richard's right again, man. Like, shoot.
Oh, Richard's right again, as Colonel Sanders would say.
But it's always a pleasure talking to you, Katie. Always a pleasure. And BTM.
Yeah.
Good talking to you,
Good to
Richard.
see you, Richard.
Right. And yeah, so I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yaira says, "Geek bro." This is the voices they want in your head while you're reading it. Exactly.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing, Papa. Like every time you're reading her lines, all I can hear is that stupid fucking live action Yaira talking.
So for me, when I'm trying to do it, if you're ever actually want to like mimic Yaira, then my suggestion is to like watch Despicable Me and just copy Gru. That's how you do the Yaira voice, is Gru from Despicable Me. Yeah, Batman was a pimp. He banged Catwoman and some other female enemies. Yeah, this is a writing master. This is why I love these books, Andrew. Yeah, so Chris Bacon says, what I don't get is that Alfcore is the only group to appear in every book. Why aren't they front and center in the Rippaverse? Every story so far goes through them to some extent. Exactly. It is strange. They kind of just feel like an obstacle, like a little bump in the road narratively. They even have their own book. Like they just don't feel like they have real weight in this world. Chris, the problem is that your statement makes too much logical sense. Exactly. So let me continue with this. So you go to Projexis, and it's basically exactly what was in the trailer.
Oh my god, it is.
Yeah, that's what's funny. All right.
Wow.
And what's funny is the extra stuff. And so they're like hinting at, some of the facility and shit. And
oh, can you go back to the other panel? Can we see his boots? Are his jeans tucked inside his boots?
What's wrong with that?
He's in Texas, man. They don't tuck their pants in their fucking jeans.
No, it depends on what it is. Now, like here in Virginia, when my daddy wears boots to church, he doesn't tuck them in. But if you're working or you're at the field, you tuck them in.
Actually, I would do the opposite. If it's like
he's in a multi-million-dollar building. Kind of work. He's not doing field work. I'm just saying. I don't see that very often where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying.
I would say opposite, Katie, especially because I work in factory and stuff, and so you don't like material to fall into your boot. So you overlap the pant leg over the boot leg. But if you're doing style, then you tuck it for like style, if that's what you want. So I would say opposite.
I got my Ariat boots upstairs, Andrew Campbell. I have my cowboy boots. Shut the F up, you.
I'm not a style guy. I'm pretty simple.
See, that's what I'm saying. My daddy does it when he goes to church functions and stuff. He wears his pants outside his boots.
I just wear them outside. But that's the only thing I've ever seen. So I get what you're saying too, Katie.
So they're just talking.
I don't wear them often though, Andrew. It's hard to find a place to wear cowboy boots when you're in sales. Like when you show up to a sales call in your cowboy boots, people look at you like, "What the hell are you doing, man?" So I wear work boots or tennis shoes.
Yeah, it's basically while they're like walking around touring, whenever they're just talking about like cryogenics and shit, and hopefully whatever the fuck she actually will be doing will apply to maybe life extension. So that's like apparently what some Projexis is focused on. And what's weird here is this sequence. So she's chit-chatting with Altona. She's like, "It's Doctor, but please call me Altona." So you got two girl bosses, and the simp Eusebio is just like, "Oh boy, I got two ladies here. I got vanilla and chocolate. Oh boy, I want to make me a swirl sundae." What's weird here is Eusebio's like, "What do you think? She's going to shake things up. I just know it." He says, "I don't know, Lincoln. She's brilliant. She's strong. She's a very lovely person. She's too good to be true. And he's like, sometimes, Jerry, a good thing is just a good thing. And he says, in nature, anything good looking is usually poisonous. And then Eusebio says, then don't try to eat her and you'll be fine. And it's like, what? Like, this is like a professional thing. And then they're like making possibly like a pussy joke or something.
Does it make you doubt? Does it make you doubt that they actually wrote the Black Widow books, or do you think the editor? Do you think the editor edited the shit out of their writing to make it make sense?
I've not read those books yet. If the chat wants me to, then I guess I'll do a review of No Restraints Play. But I looked into it. There was multiple articles that dated back to like the release time of Black Widow the film, and they would have these lists of the top 20 Black Widow stories, and different sites had different lists with like the placement of some of the stories would be indifferent, but also each list I found would have different stories, so they weren't exactly the same, they weren't mirroring, and neither of them being like shill woke feminist media, none of them included the Soska's No Restraints Play. No one fucking cares about that book. No one cares. Eric trying to sell you, all those simps trying to pretend because Eric said it that, oh yeah, no, it's the best thing ever because she fought child traffickers. No one cares.
I think Ethan gave it like a B- or a B+, right, Katie?
I've been waiting to react to that review on stream one day.
Yeah, because
I caught the end of it and it was pretty
he said
bad.
The story
and I was like,
he said the story was actually well written. That's why when you read this, you go, they got it edited. I mean, they have good editors at DC and Marvel. They do. That's why they keep making books for 80 years, right? Sorry.
No, I plan to react to it. I plan to start doing like lazy streams, just do a stream and color in my Alice Matt coloring book, or I actually got some from George in the mail recently and thought just playing something while doing it. And that's one of them because I do want to watch that review.
You need to go find older streams of Nerd Drop the Friday Tights and clip their cringe George meme.
Really? For
whenever Gatsis pops in your chat or in your stream, you just like hit that and be like, George.
So you talked to Georgia Giant Slayer, Katie? Is that the George you're talking about?
No, our George.
Oh, okay. Comic book. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's funny. He's a passionate dude, man.
But yeah, so Stefania's with their crew and they're going to rob a bank or a armored car. Things go right. People start getting shot. She gets shot. All right. That's the real takeaway. She gets shot. Shit. I always forget that like the scroll is to zoom, but then I have to like pinch it to actually go up and down. But yeah, she gets shot here. All right. So this is the inciting incident. All right. And for whatever reason, this creates an onset of Yaira powers. And this is when she sky beams. All right. And what's funny here is, and these characters are talking in unknown language. This is the first appearance of Yanessa and Yantony from, we assume, Bifrost by the end of this book.
The Ice World.
Yeah. And trouble is brewing for McDavies and the local Floor Spark police. So if you don't remember, there's like the cop at the beginning of ISOM that's like, actually, all these heroes and crime's basically a non-factor. And then they like hint that, oh, she's back. And that's Yaira. So that's who this McDavies is. But he seems like he's in uniform. And last time he seemed like he was like a J. Jonah Jameson, like he's just wearing suit clothes. So it's a little bit of continuity, delivery, presentation. But yeah.
Where is she at? Didn't she just get shot robbing a bank?
Yeah.
How did she get there?
So it looks like they're maybe in a basement for a delivery. It's my guess, with a armored car. And then she gets shot, and then the power's on set. She sky beams, and it blows a hole through this garage. All right. And so, just so you know, because Rippaverse might try to like copyright, claim, strike, whatever, gay op this stream. So I'm just showing everything thus far, but then I'll start skipping around a bit to avoid their gay ops. But this is pretty much in line with the trailer. That's why I'm showing like everything thus far. So yeah, this is when we get to the iconic. So we get a full display of like ice and shit. And she's just like, what's happening to me? Oh my God. And they're like, secure the area till the Alpha can arrive. And someone's like, Solari, please save us. Alpha be here 5 minutes. She says, 5 minutes. Thanks for the heads.
Oh no. Oh no.
And our hero Yaira flies in. And they're like,
Gosh,
get reinforcement, call the military. She's here. And Yaira's like, sweet dreams, chilled.
Well, that's a completely different angle than the stupid trailer.
Sweet dreams, chilled. She throws her ass down. You took that like a chump. Were you trying to knock me out? And look at this face, which I think this is Joe Bennett. I think this is Joe Bennett right here. This face.
And she was not grabbing her in the live action trailer either.
No.
Nope. But they do say the death blow line.
Yeah. It was meant as a death blow. And so for me, my thought going into this is like, okay, like Xcepts are already established. We don't know if it's going to be revealed. It's like Vought, because it seems that Solari wasn't always an Xcept. That my guess is he's kind of like Captain America and he took a shot. That they've like formulated the Xcept ability, that sometimes it's like born, sometimes it's a injection, basically. That's my guess. And so that was my assumption when it's defined, that she's just like a new unaffiliated character. We don't know pro or con, and this book will start clarifying that. But no, it seems that it's just like a random onset from the gunshot.
And she's even saying to herself, I don't know if I could really hurt this woman.
Yeah, I would have to get creative to inflict real damage. Not that I won't. Huh. Yeah, this might be Kanan White. Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to have to hop off here, honey. It's getting late.
No, you're fine.
But I'm going to catch the rest of your review tomorrow because I want to see where this goes. Because you know what's sad? Like, I could be wrong or maybe ignorant, but it's like when I look at this, dude, it's like, man, there's so many books in Comicsgate that have panels that look 10 times better than this. Like, it just looks so generic. Like, just
generic July.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like you could tell in like some panels that they've taken like extra time with. But then there's others, it's just like they slapped it together real quick. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But
a woman drew these boobs, Papa Cotton, according to Eric. She's the best female artist he could find.
Just crazy because
boobs look awful.
I'll show art later, but if I had my pick of the litter, I would grab like a known lady artist in comics. I would grab Joelle Jones. She is really good with the male gaze. She did some Catwoman. I mean, I don't know if she's still working with mainstream, but I know she's like part of some sort of conglomeration of like indie creators. I haven't actually dug in, but I'm interested because I like her art. She's great. She's amazing male gaze. I don't know if she's like bi or whatever, but she gets it. But anyway,
yeah.
Katie, you head out.
Right.
You get a good night's sleep and clip, snip, snip.
That's right. Clip, snip, snip, motherfucker. See you later.
Bye, Katie.
Everyone go sub to Katie. I'm gonna catch you in the chat. Let's see. Dave, you're not cool enough to wear cowboy boots. Sketchbook says, I worked in offices in Texas where most guys wear cowboy boots. They aren't tucked in at all.
No.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's like the go-to. I'm just saying it's a style choice. It's not practical if you're working to tuck your boots.
Yeah.
Because you want to overlap to prevent shit getting in your boots.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're fine. Cotton says, if you're tucking your pants in your boots, you're probably tucking other things too. Just saying. Well, I don't know. The whole like, if you're not actually a cowboy riding horses, often the whole skinny jean cowboy shit's pretty gay, in my opinion. Never liked that being from Oklahoma, the gay skinny jeans. Lore Master screwing up already. So each character has to have a personality that can't change no matter the author. I have a feeling there isn't one of those for the Griftaverse. Let's see. Yeah, No Restraints was heavily edited. If you didn't know, you would never believe the same people wrote that Black Widow arc in Yaira. This writing is miles apart. Andrew says, it's Yaira in time. She did the death blow line sketchbook. She did it. She said the thing. Bacon says, I guess they didn't have the budget in the trailer for all that ice. Well, that's what's funny is they filmed it in Canada, I think in like February, so it should be cold enough to at least lay down, ice and fake ice as well, fake snow. Yeah, I don't know. They did it in a day though, so they went cheap as fuck. Pike Bishop, where's the bellhop cart 3D assets? I don't know. Worst hits in comics. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Horseman, Andrew. I'm looking forward to Horseman. Be ice, my friend. Bruce Lee. I don't know that quote. I'm not a big Bruce Lee guy. But anyway, let me get to the next page. All right, so Stefania hits back, fucking decks Yaira. Okay, Chilled, you managed to piss me off. And then she is interrupted by not just Yanessa and Yancey, but Magus Newmite.
So does she say child because she's like this ancient person? Is that why she says child all the time? Because it's kind of annoying, like super annoying. Child, like, ugh.
I think it's a way to try to just exert, superiority through dialogue. But yeah, also she's really fucking old for Earth standard, so that might be a factor too of why they write it that way.
Okay.
I don't think she keeps saying child the rest of the book. It's just like a couple times, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But I think Stefania might just now be like 18 or maybe underage. It's not quite clear. But yeah, so she's got a beef with these mysterious people dressed in her kind of garb, given the suit on all the like art of Yaira. They want to like take her back because she did something. They never say what she did, why they're after her. But they also have this bug man, Magus Newmite, right here. That's Magus Newmite. And I'm curious as to what is he in relation to these Bifrost people. It seems like they're their own race. They're probably the dominant species on their planet. So I'm assuming this guy's from another planet, which with the Norfolka people, that's a rational assumption. There's multiple.
Is it just a cloak? Look, he's got no feet.
No,
he's got no arms. No, those aren't
got
feet.
It's bug feet.
Oh, so he's a bug? Is that what they say?
Yeah.
Oh, they actually say he's a bug? Okay.
You're going to love this. She's like, don't touch me. It's like, do you wish to die tonight, Chilled? And look at this. This is probably Kanan White or Joe Bennett. There's definitely Joe Bennett art in this book. There's one page where it's just completely him towards the end because there's certain hatching that he does. He's got a peculiar style of hatching compared to like EVS that does like cross hatching and stuff. This guy does like this weird, like a lot of like dark, and then it's just like hatches away from the like dark spots. So it's something like again, I'm not an artist. That's not my focus, but having read Alfcore, having read some Immortal Hulk, it's like I know his style. It stands out. And like look at this great close-up, very detailed, but then look at Stefania and her like tin head.
Why are both of their hairs flying in the air? They're not fucking moving. They're sitting still.
Yeah,
why is their hair flowing?
They're on top of a building, so it's whatever,
It's whatever.
But yeah, look at her face, look at her head. And it's just like, what the hell?
It's awful.
Yeah, but then this close-up's like really good.
Well, that's probably the one panel they let her draw.
It's probably Kanan White.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. And who's this chick in the purplish pink? Who's that chick?
That's Yanessa.
Oh, one of the sisters?
I don't know if it's sister or what, but they're like it. I don't know if you watched Invincible season 2, but you know they have a couple, I guess, like scouts from the Viltrumites are kind of like looking for Nolan. They've like picked up on him because of the events on Earth and him like abandoning his post, and so it evokes that kind of storytelling. But it's like unclear because they never really specify what her sin is. Spoiler, it just seems that she fell in love, so she just like abandoned whatever the hell her duties were, that she was just a servant of Bifrost and was kind of, I guess, doing like some sort of Silver Surfer heralding around the galaxy. It's not clear what it was for, but she had tasks, and then she lands on Earth and she just stays with the Viking. Yeah, here's like, you know, we just showed close up of like, yeah, look, see, here's like this close up that's clearly pretty well defined face, and then right next to it, look at this. Like, this is not the same artist.
You can't even tell she's got those piercings in her eyebrow barely in this other picture. Like, yeah, dude, this is so obvious.
Yeah, so she's having to deal with Eunice and Anthony, but then there's Matt.
Oh, I see the claw feet now.
Yeah.
And is he supposed to be some mysterious person or being or something that you never get the answer to?
Yeah. And it's funny because she like is aware of who they are, even though they're not really delineating it clearly to the audience. But then they're like, you think the cold will stop us? So it's like, it's funny because it's like they have the same power set. They're from the same place. So it's like Hulk and Abomination, basically, or Iron Man and Ironmonger. It's just like there shouldn't be surprise that like, oh, my ice power didn't work on ice people, you know? Like, I don't know. And it's just like it seems like they don't really understand what they want to do with these powers. So they write themselves in little like corners. I don't know. But yeah, Unessa hops in a car, tries to get away. Or sorry, Stefania tries to get away, but then Magus Newmite apprehends her. All right, that's what's going on.
How are you called? What?
Magus Newmite.
Wow.
All right, so it's like his name is Newmite, but then Magus, the way later in the book they say it like it's a title, like Darth. So it's like, well, what's that about?
So now we've got 8 panels on this page. Holy shit!
Wow, yeah, 8 panels. Jesus Christ!
Holy shit!
It's all widescreen too, so you get very limited like up and down perspectives. So that is, yeah. If you're doing wide shots, you want to do like less panels. It's a good pickup by you. But yeah, you see what I mean? Like the way this pacing is, it's so like sporadic.
And what is this fucking face? What is this? Is this like her crazy face?
It's fine with me. It's just like, I don't know.
But we saw the other close up that she actually kind of looked like she had some prettiness to her face. What is this? Did she like lose her mind here? Is that what we're trying to? What they're trying to tell us is like Yaira's been cracked, and because she looks a little Jokerish here versus that other one where you said, "Hey, this isn't Deborah's art. This is Kanan's art."
Yeah. Again, art is not my specialty, so I'm not as harsh as other people will be about. But you know, certain panels just stick out. We're like, oh god, what the?
Right.
But this is what's cool. This is what's cool right here. That's all right. So it appears Stefani gets away, and Magus is like,
let her run. Makes the meat sweeter. I never forget my prey once I've seen them. She will be mine.
You will not escape. You are no match for us all. So Yaira's like, oh, I got. So then Alpha Core comes back in the plot, and it's like, oh look, oh Yaira, and there's other people. There's 4 of them. We gotta get them all. And they're like, their powers are unprecedented. Do we engage? No, not with them. I have a feeling if we get the one that escaped, we won't have to chase after Yaira. She'll come right to us. All right. And so she escapes to an oil field and they chase her down. What's cool, it's kind of cool, explain this. It feels like they're kind of, really loosey-goosey with like what the limits of this Magus Newmite guy is. And so not only is he like a sort of like Ebony Maw magician like in Infinity War, but he does some Sandman shit and grabs her, but then she just easily busts out of it, and so it's like that's kind of underwhelming. All right, but she goes to an oil. Yeah, here's another great little close-up of either because of this hatching. This looks like it might be Joe Bennett. See the time out?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That other close-up I just looked at, like her face looked demonic compared to this face. They're 2 different faces.
That might be Joe Bennett too. Like he's not always consistent with his faces, and like that works with like Immortal Hulk, where he's like kind of
he's going through phases. He's going through like he's hulking up, right? That does work.
Yeah.
You can, yeah.
Well, they really focus on this kind of vampiric element of like night and day. It's kind of like vampire / werewolf with Immortal Hulk, where he's like, you can kill Bruce Banner and then he'll wake up at night as Hulk. Even if he's been killed, like you can't kill this guy, is what they established very early in the book. And it's like 2 different people. It's literally night and day, Jekyll and Hyde. And he like gets cut to pieces when he's taken to like this lab because they use like vibranium knives or something, or adamantium knives. And they cut him up, but then it turns out like, oh yeah, that's whatever. I can literally refuse my whole body. This was all a ploy to get in here. And he like absorbs a guy when he like reassembles. So it's like very crazy, over the top, like body horror shit.
That's cool though. If they let it work, yeah.
Yeah, and they really focus on like the old Hulk. Now it's like, even though he's like crazy giant proportions, he's pretty consistent with his face in art. But this one, he's all over the place. And yeah, they really focus on like kind of delivering with the modern take, the like original like 60s Hulk and his like square head and Frankenstein look. But yeah, I do like Joe Bennett, and I think it's a disservice that they don't promote him as like the Immortal Hulk guy to help sell more Rippaverse to the mainstream. But yeah, it's funny. So this is weird. Let me go back. So, shit, wrong way. So she's talking about her home. They're like, oh, you enjoy being with these like insignificant insect humans. She's like, this isn't anywhere. This is Texas.
Oh my fucking God.
And they're like, Texas? What the stupid name? I'm going to have to stop you right there, Ness. You don't fucking mess with Texas. And she takes a lighter and blows up an oil rig in their face. Irregardless of whoever might be working here. All right. And that's important, mind you, because I'm not sure what I'll be skipping as far as showing y'all after with the rest of this, but Yaira or Altona, when they talk, she gives details about her dead husband, because we've known about the dead husband since ISOM 1. So turns out her husband worked for oil rigs doing whatever, and he died in an explosion. So it's kind of funny that they show her blowing up, because she's kind of a villain or an anti-hero, so she's doesn't really have a moral like foundation.
Compass, right? Yeah,
which is fine, but then it like rounds it back where it's like, oh, we just saw her do something that is at least reminiscent. Was she responsible for his death? Now you makes you wonder until they clarify. But yeah, let me check in with the chat before we continue.
I find it kind of amazing. I guess I read comic books wrong because if I got 5 pages into this shit, Black Angus, I'd be out. This is not fun. This is bad, man. I just want to have a good time. Huh?
I'm having the best time.
But you're having, because you have a good time talking to people with it on your stream and to your chat. That's the fun part. But as a purchase to keep in your collection, it's not worthy of fucking $35 or $40 of your money.
Oh, it's worth whatever Eric asked me. Honestly, I truly love how bad these are. You know, people like The Room or they like Evil Dead. I really hate that shit. I hate bad movies, generally speaking. Now, if I'm watching like Ahsoka with Rookie or Obi-Wan, because I'm already invested in Star Wars and I accept dog shit with new creatives at Disney until proven wrong, you know. And so like there's like a low bar set, and so now I'm just like anticipating like, well, how bad will they make it? This is fun. We're just like, wow, they went beyond my wildest dreams, you know.
And you'll sit there and watch it.
Yeah, I have so much fun. I kind of get the so bad it's good. I've never grown up that way. I've always just wanted good shit. But now with this,
but if you were a true like original Star Wars fan and all that stuff, and then you see what they've done to what you like, you can still watch the torture porn that they're putting you through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's fun to talk about. It's rooted, and this is like the value of F&T and the zeros, you know, conceptually, and why I was a sub to them for a long time. I'm still sub to a lot of them.
Oh, I unsub from all of them. I don't want any of their shit in my history, or not my history, but
part of the value
feed. Yeah,
is you know, their track record as fans, their knowledge base, and there's this culture of like, oh, well, a trailer comes out, which is a pitch for the movie or whatever you're watching. It's a pitch to hook you of like, get excited for when we release it. So we see a trailer, and given the like tried and true formula of certain things, woke elements, diversity casting, especially when they have headlines where it's like, oh, we're developing this. And the like Prey had a lot of bad anticipation because the first thing they said about a prequel Predator movie was female lead. So it's like, oh, fuck, now they're wokeifying Predator. God damn it. And then it's a surprise, like really good entry in Predator. It arguably is, I'd say, second best film in the series.
But I didn't watch it because I fucking watched The Fellowship. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I missed so many movies because of those fucking guys.
They're making a sequel to Prey, so get excited and go watch Prey on Hulu. It's amazing.
You hear that, chat? Prey's amazing on Hulu. Is it Hulu or is it on?
Yeah. So the creator, the director, I think Dan Trachtenberg's his name. I think he this is kind of like messed up with the Asiatic infection. He was filming that movie assuming it was a theatrical film. He didn't know they were going to retool it as a Hulu original, and so he's going to get, you know, his kind of.
You know what I watched this weekend?
Through.
I watched A Bridge Too Far and The Great Escape.
Okay.
I
haven't watched either of them, but I'm aware of A Bridge Too Far. That's about like the London bombings, right?
Oh, no. This is where the Brits had a plan to have like kind of a second D-Day, but on a bigger scale, because they needed to get supplies to people and all this stuff.
Okay.
And it's a fucking total disaster. In every way. It's a really good movie. And then The Great Escape is a Steve McQueen, James Garner, World War II movie where they're trying to break out of, you know, the German prison camps or prison camp. It's fucking incredible, dude. I didn't stream Sunday night because I told my wife, I said, I think I'm going to watch The Great Escape tonight. She goes, I'm coming down. I'm going to watch that with you. She goes, I haven't seen it in forever. And it's just a good movie. It's not like, it's a war movie, and we know why they're in the prison camp because they're soldiers and they've all been, you know, captured and all this stuff. It's not like it's not like a concentration camp or anything. And in the very beginning of the movie, the guy that runs the camp tells the British officer, because he's the highest person in the camp, So that's who the Germans talk is. Hey, no more breaking out of prisons. This one was especially built for people like you. So, and the British soldier said, if we don't, we are in dereliction of duty. Our job when we get captured is to make your job as hard as hell to keep us in this camp. And it's cool, man. I mean, you know who Steve McQueen is, and James Garner and Robert Redford's in The Bridge Too Far. Who else? Just so many good actors, man, in that movie, and it's legit 3 hours. But they say we make movies too long today. Fuck, man, you know how many long movies there were back in the 60s and 70s? Holy shit!
Eastwood trilogy, the Dollars trilogy is like 10 hours long.
Yeah,
which I like. I really appreciate. Back then, they just like go to town, man. After he made his first one kind of tight, ripping off Yojimbo in Cowboys.
Two weekends ago, I watched A Fistful of Dollars, A Few Dollars More, Good and the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Escape from Alcatraz. I watched 7 movies in one fucking Saturday, dude.
my favorite, because I got into the Dollars trilogy like I don't know 5-6 months ago. Bought it. My favorite is A Few Dollars More. I think that's the perfect of the 3. I love the like dueling. The idea of dueling. That's what Boba Fett should have been. Book of Boba Fett, since they kind of screwed themselves and they like second guessed themselves with Boba Fett after the Solo movie failed. They were going to have James Mangold do a Boba Fett film, and then Solo crashed, deservedly so. For Lucasfilm, what they did with Last Jedi, so they just like scrapped the Obi-Wan trilogy they were trying to make, and then they make Mandalorian. They just have like a clean slate Mando character with like the look of Boba Fett, with his mystique and stuff. It's fun. It's new. You got Baby Yoda as a new little like twist. And then they bring in Boba Fett, and they shot their load with Mando, and then they like have in my opinion, a good opening couple episodes with Boba and the Tusken Raiders. I think it was really good stuff, even though there's some silly things there. Pretty good reinventing Boba Fett after the Sarlacc pit, and they layer it pretty well to make you understand like whatever success he's had, he's got no one watching his back. He's on his own, so he wants family, and that's layered with his father Jango as well, taken too soon. So he finds a home with the Tuskens, and but then afterwards they just make him like a softie, and unreasonably so. And it's just, and then I see A Few Dollars More, and I'm like, how would you not make this with like either Boba Fett and Mando, at least at the start, being at odds, or make it Luke Skywalker? They recast him with a younger actor,
because these assholes that are making this shit haven't watched A Few Dollars More.
Yeah, and which is weird because Boba Fett is based mostly off of Clint Eastwood character, and it's funny to like retroactively go back and witness this great film that is still holds up. Amazing work. And then,
they all hold up. I'm going to say I like The Good and the Bad and the Ugly a lot, but it's a little too long. It went on a little too long. A Fistful of Dollars, though, that sucks you right into the world, dude. Then A Few Dollars More continues the story. But another movie I watched that same day was Hang 'Em High. Have you seen Hang 'Em High?
I watched some of it and I just was not drawn in by it.
Dude, you got to watch the movie, man.
It's
not fucking brutal, dude. It's fucking brutal. Like first of all, the whole start of the movie when the guy just gets hung for no reason. But also that same day I watched Dune 2. And I gave my
Dune's good.
I gave my thoughts on Dune 2 on my stream the other day. What a piece of garbage.
Wow. Are you a fan of Dune? Because I didn't grow up with Dune, so
no, I'm not a fan. I thought there was not one person in that movie I gave a fuck if they live or died. And I can't watch a movie and if I don't care about any characters.
I agree. So I agree. I'm because these movies releasing and then ingesting them. I did not like the first time I saw Dune 1. I did not like it. It's the first Villeneuve movie that I'm like, I don't like this, but it's not his fault. It's like the material. The material is it's so long. It's hard
It's
to put on
long, and it's
screen.
like, what are we doing? Like the good people I did like the dad and Jason Momoa's characters, they fucking killed right away. And then nobody else I cared about for 2 movies.
Well, I'll give you a little spoiler. Momoa, barring like any like casting issues or fight with the studio, Momoa will be back in the continuation of Dune because they clone him, and I think they make like an army of them.
You know why that is? Because the feedback came back and they said that Momoa character is like likable. Nobody else.
This is the books.
I know. I'm just saying though. They could, but like I watched the whole Dune 2, and I'm like, okay, I guess the whole tribe can ride these giant worms, and then I'm supposed to believe, because we're supposed to feel that these people love each other, like the guy and the girl are really into each other, Zamaya or whatever her name is, and they love each other. There's so much sand, but Villeneuve wants to show us these 2 people standing on giant worms that they're trying to control, looking at each other through. They can't see in front of their face, but they're looking across the sand at each other. Shut the fuck up! It was so dumb. That's the kind of shit I can't take in movies, man. Make me believe this stuff.
Yeah, well, this is a challenge of Dune because it's such a large, detailed world, and a lot of the books are in the characters' heads, and there's so much depth to the mechanizations. So, like, if you like Game of Thrones, it's thanks to Dune and what Dune set up as. Like, people never wrote stories like that the way he wrote Dune, because the first book is basically like Star Wars, but then he undercuts the hero trope and makes him kind of a villain, where it's like he's kind of becomes like mega intergalactic Hitler, but it's for like arguably
the right reason. Right.
It's like the best outcome is actually the crimes of his genocide are actually a net positive for whatever possible impending doom would be if not for that. So
and hopefully they'll make enough movies for me to see it through to where it all makes sense, since I haven't read the books, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, right now I just know that his mother is whacked out of her mind.
Yeah, the Bene Gesserit is really cool because he grew up Catholic, but he didn't like his nun teachers, and so he clearly has like some adoration for religion, but also like really negative feelings, and so he puts both those feelings into the Bene Gesserit idea. They got the Orange Catholic Bible, which is the main religion of like the empire,
right?
So it's so much is like when. You really have to be a fan of the books to then appreciate them bringing it to life at any degree. That's the uphill battle of Dune versus like Star Wars is kind of like instant. Lord of the Rings is pretty instantaneous. Game of Thrones, there's a lot of players, but it's like, okay, there's basically a civil war happened.
Why didn't they let Villeneuve make like eight episode seasons of it? Just to get me through it, like. Because he could do so much more in a 1 hour, 8 hour, or eight episode season, and get us through the books. Like,
like what you a like completely unknown to Dune, and myself included the first time I saw Dune. I've learned a lot listening to podcasts about Dune, so I've gotten deep into like that comic girl 19 who was recently on F&T. I don't know why she would ever hang out with them because she's just so great by herself as like a Dune chick. But anyway,
are these books available in audiobook?
Probably, yeah. They're like 60 years old. Like they're
Yolanda Gaines said it's better to read the books because they're truly great. I bet they are. And I drive a lot, so I'd probably like to just listen to it driving down the highway. I could probably find somebody, well, maybe not, but I'm sure it's probably free out there somewhere too.
Yeah, like all the
pay the guy. I'll definitely pay the artist because everybody loves the Dune books. Like the Dune books, but nobody's ever liked anything. I mean, people say this newer version of the live action is better, but I wish I had an 8 season episode. I mean, we could get through 2 of these movies and then move on to the next chapter. Now we're going to wait another year and a half.
I think that's like because it's such in depth, they're probably scared to try to adapt a show without any proven tracker. Because like the only adaptation that has come is the Lynch movie, and that was like a failure. It's got a cult following after the fact because of like the book fandom. So it's like
You mean like Blade Runner? The original Blade Runner was shit in theaters, but now it's a cult classic. Yeah,
it's just like that, and it's one of those where it's like this has a book fandom that is like well ingrained. It's influenced so much sci-fi and fantasy, but it's like this is the best we've gotten to like see anyone show the world. So it's like that's why you get the cult following. The director of it, Lynch, disowns his own movies. Like that was a fucking nightmare.
Because I'm sure the studio wanted him to do so much in 2 hours. He's like, "What the fuck, dude? I can't make this one
Dune,
movie."
I've seen half of it. Dune original is only like an hour 40.
Right.
And that's for the whole book.
Yeah, so it makes no sense to anybody. They're like, you missed like 95% of the book.
Yeah, so like there's things that like unless you read the books or dig into lore channels, you'll never know. So like the spice only grows on that planet, and the value of spices. So Earth has been destroyed like 10,000-20,000 years before. All right. So they've sent people back to Earth to start kind of like archaeology stuff, but they don't really know anything about their past, and they're 20,000 years removed. And so they call it Terra, and they might find like Rome stuff and whatever, but they don't really know our history. We become intergalactic, and then an asteroid hits Earth. And so now we're stuck as those are the homeworlds in the new galaxy. And they were very reliant on computers. And at one point, a like random civilian in the Empire had like a deficient fetus, and so the AI doctor that she didn't know was AI just decided to abort the baby without asking. And so this was like a huge political outcry, and it starts the Butlerian jihad. And so when you get into Dune, even though they have like spaceships, they have basically no computing because they've become so against computing and its removal
invasiveness or whatever.
And so that's why you have like the Mentats and the Bene Gesserit and the Spacing Guild. So with getting rid of computers, to be able to travel in time faster than the speed of light, you have to be able to like compute to like miss stars. And so much shipments would like hit stars, and you'd have to get a whole new ship and pilot, etc. And so the spice allows them to like kind of have predictive abilities to navigate the stars. And so that's the value of the spice. And they can't figure out synthesizing it or growing it anywhere else. They can't move the worms to, so they're stuck relying on Iraq. So that's why Arrakis is like the gold mine of the world.
Sure.
Who controls the spice controls the galaxy, and so, yeah, that's something that they don't have the time to delineate in the movie, but like that's why the Spacing Guild's like this weird kind of cult on its own. Then the Bene Gesserit have these prophecies. You don't know if it's actually just for like controlling people, if they're missionary work, or if it's true prophecy.
Right.
But it's only women. Only women can like be in the order. But their prophecy is basically like a Jesus will be like a man that can be basically a Mentat and also a Bene Gesserit male. And that's what Paul is. But Paul, they're trying to like seed to get to the Kwisatz Haderach. And Jessica, because she loved Paul Atreides, the dad, she's his concubine. She's not his wife. She gives him a son. And they don't explain it. I've not found any explanation, but they can like just choose if the fetus is male or female. And so they keep like choosing female offspring. And they're, and so these are layers that you don't really get in the movie. That is like, this is, it's like the movie's like, man, whatever. But then you start digging into the lore, and you're like, oh my God, like I'm so thankful Villeneuve made this, Dune 1. Then Dune 2 is like way less expository. And they're just kind of like, hey, you're either going to dig into this and figure it out or not, whatever. And they just like filmed it. That's why I love Dune 2, despite Zendaya and them like shoehorning her. It's amazing.
She's like, such an unlikable character, dude.
Oh man, yeah. Oh God. Yeah. They are retconning her because butlerian jihad, you know, like there's a lot of Islamic pull that what's his, because the whole root of Dune is I'm not sure if he's a psychologist or scientist or what, but Frank Herbert was going to start writing a paper about like sand dunes on the beaches of like Oregon, because like they would just like close roads sometimes along the coast because of the dunes.
All the sand,
yeah. And so he was starting to do research about like applying water mechanics and barriers to sand, and then he started studying like sand environments, and then that led into like animals and people. So he started getting into like basically the Abrahamic religions, and so all this just started becoming like fantasy for him. That's the whole impetus, is like real science kind of led him into this world. And
I did not mean to distract you from your Yaira review.
No, this is fun. This is organic, and you know, it's like this is what like nerd talk should be about. Is like we review things, but then ultimately it's like we ultimately trying to push and promote things we like, and argue the merit and the value and of media. And that's where the FNT have like lost themselves. Is like, yeah, you don't get as much viewers if you're saying I love thing. And so you're gonna have
I know. Trust me, I've gained like 2 subs in the last month and a half because whatever. But I don't make videos anymore, and all my streams get yellow.
Yeah.
So if I try to monetize them, so maybe I'm just stop monetizing all my streams and let them stay no color, and that way they'll get promoted a little bit. So.
But yeah. Let me catch you with the chat. I see the super chat. I'll get to. I can't how much more as I can take. I can't. A Fistful of Dollars is my favorite Eastwood movie. Cool. I think that's the weakest, because what's funny with Fistful of Dollars is I know the like stature of Akira Kurosawa in film, especially with Star Wars, but I've never like I watched Hidden Fortress and I'm just like, whatever. I don't really see. I'm sure I can watch an essay that completely shows like the direct like ripping in Star Wars, but like I don't see really the connection. You know, I just don't appreciate the film. It's not for me. But he did Yojimbo, and it's a pretty wacky movie. It's a samurai, he's a ronin, he's on his own, and he starts like meddling with both like essentially gangs or political powers in this town, and he keeps escalating. And then just out of interest of Eastwood, I watch Fistful of Dollars, and I'm like, wait, I've seen this movie, like what the fuck? So I happen to look it up, and I'm like, fuck, this is Yojimbo. And it turns out there was like an out of court settlement with him ripping off Yojimbo for a Fistful of Dollars. Now it was meant to be kind of like a tip of the hat to Japanese cinema.
Right.
But he literally ripped off the movie pretty much shot for shot, plot for plot.
Well, the Italian doesn't think the Japanese is going to find him.
Maybe. Yeah, that might have been a thing. But, you know, with like more like high esteemed films, they were aware of, you know, international, like
right, I get it.
I can't remember what came first, Seven Samurai or Magnificent Seven, but they're basically the same movie, but one's like Western, one's Japanese. So yeah, like even though
a lot
like
of cultures have a lot of cultures have the same like lore, they use it either in cowboys, samurai, whatever way they want to, you know, put these people in their lore. Like,
well, but the other thing is that like what's interesting is like you look at the dates of these films, like, well, this is like segregation and civil rights era, you know, and so you kind of as an American instantly assume racism and ignorance of other cultures. But with film creators, mostly largely, they were more, you know, liberal, if you will. They're more aware of like cultures and their artistic endeavors. So it's kind of interesting to just dig into that. But yeah, Fistful of Dollars, it's all right, but a few dollars more is like the piece de resistance to me. And it's a good going out with a bang with Good, the Bad, the Ugly. It's kind of a Mad Max series, and like the continuity doesn't quite matter. It's, you know, it's like mostly all one story, but not really.
Yeah, right.
Bounty Hunter turned babysitter sucks. Disagree. Backy says BTM Angus should realize that Dune is a story about corruption by Paul Atreides, who acts like the Antichrist. No, I think Paul Atreides is a flawed messianic character. Ultimately, his endeavors are of good merit, but there is it's not just a clean cut Messiah, he is a Messiah, but there's like great calamity for the ultimate victory. It's way more like gray, dirty story. And that's why that's why I hate the like, gee golly, storytelling. I hate that stuff. I hate classic, the good guys win in the end. I hate that stuff. I like dirt. I like seeing No Country for Old Men is one of my favorite movies because the bad guy is actually, he's kind of like Thanos. He's the most righteous character in the story, in the sense that like he has a moral code and he does not
deviate.
He does not cut corners. That's the value of Thanos in Infinity War, is that he is the most religiously devout. He inverts the John 3:16. He sacrifices his only child for a greater cause, and he's devoted to it. And then they fall through with Endgame, where he destroys the temptation of the stones. He's devoted to I need to balance the universe. My own planet suffered this and is gone. I'm the last of my kind, and so I'm doing this hard right for the universe from his view. And then he could still play around, do more shit, but he's like, no, that's beyond me. I'm just the one guy that's willing to act to set things right, but I won't overstep my bound. And it's like that's why Thanos is endearing, because he's not really selfish. The only people he murders directly is Loki, who's trying to murder him, and he stabs Iron Man, who is trying to kill him. And even then he's like, I hope they remember you. And it's like, fuck, you don't see characters like that. And loosely, I kind of put in a triangle of nihilistic characters: Shigur, Thanos, and Joker from Dark Knight. There's some sort of cosmic idea that they're all circling.
Right.
I can't quite enunciate, but I just love those. Julio Scissors says, what's up, Dave? Yolanda Gaines, it's better to read the books because they are truly great. Actually, the 84 version captured the spirit of the world very much. Frank Herbert even liked it, read it somewhere. Yeah, I like what I've seen of Dune 84. I hate the desaturation and the brutalism and the simplicity, the minimalism of, even though it looks good, it's just so bland. It's kind of like Fury Road. George Miller was very aware of the desaturation of post-apocalyptic stories, and so Fury Road is fucking bright, beautiful orange blue action movie to counter that trope. Chris Ming says, this stream broke that Yaira has confirmed 3D assets. I don't know if I have seen that correctly, but that is funny. Artistic critique bangs. This kid knows Dune. Somewhat. I mean, I do put in the effort when I'm at work. I listen to podcasts a lot, so I am learning all I can and digging into the Dune world. Julio Scissors, thank you for the $10, and for that, I'm gonna play you a little classic stinger. Where is it?
I'm not a detractor. Don't shoot, Eric!
Thank you for your detracting contribution.
Channel.
Yeah, Dune More is awesome. BTM review. Yeah, channel's picking up steam. Yeah, I love that you're picking up steam, Dave. The Elric. I thought you were saying Eric, so fuck.
The Conan books, yeah.
Patrician takes. Don't quite understand what you're saying, but interesting. Yeah, Paul's very complex character: son, Messiah, lover, general, pulled in a million different directions. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is Paul with his new insight with his foresight is the Kwisatz Haderach. He's seeing all these streams of possible timelines, possible happenings. And he's trying to make the right decision for the well-being, especially of the Fremen. And so that's one thing I don't like about the white savior story. People like to jump white savior with Last Samurai, Avatar, Dance of the Wolves,
sure, yeah.
Dune. And it's you say white savior, I say race traitor. like he's the ace in the hole because he's a fucking mole for white people to undermine.
He's also the guy that's willing to step up. Like he doesn't want to. I mean, that's the one thing I'll say. It's like it's not like he just said. I mean, he's fighting this the whole time. Like, I do not want to be this guy. I don't want to do this. And his mom and there's all these forces pushing him to do this shit. And he finally says, "Well, I'm the motherfucker now. You will follow me."
That's what's cool too, is that idea of what if you knew you're a messiah? And that having watched Dune and Dune 2 and dug into the lore, I'm like, oh man. I did, finding out retroactively, this has been talk since the Star Wars came out that Lucas ripped off Dune. This has always been an argument.
Of course, yeah.
Herbert was going to sue him, but he was like waiting with, I think, another film project or something was in the mix, so he never like followed through. And then he died in '86, so it's just whatever. Lucas was supposed to have like a dinner with him, and he never actually followed through. Not sure what happened there, but yeah, having seen and dug into like especially Dune Messiah lore, me loving the prequels, it's like, oh my god, it's undeniable he really ripped off Dune. Like, I love Star Wars, but it's Dune light, unfortunately. And so I've always said Lucas is brilliant for his global plagiarism of world stories, the mythology of the world, because like he's the one guy that's like figured it out so seamlessly to blend everyone's stories into one monomyth. And so it's a compliment saying he's a plagiarist of the world. But having dug into Dune, it's like, fuck, yeah, I got to take some credit away from Lucas now, having dug into Dune, man. He's not as original as I thought, and it's unfortunate because basically Anakin is that. He knows he's the chosen one, and so he's got this weight on his shoulders, and any movies makes could be wrong, and everyone's counting on him for like a cosmic event, and
right.
I like that idea of what if a character is aware that they're like God basically come to Earth, but like it's not set in stone what will happen, and they got to navigate, and this is placed on them. It's not a chosen task. Like your parents in the world have forced this on you. That's very interesting. I like that. Again, I like decrepit nihilistic storytelling, gray shit. I hate light and dark. Even though I love Star Wars, I hate that like kind of cookie cutter, good guys always win Christian perspective. It really limits storytelling, in my view.
It just depends on what you're looking for when you go to see a movie, though, right? I mean, you just might want that feel good feeling when you go to movies. You don't want to be, I love Breaking Bad, and Walter White's a piece of shit, but he's also doing it for what he thinks are his right reasons in the beginning, and then it becomes a money thing because his cancer got cured, and he just becomes an outright fucking maniac. But I still love Walter White. He's the best, one of the best bad guys ever.
Yeah,
he is. He got his comeuppance too. I mean, and he deserved it. But I like when the bad guy wins too, Black Angus. I'm tired of movies where the good guys always win. It's so fucking boring. Like, why? Why is the bad guy never as good as the good guy? It's fun when the bad guy wins once in a while.
Not only that, it's not even that the bad guy has to win, but it's like the good guy needs to have like a real. He needs to get wrecked. Even if he wins, he needs to have like scars. And that's even though Star Wars original trilogy feels very clean cut with its ultimate, like, yeah, the rebellion wins. I interpret, even against Lucas, I interpret Luke Skywalker, he wins because he becomes a Bindu. He becomes centered in the Force. He's not light or dark. He physically defeats Vader by tapping into the dark side, but he like restrains himself with like the light teaching. So he's centered, and the Force, he's kind of like the last Force user at that point. And so the dictation of the Force is undetermined at the end of, like, the good guys, as in rebels, governmentally have won against the oppressive empire. But Force wise, the real fight of Star Wars, it's undetermined. It's been set to zero, not negative or positive. And Luke has to live with like, I finally have found my father, and I've faced like the legacy I'm inheriting of his sins, and I've righted the ship. for the world, but also for him spiritually, and redeemed him and offset the great evil mechanic in the Emperor.
Right.
But yeah, it's like it's centered, and he's got the scar of like the fight.'s got the getting lightninged by the Emperor. He's got a missing hand from his father. He's got friends that are dead from the governmental fight of the rebellion and empire. And so he's got scars physically and mentally. And so it kind of makes sense that once he gets to that point and he's like the full enlightened Jedi master, he's not worried about having sex and children and progeny. He's worried about like stewarding the world. And it's it's like Iron Man is pretty endearing. It's like repeatedly like, oh, the good guy wins. It's like, what? He's got fucking PTSD and having panic attacks from being the hero, you know? And then he's like, I inherited this weapon company, but now I'm trying to I got a new perspective, so I'm trying to like retool this company to like not kill people, you know.
And now I'm going to line up with the government to control the superheroes because we're out of control. That whole thing,
yeah,
which pissed me the fuck off. And I loved Captain America saying "fuck you, motherfucker." Like
I like both perspectives. Like Captain America is more right, but Tony from he created Ultron on his own with no government oversight, and how many people are dead because of it. And so like but both arguments are right. They might have a favorite side, but it's a great political argument that doesn't have a right answer. And that's the value of politics. Are great in stories. It's just don't propagandize one answer. That's the problem with politics and media.
Yeah.
But anyway, nice little tangent there, which is fun. I like it. Let's get to some Yaira.
Sorry, chat.
No, I will not apologize to this chat. So Yaira, we're at a nursing home. There's this old bitch looking out a window. On the news says this is the 8th hour that the firefighters have been working to control the flames. There is currently no word on the whereabouts of Yaira or her companions. So we understand that they perceive Yanessa and Anthony as agents in league with Yaira as a bad person. No comment from Brian Solari when we can expect them to be brought to justice, although some are saying the holdup is because of Ingrid Valdez not living up to Jeremiah Braxwell's recommendation as Alpha Corps' newest member. So they're really
wow, this is like fucking this is like ETV back in the day.
Gossip, yeah.
This is
and it's like you're gossiping about the status of the police, the super police force,
the Texas super police force, right?
Kind of weird, actually. That
it's
like
super
they
weird.
Just have like PR statements, and like the military. If there's like, oh hey, you see it in films all the time where it's like, oh, the special forces, and we sent them to do something, and they all got massacred. Well, we gotta like give a canned statement. If we even delineate to the public, we gotta tell the family like, it was a training accident that your child died in, and he was a hero, and that's like all they know. And then 20-30 years later, someone will uncover the like cover up of the government. They're like, oh, they sent them to die. The terminal list is a great example of that. So yeah, it's actually, I didn't think about it. That's fucking hilarious that they're like really pushing this like public awareness of like drama with this team, which is funny though, because it's like the woman apparently is the weak link.
Of course.
This is the famous Dick in EVS have shared this. I need Q-tips. I'm out of them. $20 for a pack of Q-tips. My assumption is they probably recently watched Better Call Saul in the first season, where the nursing home is like the main conflict that becomes of merit and worth in the story, because these old people are getting hosed by a RICO case, essentially, that Saul discovers.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess, just with recency in media.
Why does it need to be in a comic book?
Well,
why is this even why are we even here? Why are we at the nursing home? What? Because
devil's advocate for this quick little interaction is maybe to establish that maybe the economy is out of whack with this independent state of Texas. and that old people are like getting hosed because there's no government oversight to protect like elder rights. Maybe that's me being like an in-depth thinker. This is the potential.
Why are we in the old folks home? What's the purpose?
Okay.
What are we here for?
Okay, you'll see. All right,
Okay.
so random old person. We understand some sort of economic plight for the elderly in Texas. All right, and then Yaira's given this narrative about like it's very interesting, like how short-lived humans are, how they treat their old. They either basically throw them away or they live in extravagance from their accumulated wealth. And she's like, hello. And so she meets the old lady that was looking out the window from the last page. All right. And what does she say? She's like, Yaira, it's you. Right, so she knows her secret identity. So that like instantly makes you interested. Like, who is this old bitch? And she's wearing an interesting necklace. It makes us curious. All right. You are mistaken, old woman. My name is Carmen Martinez, but you know that, don't you? El Dios Femino. Let me see. She says, fuck, I accidentally cut that off. Let me read it for y'all. She says, I'm close. All right. She says, my great grandmother passed down the story about a goddess who fell from heaven to earth. And I was like, do you know what happened to the goddess? After that, the goddess felt more pain than she ever experienced in her tortured existence. She vowed to never
scroll down
feel
so we
that
can see
kind of
it.
pain again.
There you go.
There you go. I think the art looks pretty good here. Again, there's some hatching. It looks like it's Joe Bennett. This whole page looks like Joe Bennett, actually. All right. But here's the weird thing. This is the first, like, wait, what? All right. So she's like having this. And then all of a sudden, we're in a, like, there's no transition shot to understand us, like, shifting to a layer or something with all these, like, relics of, like, Rome and possibly, like, gods and aliens.
So now she's just showing this woman around her her art museum. What the hell is this?
Yeah, and yeah, this is straight how the book is. You see, like, the previous page on the left. So, like, there's no page missing. This is literally, they just spraggly cut to this environment. And she's like, oh, you got to look out for Stefania. And so now she's starting to piece together, oh, that chick that's somehow got my powers is related to this old bitch that for some reason she's friends with. They haven't really explained why.
She got her powers in the mail from her grandma in India.
But yeah, she so then we cut back to Stefania, and she's gotten free from Newmite and Yanessa and Yantony, and back with their gang. They're talking about how some of their guys are dead and they need to, like,
what's their gang called? The Haircut Club? What the fuck are these haircuts, man?
Yeah, I don't. That's the class thing in comics. Is it's like, in Ghost Rider, Marvel Spotlight. I can't remember the name, but there's like a biker crew that, like, starts seeing Ghost Rider driving around. They're like, "Who is that guy? He's in our turf," and then, like, they end up, like, roping him into the gang, and they got some trademark name for Marvel, and then eventually it turns out actually the leader is in disguise. It's the dad that he was trying to save with his deal with the devil. That dad made a deal with the devil to get Ghost Rider. But yeah, it's like there's always, like, in these comics, classic comics, there's always like, yeah, we're the, like, kitty club, like what you might be silly as fuck, and they got, like, in Dark Knight Returns, they're like slice and dice.
Yeah, right.
But I think they call them the mutants. There's always some silly name for the people, and yeah, this is a problem. Besides, like, Yaira and Isom, like Solari, that's his actual name because he's a cop. So I guess they just don't protect his identity. Or Ingrid Valdez or Jeremiah Braxwell. And then, like, the bad guy in Alpha Corps is Gavin or Galvin, whatever. But, like, no one has, like, a name of, like, I am secret. It's just their name. And it's arbitrary. It's like, wait, why does anyone know Yaira?
Yeah, why does anybody know her at all? Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay. I got to add some more pictures to this file. Bear with me.
Okay.
Well, it's like 100 pictures, so
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see what my number's at. Let's see, 6, 3, 7. Yeah, I gotta go back to my file. Download. Not that I'm going to show every one, but I got to make sure I download all this so it's all in order. And it's annoying because I take them on my phone, but then I have to put it in my drive because otherwise it's too many files to send all at once to myself in email. This is the work I do for you people.
Were all of your pages glossy? Because I saw one guy do his review and he said he had pages in it that weren't glossy. They were just flat. Like all the pages did not have the gloss.
Yeah, I noticed that today. I didn't notice it the first time, but I was flipping through and I was taking pictures. There's like, I'm like, wait, did I like spill something on this? Like, the fuck? Like some of these feel like flat.
And the guy's review, he's trying to be very apologetic. Like, yeah, maybe it's just me. I'm like, no, that's probably a fucking fuck up from the printer that Eric did not goddamn catch, dude. You got to catch this stuff. This is a $40 or $35 book.
Yeah, I feel this. I feel this. It feels just like maybe 2 pages, but there's like, yeah, like the gloss, it feels nice and slick on most of these, but then there's a couple where it's like, yeah.
That's what he said. He said there's like a couple pages where it's not the same thing. It's just a different thing. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not one to care about like, you know, oh, this is like really good paper stock or, you know, those kind of, that's not my kind of criticism, but yeah, that's like an issue that I guess Eric needs to like not just like proofread, but also like examine the actual quality from page to page for the printer. So hey, we're doing again, the Lord's work is honest work, and our detracting is also detracting the shortcomings of your printer, Eric. So you're welcome. Let me see what my number is at. Okay, 684. All right. Get a couple more of these for now.
The other night in my stream, we were getting like late into the stream and we started talking conspiracy theories and all that stuff. And chat was like, yeah, let's get into some dark stuff. It's so fun, man, when you just don't have like an agenda on your show. You just talk and talk and talk. And next thing you know, you're talking about, did we land on the moon or not? And I did a poll in my chat last night. Are we is Gooding gonna make more or less than $600,000 on the campaign?
Ooh, that's spicy.
600,000 or less than 600,000 won. 56%. It was crazy. Like, because I think it's going to not do more than 600,000. Just like I didn't think that Yaira would do 1.3. It did its 1.5. When you include the statues brought it up another 100-something thousand on the last week. But nobody has any. Look, Eric doesn't promote Mike Barron at all. As like you said earlier, Black Angus.
Well, no. Hey, I'll say this. I saw a recent stream we actually promoted loosely.
But he doesn't promote Mike Barron as a Marvel or DC artist in his life when he's promoting these books. Like, we brought this guy over from Marvel or DC or whatever, and now he's a very successful indie creator. Now he's in the Rippaverse, so people maybe go look him up and go buy Bronze Star or Florida Man or whatever, and just I never want Ted Bundy to win. I don't like serial killers. They're not who I'm.
Serial killers are fucking very interesting to me. I
watch all that shit, dude.
That Dahmer show was fucked with the Quicksilver guy. Oh my god, that guy was fucking great as dog. I read the graphic novel, My Friend Dahmer. That's mainly what there's actual like the police reports and the investigation and the convictions that all it like layers the storytelling. But My friend Dahmer's like legitimately a graphic novel of a guy that went to school with him, and then retroactively after it's all uncovered starts like piecing together shit. I'm like, fuck, like, yeah, he was a weird kid, and so he just like we would never think like it would be to that like degree. And
Right.
there might be it doesn't say in the book, but I feel like there's maybe a question of like culpability of the author of like, a survivor, or if you will, of like, I had no idea, like what if any of us just like were his friend? Maybe like everything would be fucking different. What if his dad wasn't what if his homosexuality, this is why, like, Dahmer's a great example of why like gay representation, whatever demographic, matters conceptually, not ham-fisting it for like diversity points, but actual representation and tolerance, reasonably so, is that part of Dahmer's psyche was a culture of like, don't let people know you're gay because they're going to smear the queer, that like mindset of like the norm of like, you're freaks or whatever. I think that is a factor. I know that's like an easy like woke point to like try to like gin up today in today's rec, but like I think legitimately that like fear of society and having to suppress yourself and like be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, but dude, when the guy comes home and has sex with you, why you got to cut his fucking head off?
Well, that's the thing, is like there's like the societal thing and this familial aspect, but then like he had avenues of
release,
indulgence, and that's why it's such a flawed, interesting story. Is and Ted Bundy too. Ted Bundy was a ladies' man. There's no like Ted Bundy. He was a ladies' man.
Sure, yeah.
Like normally, like sex.
But I think he was a ladies' man because he could get them, but he didn't like them. He didn't like women, but he could easily pull them into his world.
Well, that's what's weird, because usually you think of like
he probably hated fucking women, but he killed them. I mean,
well, yeah. Usually the serial killer, especially sex-based like that, you think that there's some sort of suppression or like an incel narrative of like you can't like make it, and so there's like that anger to like get even because they're not.
Did Bundy even rape his victims? I don't think he did. He just killed them. He did.
He would do that
after they were dead, though.
Both. He would do it live, and then he would enjoy them until they literally rotted to the point he couldn't enjoy them.
So fucking sick, man.
Yeah. And it's just interesting because normally you have some sort of like repression issue or this like unrequited love issue, but Bundy didn't have that. The only issue Bundy had that you can kind of maybe pinpoint is that his mom had him out of wedlock, and so she pawned him off on her. They agreed to like, I guess, preserve her purity of public image or whatever. That actually your mom is actually your grandma and your sister's actually your mom. So that's the only thing you can be like, that is it. That's why he's a killer and hates women,
or he's just a psychopath.
Like
the Green River Killer. The Green River Killer was a married man with 3 kids, and he whacked a lot of fucking prostitutes in Seattle. He killed a lot of women, dude, for no reason other than the fact that he could.
Some of these stories like that. It's like, well, what is it? Is it nurture? Is it nature? Like, what is the one thing we can try to pin like that? Those questions are very interesting to me. Julio Scissor says Luke Skywalker meant a lot to young boys in the 70s who were fatherless children of hippie mothers. I had, my mom was a single mom for a couple years, leaving my dad, but then got a stepdad pretty quick, and we were stable.
But you're not a child of the 70s, though, right?
No, I'm
right.
90s.
Yeah, because I saw the fucking movie in the theater. I saw them all in the theater, and I never walked out going, God damn, I like that. I walked out going, these fucking movies suck.
Like Every Star Wars?
I hate Star Wars. My whole chat knows I hate Star Wars. Everybody that knows BTM knows I'm not a Star Wars guy. Give me Star Trek, give me Farscape, give me anything else, but fucking Star Wars is so goddamn, like you were saying earlier, it's so, the hero wins, the guy in white beats the guy in black. What the fuck, dude? Fuck.
Yeah, yeah. Star Wars is the weird one where it's like the older I get and the more nuanced storytelling I like, I start seeing like for my taste the flaws of Star Wars. But Star Wars is that weird one where it's like, yeah, ultimately it's kind of like Lord of the Rings, where it's like, yeah, they're good guys, but there's so much depth to the world. Like Lord of the Rings pisses me off because like I love dark side shit. I love bad guys. I love evil guys. Because they're just cooler aesthetically, and like wanting power is just of such a human want, you know, it's relatable. And then you dig into Lord of the Rings, and it's like, well, what's the story to the Balrog? Because it's basically a monster, and it's like, oh, it's a demon. Like in the world, it's basically a demon, a fallen angel. Anything evil in Lord of the Rings is either created by the Satan characters,
but you got to remember when that was written and who it was written by.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
But that's why I really am not hoodwinked and suckered into like adoring Tolkien, because it's like he made Christian propaganda.
Well, I love it. You give me fucking the choice of Star Wars trilogy, original trilogy versus Lord of the Rings extended cuts. I'm not ever like we were talking the other day. We watched that's
a tough one for me. They're both
not me. I'm watching.
They're good movies.
I'm watching the extended cut trilogies every time. But we found this guy the other day on my stream that did a review for Yaira, and then we go back and he did a review for ISOM and ISOM 2, and we watched him on the stream. But he's also a movie reviewer, and he one of his reviews was comparing Escape from New York to Escape from LA. You know those movies?
I haven't watched either one. I'm not interested.
Okay, well then it doesn't matter to you.
No. I want to hear what you're saying though.
Oh well, Escape from LA is not a movie. It's like something they did because they could 15 years after Escape from New York came out. They just put some stuff on a film and said this is Escape from something, and Kurt Russell's in it. Like it was a money grab. But this guy liked this LA better, and he's a very good presenter. Like he has a good personality. Like I told my chat, I said he reminds me of Chris Gore when Chris Gore was probably 25 or 30, and maybe his hair wasn't gray or all white. And I actually messaged him in his comment section on his Yaira, his latest video, and said, "Hey, dude, I've played a few of your videos on my channel. We've had some fun with it. I'd really like to come on my show and hang out." And he's like, "Oh, I watched that segment." He goes, "I laughed my ass off when you made fun of my shirt because I made fun of him doing a Yaira review with the Rippaverse shirt on, dude. You're already making your review look pro Yaira. You can't do that. Just show up in a shirt. Don't wear the Rippaverse shirt because now you look like a Rippatard." And so we'll see if he shows up. Because we tried to find his Twitter, couldn't find his Twitter. He doesn't have
this guy?
Twitter. His name, I'll pull it up real quick. It's Nuclear.
Is this the poultry guy? No, Nuclear Poultry.
Nuclear Poultry. Yeah, he's really fun. Good. Nuclear Poultry Productions. And I told my chat, you guys need to sub to him. He's been doing this for like, God, let's see how many years has he been making videos? Keep going, Dave. Keep going. Well over. Oh my God, we're down to 4 years. He's at
2016.
He's got 468 subs. He can't even get monetized at that rate.
I subbed to him. Oh yeah. Okay, so seeing his shorts, yeah. Now I know this. Yeah, Tony and Katie, we streamed about this.
He's a nice guy, dude. But he's very. I think he needs some direction. You know what I'm saying? I just think he needs to talk to some real people.
Nah,
it's okay.
Now keep him in his bubble.
No. Well, even if he stays in his bubble, I still like to talk to the guy. I just want to know how you do this shit for all these years, man. I mean,
because you love it. You know, it's like that's why I do. It's like, you know, I'll do it if I, reacting to EVS to get 200 people in the chat. If I get fucking one
my
person,
streams, like I had like
just wanna
120
talk.
people. I had like 120 people in the stream the other night when we were doing it. And they're like, "That Dave, you got to do a review of him a night. We just got to watch his reviews once a night." I'm like, "Okay, that'll be a segment," because I just want, I look, I like to see, he's been doing it so long, he probably is monetized, because back in those days, it didn't take anything to get monetized, right? There were no regulations. There were no 500 subs and 3,000 hours of bullshit, or 2,000 hours of bullshit before you could get monetized. Once monetization came out, it was out. I have not seen the Orville. Have you seen the Orville? The
Not a
Seth
Star
MacFarlane
Trek
show?
guy, so I like the first 5 Star Trek movies to varying degrees, but it's just not my world. Because here's the thing, I like, even though I like very gritty dramas, suspense, thriller, like interpersonal stories, getting in characters' head, like Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal, fucking amazing story. But with like sci-fi, I want like cosmic. That's why Star Wars and Lord of the Rings too. There's the real fight is a cosmic, like philosophical fight of light and dark, and their influence is the main focus, main drive, even if you're digging into like one character intermingling that world. Star Trek is governmental basically, and that's interesting. The concept of like, okay, what if we basically united on Earth and then we started interacting with intergalactic beings, different planets, different cultures, etc. Like, it's okay, cool, but it's just something a little too clean. Because a great counter example is Arrival with Amy Adams and Forrest Whitaker.
Oh, come on, man.
That movie, I love the idea of like, we have this pipe dream that was established with Star Trek of like, well, if aliens happen, we just all kind of unite. And it's like, Arrival's like, oh, we would still keep fragmenting and have all these weird kind of factions and parties about the problem and how to deal with it. Like, nothing will unite us, even if there's like kind of an overarching human initiative.
Right.
It's like there's always going to be politics. Game of Thrones is great too, because we have the threat of the Night King and just unending death globally from a force.
Have you watched Farscape?
No. I'm not opposed. I just have never
Go buy it.
anything good or bad about it.
It's a Jim Henson production. So it's there's Jim Henson puppets in the show. It's not the whole show, but a fucking the ship is alive. You have to keep the person piloting your ship alive. If the pilot dies, the ship's dead. It's unfucking believable. And then the chemistry between the male lead and the female lead for all 5 seasons is so incredible. It's you cannot believe how good that shit is. And then the story, there's always a constant threat. Every time they think they beat the threat comes back to fuck these people up. It is great. And it's an Australian production, dude. I found it. This is I'm going to give Gary credit for this. This is a show that Gary mentioned one night on FNT. He goes, if you like sci-fi, check out Farscape. So I went and I made the purchase, and I haven't looked back, dude. I'll watch that shit like every 6 months now. The whole box set. It's that good about Black Angus. It's a great show. Did you like Next Generation?
I've not really watched it as an adult.
I watched the whole thing a year ago, and you know what? Fuck Picard. Give me goddamn William Shatner's Kirk any day over Picard. Sorry. And I know a lot of people like Picard, but he was such a fucking goddamn, politically, weird. And Kirk was like, no, dude, this is the Enterprise. We're gonna fucking do what's right for the Enterprise and what we're our Galactic Alliance or whatever. But nah, not Picard. Fucking bullshit. And I own Deep Space Nine. I've had it for like a year and a half. I haven't even had the nerve to open it. But I love Farscape. Have you seen, or not Farscape, Stargate, the TV series Stargate is incredible. Once you get past the first season, it's really good.
Ricky's always trying to get me to watch Stargate. I love the Stargate movie.
Kurt Russell.
It's because of James Spader. I was digging into like what because I love Ultron in Age of Ultron. I love his delivery as the character, even though it's way too generic a plot for him. I love his gravitas as the character. So
Spader was a great actor in the 80s and 90s, dude.
Yeah, and it was I'm a big Office guy, so even though after Scott leaves in season 7, the show dips a little bit.
Spader was great.
His interjection that show is such a like curveball, and it's amazing, and it's so uncomfortably funny. And so I'm like, what else has this guy done? I couldn't watch Blacklist because it's too I hate, corporate, like syndicated television generally.
Spader was in a lot of 80s movies, man.
So I looked at Stargate, and I am aware of its, esteem in sci-fi. So I checked it out. I'm like, fuck, that was cool. And I don't want to ruin, I think part of me doesn't want to ruin the like magic of the film Stargate. And so that's like my hesitation.
They're different.
On top of Stargate is like a TV show.
The show is actually better than the movie.
Okay.
It's better than the movie because you know why? Because you get 23 episodes a season to go to so many different places, man. And you get to visit so many different species in the universe. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Rookie, he's a big shill for Stargate and they're like sub shows or whatever, but he's never like really he'll like explain a plot like, oh, I think you'll like this because here's the plot in one episode, but he like has never conceptually explained like why it's worth, like you just did. You had a good
it's first of all, it's episodic TV, okay?
Yeah.
So at the end of episode, every episode there's a conclusion, unless there's a two-parter. All right. So that's when TV was good. You could spend your hour, watch the show. I didn't do a review video, Yolanda. What I did was review it. I don't do videos anymore. Videos are harder than live streams.
Oh yeah.
Just to come up with a topic that you hope your people will watch. But I could probably clip it and post it, Yolanda. So it's every week there's a conclusion, or maybe it's a 2-episoder. But there's always this idea that every time they jump, it can be a disaster. Like as soon as they jump, they're going to get fucking shot, or they jump and there's nothing there, and they find this tribe of aliens that they work with, or it's a nightmare. It's great. And by season 8 or 7, they're breaking the fourth wall where they're talking to the camera. So it gets fun, but then they get serious again. So they had so much time, and back in that era, they were making 23 to 27 episode seasons, so they had time to play and have fun. I can't stand 8-episode seasons on Netflix, and the biggest reason is my biggest reason. Because you could watch TV when TV was on ABC, NBC, CBS for 7 months. Then you knew in May the break was going to happen. And then in August, the new season would start, or maybe September. So you didn't have a year to not remember what the fuck I watched a year ago. And if you don't have like alerts turned on to a show you watched a year ago, you forgot you even watched this show. And you're not going back to find it. It's like, what's that show on Netflix? It's, their biggest hit ever, Stranger Things.
Yeah.
I didn't even watch season 3 and 4 until like 3 years after they came, or 3 until 2 years after it came out. 4, I did watch it because of all the great stuff they were talking about at FNT. I just can't stand it, man. And there's so much content out there. You can't even keep up with anything.
That's why I like shorter shows like that. Like
no, because but if they would make really stuff that people would sink their teeth into, they'd make less shows that we care about. Because there's so many bad ones. There's so many bad shows, and we have to watch 2 to 3 episodes to find out this shit's garbage. Like, it's actually garbage.
Hey, really quick, can you hold down the? Do you mind holding down the?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to chat. I just gotta go to the bathroom, like horribly.
Yeah, of course. I do it to my guys all the time. Thank God
No,
he's
people be
fucking
like,
gone. Oh, shut up! Thank God he's gone. Let BTM take over the show. Anyway, no. That's just how I feel about these 8-episode seasons. And what I do like, though, with some of these 8-episode seasons is when they call it a limited series, so it's the only season they're going to make of it. So I don't have to come back a year later. So they're giving me 7.5 hours of content, and some of it's really good. And it's like, okay. And you might not even remember what the fuck it was, the name of it, but you're like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like, I was watching this show on Netflix the past few days called Eric. And it has a guy who plays Doctor Strange in it. And the premise is his son disappears. And I think it's like an 80s era, maybe late 70s era kind of feel to it. Cumberbatch, that's his name, Cumberbatch. He's in the show, and son disappears. Now, they do a couple of the DEI things that I can't stand. And when the shit showed up on the screen, that's why I got a remote. Fast forward through this shit. I don't want to watch this. I'm not even going to listen to the dialogue these people are talking about, because I don't give a shit about this love story. That's not what I'm into. But the actual story of the show is actually pretty good. The acting's really good. And other than a couple of tropes, they're not shoving a bunch of shit down my throat. Of course, it's New York City in those 80s era. So, it's all the racist stuff that people have been talking about since time was created. But it was New York City, and there was a bunch of white cops, and black kids were getting killed or whatever. And maybe that was a thing. But they didn't shove it down your throat. It was just there a little bit. But just check out the show Eric on Netflix. It's actually pretty good. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. And in today's world, if I can watch a 7 out of 10 movie every day, this is not a soap opera, Julio. This is a show that actually is it's rough, dude. Like, Cumberbatch is a struggling male. But his wife isn't his boss. He just tells her to fuck off and leaves. He's like, fuck you, I'm out. I'm going to go do my own shit. And she has to fucking live in her own world of bullshit. So I appreciated that. Just check. It's a simple name, Eric. And that's the name of the character that his son created for him. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Now, you have to understand too that, and it gets into the show, so I'm not going to spoil anything. Just when you watch it, Julio, it won't take you a day or two to watch it. After you finish the series and you're coming to my chat when I go, Dave, thank God you told me to watch that shit. I don't give bad takes, guys. I'm 56 years old. I've seen a lot of bad TV. I've seen a lot of good TV, and and I like Cumberbatch most of the time as an actor. I really do. He can play some really good roles. It's not his fault that Marvel decided there was going to be a woman boss in Doctor Strange 2 who was a psychopath that he let get away with everything. That's not his fault. That's her fault, or that's Marvel's fault. You know what my wife watches? My wife is a big eBay person, so she watches YouTube all day, and all these guys that go out and buy stuff at yard sales, and sees the value of things that people are buying on their YouTube channel. So when she goes to yard sales, she can pick up the same stuff. And guess what? I don't have to give her any money because she makes her own money. Yeah, and he does a lot of stuff. Oh, Doctor Who? What? Like, I like a lot of Doctor Who. I never watched any of the what's her name when she was the female Who. I'm not doing that, dude. I watched a lot of 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s Who. I'm not going to watch them, shove the female Doctor Who down my throat. Now, I haven't seen one episode. These are out now, right? These new Doctor Who episodes with the Black Doctor Who. What's his name? Hootie or something like that. I can't remember his name. He's not even British. He's from like Nigeria or some shit. So he's not even a Brit. And at least before this Doctor Who, they were all British. It's a fucking British show, people. What are we doing? Yeah, Tom Baker was great. I liked a lot of, and it's cheesy, man. But man, I can get past, like you were talking about bad art. I can get past bad special effects and backgrounds as long as I'm invested in the story. Right? Like original Star Wars, come on, or Star Trek. That TV show had the worst, like, monsters or whatever, because it was 1960s on a small budget, and I have the box set, and it's not aged badly. It still looks good on my 125-inch projector. So it's great. Did you get your pee done, dude?
Yeah.
All good?
I have a fairly fibrous diet. I eat a lot of beans, so I don't really have problems with speed. I usually allot myself more time than needed.
Immortal, what's wrong with Doctor Who for you?
Oh, I just don't like it.
No. Immortal Coral asked me what's wrong with Doctor Who. That's why I'm asking him Immortal Coral, what's wrong with Doctor Who for you? I think they took the fun away. Like, Doctor Who's just been fun. He's always been just a pleasant guy. He can get very serious, but at the end of the day, he knows he's just going to go somewhere else tomorrow, and it'll be great. I love it too. I love original Star Trek. But I also love the original Batman 1960s series with Adam West. I love that shit. But I watched it as a kid. I got to see it.
You have nostalgia associated with it,
right? Like
that's my argument.
Collection.
That's my argument against the value of like Ghostbusters or Spaceballs, because most people that promote it as like I didn't grow up with those movies, and so Christmas Story, Ghostbusters, Spaceballs, I knew the like critical reception of them in history of film, so I was like open-minded and eager to actually watch them as an adult and understand the story and take it in. It was only anticipation, and then I watch it and I'm like, this isn't funny or scary. It was like space with Ghostbusters, it's like it's such a muddied like tone of what they're trying to do. It's not that like the plot doesn't make sense, it's just not endearing to me. I don't care.
I don't own one Ghostbusters movie, and I own a bunch of movies because they were, and I was at the perfect age, but I would rather go watch the Goonies than the Ghostbusters. The Goonies made me laugh. And I like Bill Murray today more than I did back then.
Like my favorite Bill Murray is
Stripes.
Garfield.
What?
I love his Garfield. He's funny. That's the only like really funny Murray production for me in my taste.
Really? You don't like Caddyshack?
No. Awful.
Oh my God.
But here's the thing. I just am my tastes tend toward the serious. I like drama and thriller and sci-fi.
Yeah.
I like, so like I tell people like, well, don't really like ask me about comedy. Like the only comedy I like is like The Office, because there's something odd about the comedy where it's like it's a very believable scenario, but then they just like they tweak things in just like a hair off of normalcy in such a unique way. And I appreciate that. But no one it's but like Shrek is kind of conventionally funny. And I appreciate SpongeBob is kind of slapstick Looney Tunes, but also they got like a weird skewed humor with some delivery of things that I fucking love, because like, who does this? No one thinks like this for comedy. It's brilliant in a, even if it's like the dumbest shit, like can't have dirty garbage, and then SpongeBob, instead of like dumping the garbage on the street, he sprays like a cleaner bottle on the trash to like clean the trash. It's like, that's retarded, and that's hilarious though. So it's like, I love laughing. It's just most comedy is like fucking low tier to me. It's just, there's nothing smart or funny or interesting. And yeah, Ghostbusters, I feel like there's certain movies that are iconic. Gremlins, these are heavy nostalgia films that they have lasted because the first generation that mattered saw it from like 8 to like 15, and it might have been like a movie their parents let them see that they probably shouldn't for their age range as well. So there's kind of like a taboo to it as well that makes it endearing, like your first beer, or something.
Maybe, but you're not a Back to the Future guy?
Oh, Back to the Future is brilliant.
That was when I was 15. So but again, it's Robert Zemeckis, right? And he's a brilliant director, right?
Yeah.
I'll be right back. All right, my turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, do that. All right. Finally got all the pictures downloaded for the Yaira. But yeah, for me, it's just, I think a lot of classic comedy really banks, not even intentionally, but it really banks on the nostalgia factor of when the first generation saw it. And so they just like preserve it, and then they indoctrinate their kids with that thing, and so then it like keeps perpetuating essentially through like childhood nostalgia. But yeah, like me going in clean as an adult into these, I'm like, this isn't funny. Well, yogurt merchandising, fucking Spaceball sucks.
What's that? What were you laughing at?
About Spaceballs sucks.
You don't like it?
No.
So my 26-year-old son, now he's 25 or 26, when they were all growing up, him and all his buddies, literally at least once a month, they were all spending the night at each other's house all the time. They would watch Spaceballs. This is in 2016, 2017, and they love it. They know it word for word. I think it's one of those movies, Black Angus, it either hits you the right way or it doesn't, right? Like any movie, you can go, no matter what era, like Blazing Saddles. Do you like it?
Parts.
But it's a funny movie, but it's also very 1970s humor.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say, is that comedy, most comedy is dated, not just because like it was made in time, but like the comedy, like what was edgy and funny 20 years ago is just commonplace, like child, vernacular today. That also hinders comedies like longevity. So it's that's why Looney Tunes, like Three Stooges, are kind of
comedy's funny also if you don't have a political agenda and you just want to go in and watch a movie.
Yeah, but like
the whole black dude sheriff, and that could be considered a racist thing. But if you just go to the movie to laugh, it's fucking funny because he's the champ. He's smarter than every person in the movie, right? Like the sheriff's the smartest dude in the movie. He abuses everybody in that movie. An Airplane, another 1970s classic. Airplane's hilarious, but again, you have to like have that mindset. This is a spoof. This isn't. It's the spoof of spoofs, right? Like this is like a modern day Borat movie, right? Like it's just ridiculous. Yeah, Andrew, I'm sorry. I
didn't grow up with Garfield, like besides the Murray movies when they came out when I was like 12. I didn't grow up with the cartoon because it was before my time. And
yeah, right.
So yeah, I don't.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 32.
So you're born in like 92?
Yeah.
So you probably like fucking what's that shit with Will Smith and what's his name? Those
Bad Boys.
Yeah, you probably like that shit, right? Okay, thank
Awful.
God. Thank God.
Awful movies.
Awful.
Like, it's funny because so when I was in the Army, when I went to after basic training in Carolina, I went to Texas, the independent nation of Texas, guarded by Brian Solari, for medic training. And my roommate, I'm from Oklahoma, from a little shit town, and my roommate's this like libtard from Colorado with college parents. This is 2012.
Sure.
And some of his perspective, I just have no fucking idea. I've never been exposed to these perspectives. And he was really big in like watching nostalgia critic stuff. And I didn't know anything about film criticism really, besides like behind the scenes stuff. And so he's like a theater kid. And so he's joined the Army basically for money to go back to college to continue his pursuits, whatever. And fuck, what was the movie just said?
Blazing Saddles?
No. Bad Boys. Okay.
Oh,
so this
Bad
guy's
Boys.
like
Yeah.
this guy's like a libtard. He's him and his girlfriend at the time. They're got married. They're both feminists. They both like repeatedly like cry about Twilight and stuff, setting women back, etc. Really weird to me. It's an Oklahoman kind of blue collar guy. Why the fuck would a man care about feminism? You know, like
My wife doesn't care about feminism. She's like, that's
Right.
ruined women. Like, feminism's not good for women.
And but for whatever reason, critics, even though they hate Michael Bay generally, besides The Rock, they love Bad Boys. And so at some point in my adulthood, I watched Bad Boys, and I'm like, Bad Boys to Bad Boys 2, there's like these libtards will cry about like racism in Bad Boys 2 and shit, but then they like Bad Boys 1, and it's like, it's the same shit. What are you talking about?
It's exactly the same thing, Chad. Yeah, exactly.
I don't get it. And so I don't get the mystique people have for Bad Boys 1, besides like, it's a comedy for our age and I like those actors, like whatever, but I just don't get the mystique of like the critical reception. There's weird movies like that before really Political Agenda really took hold, like today, where it's like critics just like will suck off a movie that just doesn't really match up with the rest of their pedigree of
right. Sure.
I just scratch my head. And so,
well, I've never been a Will Smith fan.
That's the thing. Will Smith, he was big before I was born with, Fresh Prince and his rap. And then I grew up with reruns of Fresh Prince and, Independence Day, Men in Black was a big thing when I was a kid. So
Wild West.
Yeah. He just was like, he would never fucking stop with the hits. Like his whole career was just, he's winning. And then after like Pursuit of Happiness and that Oscar worthy performance, like just everything stopped.
Yeah, because his wife started fucking 12-year-old boys.
Sure, probably, but it's weird because like he's kind of like a kind of an underrated DiCaprio as far as like a Will Smith movie. Like that's going to be fun. That's going to be good. He's going to put a real effort in that.
If I saw a Will Smith movie, I'm like, pass out, not watching it.
That's how I am now because of the cuck shit. It's like so detrimental to like appreciating him. Like it's so interspersed with his celebrity, I can't separate it, so I just can't enjoy him. But yeah, his body of work from like 90 to 2008 just fucking nonstop. But anyway, yeah, Garfield, the best Murray movie ever made. And you can take that to the bank.
I just watched a Murray movie.
A bunch of horseman shit.
I just watched a Bill Murray movie with Adam Driver called The Dead Don't Die.
Okay. Adam Driver's another great actor.
And it's a zombie movie where Murray's a sheriff, Driver's a deputy, and there's another deputy at the station, and zombies come to town. And you know what sucks? Is the fact that it felt like when I'm watching the movie that Murray and Driver were just watching the movie and not participating in the action. It was a really weird thing. Like until their scene came up, all they did was just like, oh, look at those zombies outside the police station. This is fucked up. And I'm not going to say it was terrible, but it was the worst movie I watched that weekend when I watched. And it's worse than Dune 2. It's clearly worse than Fistful of Dollars and, a few dollars more and all that, Hang 'em High and Escape from Alcatraz. But it's on Netflix. If you got an hour and a half and you just want to see a zombie movie that is weird, check it out. Maybe a 5 out of 10 at the best.
Okay.
Are we back to Yaira?
Yaira. I'm trying to find that clip of I don't know if it's the Soskas or if it's with Eric, but they're like pretending they don't know how to say it for some reason, and they're like promoting it. It's like, what? How do you say Yaira? And I'm like, what is this? Like, this is just gay. But anyway, let's dig into some more Yaira. Enough tangents for now. That's for the time. Got to focus on the piece de resistance, Yaira. So Stefania, her gang in the last page, they're trying to psych her up and be like, well, you got powers. Now I can really fuck up those guys that killed some of our gang members. And then, Alpha Core figures out where they are. And this is a thing that's fucking annoying as shit. It carries over from Alpha Core. Braxwell, who he never says shit. He says one line in Alpha Core. He says, bet your ass. I can't remember why, but that's the only line he says. And repeatedly in this book, all he says is humph in various tones. A couple of times he says it like questioning, like humph. But he literally just says humph. No dialogue. He's a guy that can talk. He's like clearing, he's like taking up for Ingrid to be on the team. So like, I don't know why. I don't know what they're doing here. The Rippatards pretend like this is as cool as like, who's that silent like snake guy in G.I. Joe? I'm not a G.I. Joe guy, but the snake guy. It's like Snake Eyes. That's his name.
Snake Eyes, yeah.
Yeah, people try to compare it to, and it's like, no, he's fucking gay. It's awful. But yeah, they apprehend.
But these characters are just, I don't know, man. I'm not like, oh my God, look at the art. They just don't look like engaging. You know what I'm saying? There's just nothing about this art. And you said you're not an art guy, and I kind of am, even though I'm not an artist. But if I'm looking at this stuff, I'm like, I'm not going to go back and look at the pictures. You know what I'm saying? Black Angus, like I sometimes there's really good art. And you go back, man, let's just check out these panels. These are fucking awesome. You can just find so many cool details. There's no where's Waldo in these pictures. We know what the fuck is going on, and this is kind of crazy. What the hell are they doing here? What's going on here?
This is after the oil rig. All right, so Stefania gets apprehended by Alpha Core. The oil rig happens, so they're in some cave recovering, and they're like the miscreant Yaira, and they're just like bemoaning her, their mission. And then Magus Newmite reveals he can like cast a swarm of little bugs. They are basically drones. Think of like Darth Maul and or like episode 5 with like the drones, the probe droids. That's basically what these bugs are. They're like living little probe droids for Magus Newmite to try to find Yaira.
Oh, not clean the oil off their bodies.
And so they're burned up at least temporarily.
Why are her eyes flaming? Is she pissed off? What is this? Is this like?
I think it's like magic ice powers.
I can see
she's raging.
It too. Finally, recognition for my great work. You just got blown up by an oil refinery. That was great.
Yeah, so they tell Magus to like do what you will.
Hunt that cunt. Yeah, go find her. Yeah.
And so for whatever reason he morphs.
Sorry, Chad.
And removes his, I think, what do you call it, thorax? I know bugs have 3 parts of the body. I think it's his thorax. Removes that, and now he's more of a humanoid than he was before. And so it's like, you may continue the mission, execute however you deem fit. We'll be back for Yaira. And This is funny. So he repeats and like this is the thing. A death blow once they find my target. So death blow is a common turn of phrase by the Bifrostians and whatever the fuck Magus Numite is in conjunction with the Bifrostians. I'm calling them Bifrostians because they're from a planet Bifrost. Because Eric, I think he even said in his art book, well, I wanted to make, I knew I had to do stuff, so I needed to research mythology. So I read Norse mythology. Then
so is this supposed to show us the bugs flying in here? Is that what this panel is telling us?
Yes, they're flying into Floor Spark.
No, it's Floor Spark. It's one word, Floor Spark. Not Florist Park. It's Floor Spark.
It might be my Oklahoma draw. I kind of just stress it that way. In my head, I'm saying it as like one title.
Right. I get you.
Yeah. So we cut to Altona and she's like, what in the world? I knew you were a good investment, talking to her coffee cup. And then she apprehends this bug, but then it starts poking out of the cup, which is like, it's not clear if it's supposed to be metal or if it's like Starbucks paper. So
yeah,
they don't have, it's like this whole like, oh no, it's stabbing out. That only tells us that it's like aggressive. It doesn't tell us if it like actually has power. And it's like, oh man, it stabbed through my like steel container. You need that kind of insight to like make this reveal of its aggression more impactful. Like,
I didn't know she was a scientist.
Well, that's okay. It's going to get better. The reveal of Altona and her stature. It's very funny. Especially go back to ISOM 1. But yeah, she's like, I need to go to the lab. All right. And so we cut back to the Alpha Core in their lair. They are booking this gang.
Go back up. Are they doing a dance move right here? What the fuck is this?
They're apprehending the gang. And I love this dialogue. She's infectiously annoying like Yaira. They are connected in at least as much as Yaira wants her back. And that's good enough for me. So basically, it's very important that they've keyed in that she wants Stefania for some reason. So she's basically bait is what they're setting up. And so it's like, put her in the interrogation room. And so then he starts like trying to question her. She's like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know where these powers are from. Leave me alone. I don't know who the fuck Yaira is. And then you get to this infamous, this is the redrawn page from the preview of Alpha Core ISOM 2.
Right.
Redrawn. And now here comes Yaira. All right. And she's starting to like freeze the place. And all the facilities are like going haywire. They are losing power. And so the jail cells are going to come open.
Wait a minute. Look at this dialogue. You have something of mine. You want to bleep with my life. I'll bleep with yours. You're a clever boy. Do you know at what temperature steel goes from ductile to brittle? God damn it, woman. What's in this prison that's yours? The girl you punched in the face?
The girl she tried to death blow.
Yeah. What? What?
All right. So this is crazy. All right. So it's like, okay, exceps, they've apprehended like dragon people and like orcs. And everyone,
dude, this art is comical, dude. This art is very comical. Like
everyone is just like beam hands. This is the extent of, besides like, it looks like they're all just beam hands. There's no like, oh, here's Colossus, here's Nightcrawler, a variety of powers. Psylocke, with her.
These are all future books for Eric.
Right. It's like, wait, there's like, look, he fucking booked Meth Gator.
Literally, have we ever heard that there's a bunch of fucking creature feature people in a Texas prison ever before this?
Yeah.
Has this ever been a thing?
You're going to love this. All right. So go look at Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Cannell, Nerdrotic, probably Yellow Flash. I never was a fan of that guy, but
he's a bore. Yeah.
All these people like after Star Wars, Captain Marvel was a huge hit to like shit on every day for any infraction. Rightfully so, in my opinion. I'm in agreement, but I don't know if you saw that clip on Kay's channel. I super chatted them at the end of their stream. I'm like, and it's funny because
I just was watching Trashcast for a second, and that's what Ethan just pulled up on his stream. That clip she just made.
It's funny because I super chat them. I was gonna like layer it because they were talking pause about AC/DC and Iron Man. So I was gonna be like, "Ooh, AC/DC," and then second half is gonna be like neg about Yaira. But yeah, I haven't super chatted them in a long time. I haven't interacted with them in like years. But it's a definitely a troubled fandom I have of them at the least. You know, I do find value in them. Do agree with all their takes, but they are also zeros that play softball for their buddies, which is exactly what we've been fighting with the mainstream shielding properties, you know, because it's woke. So
and not canceling people because they disagree with them. Right.
Yeah. And so yeah, I super chat him. And it's funny because like when he sees my name, he has that like we've had a friendly history.
That recognition, like I know Black Angus.
Like, Black Angus reviews. Wow, that guy's back. Super chat me, and then he reads it, and he's like, "Oh fuck!" And they instantly like hide it. He reads it. Give him credit. He read it. Unlike Eric, he'll try to ignore super chats if it doesn't. It's distracting. He reads it, but they hide it really fucking quick. And then they try to say, "Oh, SJW tactics," or whatever. It's like
no, but I heard Ryan go, "Yeah, everyone wants me to review comics. I've never reviewed a comic in my life." And mad props.
That's fair. That's
props.
Fair. That you know, here's the thing: you've repeatedly promoted this guy who is often a guest in your panels. Also, I looked at his channel because I knew he covered the gay Superman with the bisexual son of Superman, because he's a DC fan mostly. I know that.
Right. Yeah. Right.
There's a playlist of at least 20 videos of Ryan crying repeatedly about gay Superman for like within the last year.
Yeah, of course.
So
there is.
It's so disingenuous. You want to cry about Captain Marvel, rightfully so, and cry about gay. Bisexual men don't have sex with women, or gay men don't have sex with women or trans women. So bisexual Superman, 20 videos, but this generic Captain Marvel, she gets hit on.
This one right here,
yeah. This is why I see it, because she gets hit on by Eddie, and it's basically the same scene as in Captain Marvel, where the Dawn is like, "You should smile more, babe," and then she like crushes his hand. Because clearly he for unwanted sexual advance or interest, a creep deserves physical abuse. And so they escalate it, go past woke Captain Marvel, and seemingly she kills the guy.
Well, he's dead. Yeah. He's bleeding out his neck. It's not even his jaw. This is his neck bleeding. Like she took his head off his neck with her death blow. Her death blow. Why is she so mad? Just walk away. You can fly. I mean, literally, you can fucking fly. You don't have to give a shit about this dude. Why are these panels at these crazy angles, too? This drives me crazy. What am I looking at? This is like, it's so.
I don't mind.
I do, man. Like this is like a pie slice at the bottom. What the hell?
I don't mind. So, if you're talking about like what is the angle of this aesthetic, it's like things are getting topsy turvy for the Alpha Core. Like they're established in this universe with Alpha Core 1, and so they're like the guardians of peace and justice in Texas. And now there's this threat that is undermining them, and they can't put a cap on it. And so I movies, that's like, if you see the Infinity War trailer, there's a shot where like the camera like spins, and that is to signify like a power shift. And so I think maybe that was the angle of this art. If me assuming
with all these dead bodies, like, and then he goes, she says, "I want the fucking girl." What? Why do you want her? What value is she to you? Because you couldn't fucking kill her with your death blow? She kind of laughed at you? Is that why you care about her? Really weird.
So Solari takes her and fucks off. I'm trying to kind of skim some to avoid, ripitards striking me.
You'll be like Rippaverse, like canceled off Twitter because these guys are fucking. Like his whole Twitter's gone, man.
Yeah. And so yeah, they're fighting with Yaira. He's like, submit, Yaira. Let me take you alive. Be smart. And you got it wrong. You're the one inconveniencing me. That ends here. Do you know how many people you endangered with that little oil-filled stone of yours? Only 3 that mattered, and you're next. And so she seemingly gets away, takes Stefania, and Solari is stuck with the prisoners, but he seems to just kind of fucking abandon the prison with the jailbreak.
Yeah, man, whatever, dude. I got to catch the blonde bitch that just embarrassed me with her ice powers. Yeah.
Yeah, and so she takes her to seemingly her abode, which is, I get, this is what's confusing, because if you remember the nursing home, we're at the nursing home. They've clearly established this like an old folks home. She even narrates that, and then we abruptly cut to her lair, and there's no transition to understand us being here. And so your only assumption is that this is like a secret facility at the nursing home. But then we cut forward, and she's taken Stefania to what appears to be her home. And then Stefania starts realizing, like, oh, I don't have to be, I got powers, so the handcuffs aren't a problem. And then, like, she's going around. So if you forget, Carmen, the grandma, was stuck in, so they do establish that after interacting with Carmen, the old lady, that Stefania is her granddaughter, and so she like promises to like keep her safe.
So that's why she wants the girl. Okay.
Yeah, at first it was, how the fuck do you have my powers? So she's like, oh, here's a threat. But now with her old friend,
look how big Yaira is compared to her. She's like a fucking Amazon. Holy shit. Oh my God. No, go to the top panel.
Wow.
Holy shit, man. She comes to her tits, not even her shoulders.
Okay, in defense, I randomly, unrelated, saw someone share like stats that like the tallest white people are like Norse, like Nordic people. And
dude, she's taller than Isom and weighs more.
Stefania is a little Mexican, and they're classically little tiny people. So
okay, but she's bigger than Isom, and he's the hero. He's the guy that's the star of the world.
Yeah. Okay. So the swarm of Magus Numite has found Sally Rebel's abode and Stefania. And turns out Magus has been here the whole time, and he's killed Carmen, the friend of Yaira. This cannot be tolerated. And so now he's like, well, I'm going to get you next. And it's like, I'll eat her flesh and it'll be tasty. And then Stefania is assuming he's related to Yaira, given Yanessa and Yantony earlier. And so she's misconstruing that Yaira is to blame for Grandma's death. And so now she's turning on her. There's a little wacky
pages
fight.
are so busy, man. They're so busy. What the hell? Black.
Yeah,
and
there's
white.
never time to breathe.
There's never a time to just go, let me look at a picture and just enjoy the art.
This is like The Force Awakens. Like, I think The Force Awakens is a pretty good Star Wars movie, even though it's, kind of an easy reboot. But it's such a busy movie. There, as someone that is invested in the lore of Star Wars, these films, trying to follow like how this is going to type with the previous films, and the weight of the overarching story. The only time you actually get to rest narratively as an audience member is when they go to the cantina, and that's like 5 minutes, maybe, if that. So you don't really have time to like rest and ingest the plot and really dissect. So in hindsight, there's things that are obviously narrative problems in that movie that were kind of hoodwinked because the pacing is so boom, boom, boom. It's unrelenting. And that's a way to cover up bad storytelling.
Black Angus, I heard other people talk about like how they like the different colors of the word bubbles, the black, the white, the blue, because
I hate it because I have astigmatism. in one eye, so it's like already hard for me to focus.
I know, it's like it's too much. Like, am I supposed to read the black first or the white first? What the fuck are we doing here?
Also, if you notice the way they do every
font?
the font, like I'm fine with a wacky font for a like foreign character. That's totally classic, whatever. But the way they write, they put these dots in the O, and it's confusing when the E's are the same shape.
With the dot, yeah, of course.
And the D's as well are kind of shaped the same way. So it's like actually just literally hard for me to read it sometimes. So I have to like, it slows me down. So that hurts the pacing of like a good flow of a readership.
Right.
Yeah, she gets away from Angus, goes outside, but then he gets a death blow on her with I don't know, is he like shooting an ass blast through her gut?
No, it's a lightsaber that won't kill her. It went right through her belly. I mean,
I didn't even realize that he ass blasts her. He just goes
you better buy this book, Andrew Campbell. In my chat, you're always talking about how you're going to buy this book, and he can't wait for Horseman to show up, or Horseman.
Magus says, run, little rebel. You make Magus Newmite hungry for your sweet, fearful flesh.
What the fuck is sticking out of her stomach? Is that her intestine?
I think it's just blood.
No, that's blood.
I think that's meant
it looks kind of fleshy though.
Sure. No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I think it's meant to be blood. All right. So then we randomly.
And she can self-heal, I'm sure, right? Because she's lived forever. No.
We randomly cut to a janitor, and he's trying to clean up shit. And then we're actually at. So even though she's ass blasted through the gut, a death blow, she changes.
I think that's low now.
She changes into a work suit, a womanly work suit
with all the body welts. Yeah,
with all the bug bites and the ass blast through the gut, and then it startles Altona. She goes, "My word, Dr. Rodell, you scared me. What are you doing?" and like, you're bleeding.
This is the best dialogue.
So it's like she's shocked. Were you trying to sew yourself back up? I'm sorry, I don't trust you. You don't have
what
to.
What the fuck
Just
is this smile?
You. Yeah, and then she's smiling when it's like,
what is this Aunt Jemima smile? What the fuck is this?
I didn't notice this the first time reading, but yeah, it's like, okay, the shot, she's startled, clearly, she's bleeding. Her new associate star archaeologist, biologist, is wounded, and bug bites. But then she's like, yeah, you don't have to. Let me help you.
Look at that hand. Literally. Look
at
her
my
hand.
God.
It's fucking grotesque. Oh my God. If I grabbed a woman's hand and it was like that, I'd be like, oh, it's a man's hand. And she's got a manly grin like I'm going to bang. She looks like I want to fuck her. That's what that face tells me right there. I'm going to bang this bitch. I mean.
I didn't even oh my God.
Oh my God.
So they just have like.
Who's a girl here? Who the hell? Or that's a dude? Who's this guy?
That's the janitor that's been cleaning up the blood. He's like, what the hell? And so Yaira needs to be in the cold to heal. So she basically gets in a cold bacta tank, which is okay, fine. You know, sci-fi.
I like the bubbles over her nipples though. It's very convenient.
Well, it's weird because ice, not ice, fucking same thing. Eric is like, don't lewd my characters, but then they're like really, going over the top to like be sexual with the representation of Yaira, even though it's like tame because of the bubbles, well placed bubbles.
Totem has a very good point here at the bottom of your chat. You need to be more black voice to it. Add more black voice to
it. I'll try. I mean, it's not as easy to try to convey woman black because it's like I'm trying to convey that like that meme that black woman like ain't nobody got time for that.
I'll smack the shit out of you, bitch.
But
what the hell's her body? What's inside her body?
With Darren Fontano, it's very easy for me to like try to like do my own version of Cat Williams.
Mm.
It's like fuck, what does he say? Some of it legal, some of it not so much. It makes it way funnier to read them that way, but it's hard to like try to convey woman Blatt for myself. But yeah, I think this reveal she has like 2 hearts, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it looks like these are windpipes.
2 hearts,
but I think she has 2 hearts as well as 2 lungs.
I guess that fire on the oil field took care of, but it's all gray. Like I guess that fire on the oil took care of them all well enough. Everything went up like an eruption of fire. It took days to get it under control. My husband, Terrell, the fucking names he comes up with characters. Terrell
was my great uncle.
Worked on those oil fields. It can be a very dangerous place.
Yeah, so we understand that her husband died at an oil field working.
Goddamn! Look at her manly arms, dude. This is a man in a woman's skin. Like, this is gross. Like, ugh. Ew. Nothing about you makes me go, oh, I want to really root for her. She's sexy.
This is the mammoth known as Yaira. What are you talking about, Dave?
What the hell? Look at this ass picture right here. Are they like, is her pants below her ass crack? It looks like it is, but it's a weird reflection.
Yeah,
oh my god!
So she just got ass blasted with like a possibly mortal wound, and it's just like, whatever.
He died an honorable death on the job.
Wow.
Dying for an oil company is not honorable, hun. I'm telling you, they're just a fucking for-profit company.
Yeah,
that's not honorable. God damn, these Soska twins are fucking dumb.
Right, so we get this little tidbit though. Losing a husband is one of the hardest things one can live through. Do you have any children? And she says like vastly. It's like, and then she asks her, she's like, we're not quite there yet. So she's like still not trusting her, even though she like literally helped patch up her fucking ass blast.
Doesn't this look like this is where her skirt ends and this is where her top ends and we're seeing the crack of her ass? Like, literally, that's what that looks like.
So here's very important. All right, we're dealing with an infestation. These beetles started appearing all over town this morning. By midday, we estimated the swarm to be in the millions. They're stronger than any beetle we've seen before. Then Yaira's like, we need pyrethrin extracted from the chrysanthemum flower to eliminate the threat. Eliminate the threat. That's what the fucking hell monkey says. He's like, we must eliminate the human. Talking about Isom.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, it's a naturally occurring compound that acts on the nervous system of insects. The chrysanthemum is known as the flower of death from its usage in decorating gravestones throughout Europe. You're going to need to build this machine to get the compound into the air to kill the swarm. Do you think you can handle it? I'm the chief technology officer of one of the most advanced futurist companies in the world. I'll figure it out. So
now she trusts her. Like she went from a panel or 4 panels ago not trusting this woman to now letting this woman figure it out. So I was listening to a show on YouTube the other day, and you know how when you cut your grass, Black Angus, and you love that smell, right? Like, it's very like, I love the smell of cut grass. It's just a thing I like. I don't like the smell of gasoline, and the reason that cut grass smells the way it does is to keep the insects away. It keeps insects away from your yard. I'm like, holy shit, that makes sense.
I would think that at the least, yeah, like it's probably like some sort of pheromone or like you're wounding an organism. You're literally like maiming it with cutting the grass.
But like you keep the insects away, not the fucking rodents, because I got rabbits and fucking field mice all over my fucking yard digging holes.
I have a skunk. I live in town, but I have there's like a skunk. Like it was out at like 7 this afternoon.
I had a coyote in my fucking driveway like 2 weeks ago.
So I don't hate skunks, but it's just like you never know if it'll like spook and blast you, and so
right. But, raccoons, like I don't have trash cans outside there. I have like a trash dumpster in my yard because we're rural, so we just have them come once every couple of weeks to empty it because you can't burn your fucking trash anymore, right? You just can't burn your trash. That's illegal for some reason, even if you live in the middle of nowhere like I do. But I literally, when I'm mowing my grass, I could probably kill 10 field rodents every time if I was just carrying a 22 around, like just poof, poof. But I don't. Like, live your life. My mowing just gets bumpier and bumpier because they dig these fucking ridiculous holes. Now, once in a while, my dogs will dig down those holes and fucking yank them out. You're dead, you piece of shit. I gotcha.
So I'm pulling up ISON for you because I want you. This isn't just like a one-off comic. This is part of a growing universe.
A trend. We're seeing a trend.
So,
yes,
I want people to pair this reveal that Altona doesn't just work at Projexus, seemingly like an office worker and or a secretary to like Lincoln Eusebio. That's what it seems
like it seemed like she was the person at his desk that took the calls that came into his office. That's what I thought she was, like, legitimately. In the first book.
Let me scroll down and find Altona and ISOM 1. So here's the famous Yaira scene in ISOM 1. Gotta keep scrolling.
When's your book? Are you still working on your book?
Oh yeah, I just I need money, so it's just I'm not gonna like make it until I have secured enough money for a good artist. I could settle for like for my taste shitty art, but
where's your campaign? Why is your campaign not in the chat?
It's in the description if y'all want to.
No, dude. There were like 35 people here. Like, you got to put it in the chat so people click on it. A lot of people came because I put out there I was coming on your show, or Katie did. They don't all watch you every week, dude. Every time you bring us on, you got to put that in the chat, and maybe
I'm horrible at self promotion because like I just like hanging out with people.
I know I am the same way, but I'll help you, dude. Like, and I don't know what your work schedule is. Are you on days now or nights?
I got probably another week of days, and then I switched to nights for a couple weeks. Then we're this is my first almost full year at this job, but they have layoffs usually twice a year for the holidays for 4th of July and Christmas. So
okay,
June 29th, I think, so the last day I'll be available to work, and before the shutdown, I'll have about 3 or 4 weeks off. I'm debating whether, depending on the unemployment, because they have like a mass layoff number for unemployment for these shutdowns. I'm debating whether going to like a temp service and find like a month job or not. So I won't know my schedule with that either if I do that. Because I'm scared to try to rely, because you have to like be on time with your like weekly shit for unemployment, and it just you miss a day and you're like, oh shit, now you're out of a week's
just
pay.
Set an alarm, dude.
Sure, but
you never know call-in day.
You never know when like they're sending you the updates to follow up. It's just it's a headache. So I'm debating trying to find like a second job to like fill in for a month, but we'll see.
Uber Eats. DoorDash, just go drive some food around and make some cash. Whatever.
Maybe we'll see. Wait, okay, so here's the hospital. I'm trying to find the.
So I can like send you links now, and you might show up on a stream.
Oh yeah. Even on when I'm working nights, you can send a link. It's just if I'm working or not, if I'm doing overtime or not. But yeah, I have a schedule where it's like, all right, there's like a 2-day block, 2-day block off. There's a 3-day block. There's a 3-day block off. So there's a pattern, but it's, you know, it's still like not like customary. It's factory work. So
Yeah, sure.
It's a high turnover because of weird schedules type stuff. And it's just grueling and fucking hot. So.
Right.
Wait.
I'll send you the link most of the time I stream so you can get on here and promote your book, dude.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. So I'm lost here because I feel like this upload is missing shit in the book. So all right, I saw him escapes the hospital. His sister picks him up. There should be a part where he's in her apartment and he's like, "Why didn't you answer with a gun?" Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Let me refresh it. Because it's missing pages. Because I want to show it to the audience so that I'm layering it with Altona. Yeah, if you want to back my posters and help contribute to help me make my comic, instead of like trying to go fund me or just rely on super chats, it's a way to like, I've made something, promo art, you get it, and you're getting something in return, investing in me, and you're also getting the secure feeling like, all right, Angus can fulfill something small, so I'll trust him with the bigger thing. So that was the whole idea of doing the promo art. For any new viewers. Fuck yeah, I don't. This upload's missing pages, but in I saw him after he escapes the hospital. His sister picks him up, and he sees Vassie, the niece, and it seems like they're just in an apartment. And so you wouldn't expect a chief technical officer to be just slumming it like a normie in a apartment.
Yeah, especially when she's working for a $1 billion corporation. She's chief technical officer in Texas. She might have a house, like or maybe a 3-bedroom penthouse somewhere in Dallas. I mean, who the fuck knows? Or at least a mid-level high-rise somewhere, right?
Yeah. And so this is the problem when they like all of a sudden abruptly advance Altona from being a mid-level worker at Projexis to actually she's like super duper and just make this machine to fight this alien and his bug swarm from another planet, easy peasy.
I love that she puts on the fucking radiation suit after, like, why?
Oh shit,
look at, like, what the fuck, why is she wearing a radiation suit? And then she takes it off. And then what's his hand? What is she doing with the hand down here? Is this like her palm print because she works for Projexis? Team UPS aren't your strong, or Team Ups aren't your strong suit, are they? Thank you, Altona. I must go to complete my part of this mission. And what's that? What the fuck?
And then we abruptly cut to Alpha Core with Stefania. And she's
again
saying, like, I don't know. They keep bothering about Yaira. And she's like, I don't know anything. Fuck. These are like the worst detectives.
Got punched in the face. Yeah.
And it seems like he's starting to earn her trust. So they're kind of mirroring Solari and Stefania in trust with Altona and Yaira and their trust. And here is Braxwell, and he's just like, huh?
Scooby-Doo. I'm Scooby-Doo.
Ricky Ritardo is surprised. And then we get this
this is the ice images, but that was from Horseman.
This is the double page spread. And look, on top of one of the buildings,
what?
He advertises in a Rippaverse comic, Rippaverse Comics.
Oh my God.
And also, so Floor Spark, I always assumed was its own unique new city in Texas, separate from Dallas. Like Dallas is its own place.
Right.
And then Floor Spark is a new made up city.
What's up, Sue?
Like suspension bridge. But no, he has the Dallas Ball Tower. I've been in it when I was a kid. I went in one of the restaurants. he has the Dallas ball here. And here is, I am assuming, the Projexis building.
Whoa.
And the TV's filming this.
Not even a channel, just TV. It's not even channel fucking 13. It's just TV. Yeah.
Yeah. And then not only is she doing ice powers, but it appears she's doing lightning. And it doesn't appear she has a scar from her ass blast from Magus Newmite. So this is double page spread of basically the middle of the book.
Oh my God.
All right.
And now we got abs again already. Her abs are back after getting her fucking gut annihilated. Oh my God.
I am done fucking around. I'll make it nice and easy for them to find me. If I play this right, I'll take out 2 birds, 1 stone. Or rather, 1 storm. Magus, you monster. Black sorcerer. Tonight you die.
Oh my
Death
God.
blow. And the people were like, oh, it's snowing in Texas. What the hell? And there's like this Down syndrome kid going, snow.
Snow. Snow. Cowards, show yourself. You want me? Come and get me. I'm right here. Enough of your insolence. What the fuck? Thank you, Eric. Thank you for making more content for every fucking anti-Eric content creator.
You're gonna love this progression. All right, so for arbitrarily, like, these people flew in from space, and then they just, I guess, in their cave, had luggage and decided to put on their armor,
change their suits.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
All right, and so wait, who's doing this zap on him? I guess,
is that the bug guy?
No, he's getting blasted. All 3 of them are getting blasted by, looks like, heat.
Who's Fire Woman?
And then, hey, handsome, what took you so long? Snow in Texas this time of year. Reinforcements, Yaira. How cute. Now you can all die together. I don't know why my camera, there's like a few of these pictures I have to like turn them. I don't know. I was taking them all straight up and down. So, all right. So this is in Texas, by the way. All right. So they've all brought with their ice powers this blizzard upon Texas, Central Texas. All right. And so here's what's funny. Okay. So I gave credit yesterday when I was reading. All right. So right here, Ingrid says, lethal force authorized, sir. He says, by any means necessary, Ingrid. And I mean any. Now, this is lame, but I gave Rippaverse credit collectively with the storytelling. I think it's bad placement, because we've already seen multiple times they're just at like Alpha Core base.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen in Alpha Core, and I think in ISOM too, them like talking about data collection and shit. And so these stories have already like wasted full pages to like tell redundancies and, you know, needless expository shit.
So my preview of your review was right. Like redundant nonsense. Like we've read this already. Yeah, we read this. But yeah,
for this lethal force part, I think this is bad placement, but I don't think it's bad storytelling, because they're like cops. They're generally meant like save people, but then these are like accept threats that like it may have to kill you to like save. It's reasonable, you know. But I think it's horrible placement where it's like, wait, you are like monitoring them, and now you like fly in to apprehend possibly all 4 of these people, and you're just now game planning that you might need to like kill these people. I think that would be game planned at base. So I think this is maybe like kind of like corny expository shit for the audience, but like this is something that the audience would know. unless it was like a surprise reveal. Like,
yeah, but they
"Oh,
were
we
marching
killed
those
him."
people in, and the people were watching. Alpha Core was watching in the windows. Are like, hey, when we meet Yaira again, lethal force. And
Yeah.
then when they get here, it does not be a comment in the fight. Like, I mean, you're flying towards her, and now you have to ask for permission. What are you talking about? We should know we can take her out.
So, they're doing their shit in Texas, and then we go back to Projexus, and just seemingly just right away, Altona, super boss girl, black empowered woman,
From Black Panther, right? She's the same chick from Black Panther, the 12-year-old girl. Yeah,
that's funny. She's just sure, yeah. Which that's woke, but it's definitely not woke when it's
not woke in Eric's world. No, of course not.
And she just magically, in a couple hours, it seems, makes a machine to take out alien insects
because of a fucking plant found on Earth.
And
like the plant is a derivative of an Earth plant. Like, this is an alien that made this fucking bug. What are we talking about?
It's a sorcerer alien too.
Yeah.
So, and so she just like poops out a like beam pyramid, and this, I guess, takes out the threat of the bugs. And so then kind of like the Jedi, especially with Acolyte being a new thing out that's very lame. Brings to mind the Jedi. He senses his drones are being decimated by Altona. And so I guess Yaira gets away and brings back Stefania to Altona. So she's starting to trust her some, and it's like, keep her safe. And so then she escorts Altona, then escorts.
Do you see how they try to make her sexy like as many times as they can? Like her ass and her abs are always in every frame.
Yeah, it's like Twilight with Jacob. He's always shirtless.
Yeah. It's a little like, we get it, dude. I mean, just draw a good character. And
yeah, so she drops her off, and then we stay with Stefania and Altona. And it's revealed that they like in Projexus, this is even Alpha Course, this is Projexus, they have like accept resistant fucking Star Wars plasma beam prison cells. And all right, so Yaira then takes off. All right. And then she's thinking about the past. So we're starting to get, this whole thing is going to be a big reveal about she crashed on Earth, and she meets the Vikings, and then she falls in love with a Viking. I think his name's Gorm, which is like, okay, whatever, I buy it. But they have this weird dialogue, is like her narrating. She's like, it was there that I met him, my Gorm, he who worships God. All right. Now, given the history of the Vikings, this could be very key in our known history of like, at some point, the Vikings became Christianized through both missionary work and with their interaction, starting to like assimilate with the rest of West Europe. And so when you say God, when you're showing a Viking, it's like, wait, okay, that gives us like some sort of loose time placement and acculturation for real historical people. But then they write this back and forth. Is like, they'll say God, but then they'll say gods. And it's really annoying to me, being interested in mythology. But like, she goes walrus hunting with them. And I guess, it's like maybe an honor thing, even though she's like a goddess, this is fine, is what I'm saying. But it's like, my assumption, because they don't quite delineate, is that like, oh, she's just doing like everyone, like she could just like do Yaira powers on these walruses, but she's doing like human labor to earn a kill. And so, but they don't like delineate that.
But like, this is like completely different art here too. Like, this is like a complete visual difference in the art. Like, this is wild.
Yeah. So,
which I don't have a complete problem with, but it looks more like a comic. This is my hang up, okay, with the God thing. So you saw singular God earlier, but then she says, Gorm and his people accepted me. They thought I was a gift from the gods. I foolishly allowed them to.
I learned to pray from them and tried to speak to whom I assumed they called a god on this planet. So then they go back to singular, which if you've read ISOM 2, when he goes to Bloodroof's castle, they're talking about hell and stuff. And he asks about like dimensions or universes. And she's like, that's fictional nonsense. There's only one hell, but all these other non-Christian religions have gotten aspects of hell right. They've all cataloged dimensions of hell. All right, so he's writing in a like Christian mindset, but then he includes this Norse shit, and he says gods, but then they keep going back and forth, God and gods, and it's like it's very key when you're including Vikings to differentiate if they're polytheistic pagans or Christian and think of a singular monotheistic God.
But on the last panel, she's like, "I gave up on God." She says here at the bottom, he never answered. So I said, fuck this motherfucker. That's basically what she's saying. And because we know the Soska sisters are sadistic twins, they don't believe in God either.
Yeah. And so then she, marries Gorm and she bestows on him a super sword. All right. But this is just immortal. All right. And so when you see this, you instantly start thinking, oh, is this going to start tying into Norfolka? But no. And she's married and accepts basically she's an elf and they're men. She's Arwen and he's Aragorn. But she has kids, even though
she's a badass provider.
Well, I was going to say, she's immortal.
This, dude. This looks ridiculous.
But here's the thing. This is again how unimaginative Eric is. It's one thing to pull like classic Viking names from mythology, but he literally rips off like all these key names. After Njord came Baldur, then Ragnar, Sigrid, my twin girls Astrid and Freya, and Sweet Tyr. He literally just rips off every like major
where the fuck is Loki and Thor?
Yeah, it's like he's just missing those basically.
Magnus, is it Loki, Thor, Magnus, and
Odin?
There's 4 of them, the 4 Norse gods: Loki, Magnus, Thor, and I remember because I lived in Iceland for 4 years, dude. Like,
oh, okay,
yeah. So that was part of our freshman year was Icelandic history and their mythology in high school. So in on a Navy base, and we had an Icelandic man come in and tell us the mythology. Is Magnus, Thor, Loki, and Jesus Christ. Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Yeah. So she's narrating that, she's buried every child, every grandchild. No one's ever shown power. And at some point she kind of just checks out of like keeping up with the family. And then abruptly we're in Brian Solari's workout facility. Don't know if this is at Alpha Core base or if it's at his home, but he's like, you can come out. Am I that predictable? We are becoming an old married couple, Brian. I'd like to file for divorce.
Oh my God, that's so bad.
I was hoping you saw you were outnumbered and decided to turn yourself in, spare some casualties for a change. I don't want Stefania to die. This mess I am in is of my own making, and I am going to clean it up. If they defeat me, they will come for her next. I cannot allow it.
Why?
Who is she to you? Does she even know? Again, Alpha Core like never knows anything.
Yeah.
Who is she? Swear to me and you'll never see me again. You have my word. Good. I'll have my friend get in touch on how to retrieve her. You have a friend. So it's going to tie back to Altona.
God.
All right. So all this reminiscing, and then she goes to Solari, and then she fucks off. And it turns out she goes to Iceland to Hekla volcano, which is a real place. I
know. I lived there.
And they, I was saying for the audience, I looked up yesterday after reading that just to make sure, because let me fast forward a bit. she fights these guys, whatever. But once she like solves this volcano problem later on, she looks at like a fucking cityscape, and it's like there is no fucking city by Hecla Volcano.
Nope.
So you took the time to research to like, you know, draw this, but then like, yeah, there's all these angles I looked at on Google Images. There's no fucking city. There might be simple villagers and farmers around here. There's no
Couple
fucking
of sheep
city.
herders. Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess this is like where she left her like super sword and
With her dead husband.
Yeah, and so this is like sentimental. It's like if I'm going to die, I'll die in my real home as far as Earth is concerned. So I was like, okay, whatever, that's fine. And then we interject again with this fucking the past, the gateway to hell.
Christ.
Hecla volcano. Then we cut back to present, and so you've chosen an appropriate place to die. You honor me by allowing me to be your executioner. Back home, they will hear of what I've accomplished here, and your power will continue to fade away. You will praise my name just like they do his. And they never say exactly who his name is. So they, you know, have this fucking fight. Magus is here. And then
you know why I know Hecla, dude? Because I moved to Iceland in 1981, and a week later, Hecla erupted. That's why I know Hecla. And there's nothing there. It's just there was no threat to anybody's life. It just was cool to see. Like, holy shit, there's a fucking volcano ash cloud coming at us.
Yeah, and so there's like these diamond things that like pop up, and they seem to just like attack anybody. They don't have like any like loyalty. They're just like, you know, beast of the. That's whatever. They're like a unaffiliated opponent for both sides. So they're
But why are they
sides.
there? Are they just
I'm
there?
assuming they're just like you know, rock thing like in Lord of the Rings in the Misty Mountains.
Okay.
You know, whatever. Again, I'm being objective as much as I can
Sure.
be. And so yeah, it's fine. But yeah, like these this is Kanan or Joe Bennett. Some of these shots
Right.
at least.
Right.
They fight and see. Let me see. What is this is actually key. Yancey's like, then the credit of bringing the terrorist known as Yaira to justice shall be mine. Why are you smiling? I thought this would be an appropriate place for the three of you. We're on the mid-Atlantic ridge in a divergent tectonic plate boundary over a hot spot. I don't care about this stupid planet. Why are you freezing yourself to me? I'm not. I'm absorbing nitrogen, turning it into its liquid form and pumping it through my body. I have an internal temperature of negative 320 degrees Fahrenheit, and I'm hoping that's enough. Enough for what? Enough for this charade? Extremism strives and cowardice amid cowardice. It is time I ended this. The 3,200 degrees Fahrenheit of Hecla's lava is her reveal. And she crashes him and somehow Yanessa as well into the volcano. Now where's that bitch? So they don't bleep out that abruptly. I guess because they understand almost no one's going to read this far into the story. So like, who's going to care? It just doesn't make sense with the previous bleeping. But yeah, so she throws him. She's only attached to him. Throws him into the volcano lava. But then Yanessa somehow gets wrapped into this. And
how did you legitimately read this and go, I'm having fun? Like,
well, it's partially because of the Rippatars, because, you know, like, it's like, so I'm an atheist. And so I I'm not asserting any being, but for a reason, typically in America with Christians especially, they put the impetus of proof on me, the atheist, who is not asserting any being. They have a positive belief in a being that
it
is
exists,
unproven.
right? Sure,
But
right.
yeah, the burden's always on the atheist for some reason when we're not making outlandish faith-based claims.
Right, I get you.
It's so it's the same thing with Rippatards, where like I had the interaction with Eric, that video from September last year, my back and forth film, where I'm like, I'm good faith saying like, hey, this is the sequence of events. This doesn't make sense for the power set of ISOM.
Yeah.
Can you like, if I got it wrong, fucking explain it. And then he just like keeps obfuscating and it's sidestepping me like, oh, you just have reading comprehension. You're trying to say I'm a retard. And I'm like, if
you didn't read the whole book.
If I'm wrong, then tell me where I'm wrong. And he wouldn't. And he kept retweeting it to try to like, expose me to more Rippatards to all pile on me. And it's not going to work on me, dude. My heels dug in, man. I'm after this. Fucking make it make sense. It's like I've read both these books. How am I explaining the plot wrong? And
right.
This is what like drives me to read these books, because the like just disingenuous gaslighting these people do when you're like, yeah, this stuff's stupid.
You mean like Disney directors when they say their movies are good? Yeah, same thing, right? So Eric's just playing the same fucking game plan as those guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm a fandom minister. I've been here since Last Jedi. I've already dealt with this shit.
I buy your books, motherfucker. I want to know the answers to my questions. This is a good faith argument. Why am I reading this backwards, dude? Can you tell me? He's like, fuck you. You're a hater. You're blocked.
Yeah.
Okay. You just lost like sales forever from me. And that's how I feel about the guy.
So here's a problem narratively that's not like me just saying, haha, y'all are dumb, but it's like legitimate narrative problem is, all right, so she's taking out Yanessa and Yantony, but Magus Newmight's still a problem, and he does another ass blast, which we've already seen fucks her up.
Rips her belly right out, yeah.
And it's a mortal wound if not healed. He ass blasts her, and there's not an escalation of I got new armor, or I got new power, or I've like went Super Saiyan 2. There's nothing. She's had no escalation to combat the established power that has injured her. And then he blasts her again, but it's not a problem so much this time.
Oh my god.
He says, did you forget my invulnerability to magic's foolish little Yaira? Okay. And then she's like, I was very foolish once, never again. And she remembers her sword. And then magically she goes and grabs it, which is like, if it was here this whole time, why didn't you know this place, they're visitors, why didn't you already grab it? Whatever. And so she gets the sword, cuts them up. And then this is bad paneling.
Yeah.
Because how it reads is you want to read it 1, 2, 3 with the middle one being 2, but it's actually 1 down to 2, middle panel 3, 4, 5 on the right.
Yeah.
And so you have to reread this against your natural visual progression.
Right.
But yeah, she stabs him with her magic sword that you assume is from Bifrost. And so what would this matter to a sorcerer? But whatever,
Oh my god, dude.
But because of her shenanigans taking out them in the lava, now the volcano is starting to erupt. And so she's like, well, I gotta stop. Now she wants to be a hero for some reason. And it's like, oh, I've done it. And basically like Captain Marvel. It's pretty much no inconvenience to actually stifle this volcano. And oh, look, she's great because she saved a whole city, even though that's not actually fucking there. But narratively, whatever, let it slide. But yeah, it does blow up in her face. She falls in the water.
But people that don't like Eric will never let it slide. Everybody's going to point that out. They're like,
she falls in water, loses her sword, and then it's like, oh, is that a like Aquaman, Neptune?
Yeah, right.
And then we cut to Alpha Core. They're picking up Stefania from jail. And this was funny because you've seen pretty fairly consistent art of Solari, but then look at this. This is probably Joe Bennett, but look at his fucking eyes. Randomly, he's got tiny eyes.
His eyes look fucked up.
He looks high, and his eyes are like shrunken. It's like a Ryan Cannell face or something.
Yeah.
Let's see. Probably the best. Evening Solari. All the files are in order for her to transfer to J. Sully Ward. Probably the best place for her. Lots of out of control accepts in there. And then Ingrid's like, "Have you ever been inside J. Sully Ward?" No, ma'am. And they spell ma'am wrong. Then you don't really know how it is for accepts in there. So they keep hinting at this like oppressed class issue with the accepts, even though they're the beloved Alpha Core, that they still have a chip on their shoulder like the X-Men.
Yeah.
Makes no sense. And so Stefani's like praying to God, oh, give me another chance. And so basically he's like hints that they're going to make a deal where you're going to work for us if you want to be free. And so it's really like indentured servitude for the Alpha Core to have a new chick. All right. And
so
then
now Yaira's underwater.
She's underwater, and now she's got her suit that is apparently Atlantean, my guess. And she's wondering who saved her. And it's like, it's him. Could it be Neptune? So not only is he ripping off Norse mythology, he's directly ripping off
Greek,
Greco-Roman, Proto-Indo-European mythology.
Ethan, I don't even need your hat for this. This is so fucking dumb. Oh my god.
And so then we cut back to Altona in Texas with the blizzard subsided, but all the snow's still there for a while. Everyone's just magically has snowsuits in Texas. Usually
it snows doesn't one time a year and for 2
like
inches
for
and
inch.
they close down the state. Yeah.
The snow stopped falling. Does that mean you're coming
the
back?
Tonka trucks in the driveway? Oh, that's so cute.
And then Lincoln Eusebio says this alien insect species seems to have been eradicated by us. Someone at Projexus has a secret. I wonder who. How curious. Like this could be a huge OPSEC issue for all of your technology you're developing. You might have like a fucking double agent that snuck into your company. I mean, you got a problem with Darren Fontano, a fucking pimp club owner for some reason. And you also have like an unidentified person destroying interstellar bugs. And you're just like, huh, that's curious.
But she doesn't have a key card or a password to get in a computer where he could just look it up. Like, who logged the fuck in last time?
Right. Yeah, he's got IT.
That's how this is 2024, dude. Technology is that fucking tight. What are we doing here? You can't drive in your car without Apple telling you or knowing where the fuck you're at.
So this is the final page. We're finally coming in. Doing target practice. He's like, excellent strike, cadet. Your control over your power seems optimal when you are able to maintain control over your emotions. Where have we seen that narrative? Captain Marvel. Oh, you're so emotional, Captain Marvel.
Oh, you're so emotional.
What the hell is that supposed to mean, old man? And look, she's got a new haircut. She went from the lesbian side haircut to now she's just like a short hair lesbian. It is a compliment, child. Let it also serve
another child.
Warning.
Another child fucking comment.
When you lose control, you lose. I won't lose. Next time I face Yaira, I'm going to win. I recognize the rage in you, Cadet Martinez. What happened to your grandmother? What happened to my abuela? I will never forgive Yaira for. She took my only family away. If I ever see Yaira again, I'm going to kill her on my life. I will be the one to kill Yaira. I'd have to neutralize you. Unless you want to go back to prison, you'd better control your emotions. And it's like just how nonchalant. It's like, yeah, murdering people, that's an infraction, cadet. I'll have to cite you on that one. And Yaira's just here, like, I guess, overhearing it and moping. And that's the book. Wasn't that worth it?
No. No.
The mammoth. Mammoth
my
known
wife
as
texted me.
Yaira.
My wife texted me like 2 hours ago. Said she's going to bed. I should have went to bed with her. I mean, what the fuck? That was horrible. Maybe I'm not going to bring on what's his name, because if he thinks Yaira's good, maybe we can have a civil conversation on my channel. Holy shit.
Yaira caused climate change. Yaira mad because she an immortal widow. Toto Min 666 Rippaverse, world where everyone not over 90 IQ, local Superman, not even evil, for fuck's sake. Yeah, they keep giving the Homelander haircut. It's weird. Hell yeah. Yeah, Braxel doesn't say one word besides in different tones. Terrible generic action. What the fuck, Snowman? Stop stalking me. Samurai was here first, Summer Swan. Only because Tony sent us to mailing string, which was boring as fuck. Yeah, I had to get out of there. Well, probably not staying somewhere. Red messed up my thing. Wait, what? What happened?
You keep reading. Yeah, they keep going.
Just kayfabe or whatever. What's kayfabe?
What's kayfabe?
I know, like, there was like kayfabe in I know that word in association with Ed Piskor, but I don't know what that means, because I think like that was their show or something, or a name in their show. I'm not sure. I'm fat. Red told Wizard sleeping with fat women is like being trapped under a building.
Then stay on the bottom. It's a pretty easy fix. Don't get on
First
top.
one gets mad at me about my relationship takes, but the plus side is like I enjoy the body spectrum of women.
Yeah, who's Red and Wizard? I don't even know who that is, but either
maybe
way,
Wizard of Wordplay.
Maybe. Just stay on the bottom.
Who thinks Yaira's good?
Not me. It's awful.
Kayfabe is like acting. Okay, so it's some sort of hipster slang of the young people.
Gotcha.
That was brilliant. That was good. So I don't know if you saw, I shared and other people shared that picture. Vonster shared the woke murder of an inmate for hitting on her. And these people are like instantly knee jerking to defend this, that like, well, of course she killed him. He's a rapist. And it's like,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, the scene where Yaira murders the prisoner.
Oh, yeah.
The Rippatards are going full woke and defending it, instantly knee-jerk assuming that the prisoner is a rapist. Now, it's funny because this is the same people that love Eric for his political commentary, being a lolbertarian, an ANCAP, anti-government, and they're just assuming in this story that, like the fascist super police state of Alpha Corps would clearly never prosecute and imprison anyone wrongfully. They just instantly assume every case has been squeaky clean.
Which I do not get that from Solari at all. He's a justice guy. I actually think that he wants to do the right thing. That's why he told his team to hang back. Let her come to us. I mean, he's not going to put his team in danger if he doesn't have to. The fuck? Summer Swan says, yeah, I prefer the bottom. Yeah, or the behind. Either way.
I like being on bottom. I like seeing all the goods over me, dangling, flopping around.
I just like sex. I'll take it however I can get it. Okay.
Can't disagree there, but if,
right.
I have my choice. Like I like them on top usually.
My choice is when my wife is ready. Because ain't nobody else for the last 30 years I've touched. So whatever. And if I play my cards right, I might smooth my way into something tonight, or she'll say, "Get the fuck away." Okay, either way, I'll take the answer. But I do have to go. I got to get up in like 5 hours. I got to go to work.
You're fine, man.
But Black Angus, I'll send you the link every day. And if you want to join if you can. If not, we got to get your book promoted, dude. I want you to keep working on it because your posters are good.
I appreciate it. Yeah. And yeah, this is the other value of being critical of these books is you get insight into what I like in stories and what like instantly sticks out to me of like, whoa, that's fucking dumb. And so you kind of get like I get a sense of Angus's value in storytelling, and I get a sense of like I'll back him because I think he'll tell a good story. He's thought of things.
Well, it's like I was talking to Salty, who made Silence Do Good, and he's never done a book before, but he was able to contact Mike Barron, and Mike Barron actually told him what he should work on. That's how good of a guy Mike Barron is. He has no reason to respond to Salty, but he saw his page. He's like, I would probably change this or I would change that. And Salty's like, dude, he's such a great guy. So I think, once you get to that level where you're actually making pages and stuff and you send it to the right people, Black Angus are going to help you out. Most guys just want to see people be successful. Not everybody's jealous. Not everybody's, Smiller or fucking, what's the other dipshit? Matt Barr. They're so jealous of other people's success. It's kind of gross, like super gross. When they should just be like, well, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. Let's help this new creator find a foundation and build something that helps the whole community, right? Black Angus, if you do a book that does $20,000 like B.A. Turner, and you start making videos and you bring people on your channel, you go on their channels, it just grows the community. It makes it bigger and bigger and bigger. Because I don't think it's shrinking. I think
people are more hesitant. Like there's already a base. They've not gone anywhere. They're just more hesitant. Some of them are jaded with EVS. They want to cry about his late books. And that's like a preference thing. You know, I won't fault them, even though it's like, somewhat disingenuous. Now EVS, he's even said like, I should fucking crank this out better than I'm doing. He's aware of his shortcomings. So,
but he's also rich as fuck.
And you can cry about trash, yes, but this is also a way to promote other people.
Right.
He's hiring other people to do other projects under his label. So it's like,
and he does a weekly show with his comic book friends to promote their books. And he brought you on his show on Sunday when he was doing the Iron Age shit, right?
Yeah, that was funny. It was funny because I just happened, like I was playing Rome. So I was just, normally if I'm playing Rome Total War, I'll just be lost for hours, moving my guys on the map, taking territory and shit, trying to build my economy. And I just happened to check my messages, see what's going on Twitter, and I got an EVS message and it's a fucking link. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
fuck, jump at that. Okay, it was recent, and then I'm like, fuck, I'm on. I didn't know if it's gonna be like some private thing, if it's gonna be like some sort of powwow, if he's gonna,
And you gained a lot of subs from that too, right?
If it was gonna turn into some sort of gay op with Anna, because I hate that bitch. Didn't know what to expect, and it's like, oh, it's a fucking stream. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, just fucking.
I wish he would keep doing that because that was kind of fun. But
yeah,
I don't know if he was making any money with it because he makes so much money on.
It was just to troll Eric and the Iron Age retards.
Yeah,
they're just trying to.
But he was also trying to promote people like you and BA and other people on that, and that's what the point was. Like, I'll make Iron Age something that the Iron Age isn't even doing.
Yeah, see, EVS is a weird one for me because like. You see my sub count, so if you don't know my history, you just think, oh, here's like a little guy, and then whoa, he gets on 100k EVS, like whoa, that's got to be like there's like an awe factor you got to worry about.
Sure,
but I've streamed with him a couple times before on like open call kind of streams he's done in the past, and also been at this long. I've interacted with all these top channels. I've streamed with them. Streamed with Jeremy. I've streamed with Nerdrotic.
Oh, you have?
World Class. Yeah, I started as a bullshitter fan. That's how I started in Fan of Minutes. So I go way back, and I've interacted with these guys in their growth. So luckily I have that background to not get stuck in like the awe of like someone
all CG or whatever,
I'm a fan of,
right.
Long time, deer in the headlight kind of thing. Luckily I have I feel like I have good composure with like not getting like starstruck, even though I do like just adore EVS. He's fucking hilarious. Makes cool.
Yeah, he's a funny dude. Yeah.
It is a privilege to get on a channel for whatever like that, but I didn't know what to expect. And
not just funny, but direct. And I like direct people because that's what I am. I'm direct.
You know what it is for me, especially because I'm from Oklahoma and you're from Arkansas. So, we have similar kind of temperament from where we've grown up.
Sure.
What I noticed when I was in the Army, because like the melting pot of the whole country, I really gravitated towards Northeast people. I love like their punchy wit. They're very like West Coast boxing. Bill Walsh translated, West Coast boxing into football, him and Paul Brown. So that's the analogy I'm making. There's like a real punchy, quick, fast-witted humor. And so I just really gravitate that naturally. Like I haven't watched Sopranos. I've seen like 2 episodes. Like I want to dig into it, but just there's things where it's like I'm out in the dark with like EVS's like what makes his personality, but it's instantly gravitating to me. So.
It's gravitating because it's just that whole. First of all, the accent's funny in the right way, not annoying, but just funny because he's not Boston, he's Jersey, so there's a big difference. And he is defending a business that he cares about without a bunch of fucking hate. It's just funny. He's just laughing at these people. Like, what are you doing to yourselves? And that's what I love. He's like, why are you doing this, Eric? Shut up. But if you're going to keep talking, we're going to keep mocking. And, what do you think Yellow Flash's book is going to do revenue wise? That's the big question because this guy's turning off a lot of people.
300.
He's lost $100,000 easy since not doing a Indiegogo when he talked about the book a year ago, because now he's lost so many subs to his weekly stream. They're not going to go back and buy his book.
I'm just going to guess 300K because he's not done anything before, but he's a big channel.
You think 300K? You think he's going to do that much?
Well, compared to like Eric, I think that's like a reasonable guess for a big channel.
But Yellow Flash isn't the token black guy.
No, I know that, but he's got a simp army. He's got his shills. He's got like Fatal J and
Fatal J, dude.
So.
Fatal J showed up at my channel one night. You saw that, right?
Yeah. No, me and Fatal J have like a conflicting history. I was his first live stream.
I actually think Fatal J is one of these guys that just wants to grow his channel.
Yeah.
And when he goes on a Yellow Flash stream, he's just gonna fucking, oh my God, your book looks so good.
He
doesn't give a fuck about Yellow Flash's book. He don't care.
Wait, are you saying Flash or Fatal J sent me?
Fatal J. No, Fatal J is talking about how great his book looks.
No. Yeah, but I'm reacting to Summer's one. Are you saying, just clarifying, you're saying Yellow Flash or Fatal J, because we were just saying his name when you said that. So.
Oh, probably Yellow Flash.
Clarity will help me on that.
Fatal J sending no fucking night letters to Nina. He's got 10,000 subs. She's got 25,000. There's a hierarchy to this shit, right?
Right.
But apparently, I guess Ethan was just fucking stream sniping Nina all night tonight. Which could be she says Flash.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe it because Yellow Flash is a piece of shit. He's a complete piece of shit.
It was the timing of her comments why I had to clarify.
Right.
But anyway, you need to get out here. You need to go sleep, get ready for work. So.
Chat, thank you all for being here. I'll be on tomorrow night, 7:00-ish. And have a good night. Black Angus, thanks for having me on. And we'll see you later, bud. And Yaira sucks.
Thank you for coming on, man. All right. Oh, and I should get Dave's link. If y'all aren't sub for some reason or a replay of the chat, let me add that for you. What's up, Vimraz? Thanks for hanging out. Let me get that link before I forget. BTM reviews. All right. There is some stuff I want to look into. Definitely curious about sniping some trash cast, possibly. Maybe look at Tony's stream if they revealed any Dallas shenanigans with Mint and Riley. Man, I wish I would have stayed, but Frog Tony's my main man. That's fine, Samurai. I'll have to rewatch the whole thing. Yeah, we had some good conversation. We got some tangents about other sci-fi entertainment. So it's more than just Yaira talk. Get some insight, me and Dave. Yeah, I caught the beginning of Nina's stream until Tony came on. She was just starting to explain the night letter, but I left. Interesting. Yeah, there's Dave's link. Let me add that to the description as well. Before I forget, I'll have to add everyone else's as well. Panel BTM reviews. Where's the colon? There you go. Shit. That looks like a penis. Yeah, so bear with me for a second. Troubleshooting a little bit. Let's find out. Trying to see what all EVS is looking at in this stream. Looks like Nina's showing some DMs. He's looking at the rap with the gay Star Wars acolyte. Wait, who is? Oh my God! Did he Rippaverse do a puppet of Ricada? I haven't seen that before. And if there's anything y'all specifically want me to look at from Twitter or YouTube, whatever, it might pertain to the Mammoth known as Yaira or anything else, YouTube drama, let me know. Put it in the description or comment. Hell, Sopranos. I don't know. Sopranos EVS. Curious if Rookie would pop in randomly. I don't know if he listened to the stream or not and retained some of this Yaira coverage I've given y'all. This deep dive into the does Eric know that mammoths are extinct? I wonder if he knows that. Right, so he's looking at John De La Rose shit. Oh, John De La Rose did a review of Ripazine, it appears. Okay, I'll have to look at that. Let's see what else CBS talking. He showed my clip. Okay, we're gonna look at this. Let's see what y'all are saying. Tony's my main man too. After Wizard, of course. Angus gets sloppy seconds. I'm my actual main man. Angus is a great name for a guy who likes to beef, like with Anna Fatal J. Yeah. Will you be reviewing? Oh, dude, of course I will be reviewing Gidding. Here's the thing about Gidding. The other interesting thing with the oil rig explosion that Yaira causes with the don't fucking mess with Texas. And then we find out Altona's husband, Terrell, died a hero on an oil rig. What's she say? What's she say here? see. My husband Terrell worked on those fields. It can be a very dangerous place. He died an honorable death on the job. So there's a little libertarianist finally. That's the thing. Eric is, trying to like pussyfoot and be like, well, I said this is an unwoke company. It's not anti-woke. He's trying to leave wiggle room to still try to appeal to the mainstream. And my whole thing is like, actually, politics and stories is not the problem. It's the propaganda. There's what can become a fine line for some people to try to figure out. Again, I always harp on Civil War and Dark Knight are like the perfect political comic movies that have a political theories tested. They're argued through the characters. Batman is largely concerned with a police state narrative of reflecting on the Patriot Act post 9/11. It's a very noir film, very kind of negatively doubtful, avoidant, hesitant of the government. And the whole problem is this is made in the war on terror. And the question is, does Batman maintain his moral superiority philosophically and more people die? Or to fight the terrorist Joker, does he get dirty and play the same like no rules game with them to take him off the board, however that is? Preferably not killing him because of no killing clause. That's very interesting. And he kind of makes a Cincinnatus third option. He accepts temporary fascism and invades people's like sovereign rights of privacy and takes Joker off the board. But then he relinquishes his power. This is again Cincinnatus, the legend of the noble king, noble emperor of Rome, a temporary emperor who is given emergency powers and then relinquishes them for the will of the people. And you see this repeatedly in like Walking Dead with not Carl. What's the dad's name? I can't think of the dad's name right now. Walking Dead. The sheriff. Fuck. I'm gonna look it up because it's gonna bother me. Sheriff name Walking Dead. Rick Grimes. Such a simple name. Rick Grimes is he repeatedly has like Cincinnatus arcs in the story, and he's always ultimately relinquishing full control. Even if he is a leader, he's not a tyrant unless they elect him to do so. And it's interesting. And then Civil War is way more complex, I would say. It's dealing with like sovereignty of nations and the wrench thrown in the mix of superheroes and kind of a objective vigilantism. The Spider-Man idea of, if I have the power, I have to act regardless of the red tape of the state. There's kind of like a divine right implicit in these characters. And Captain America, of course, like, we have this right because whoever might go dirty, we shouldn't change the rules or add rules to control mostly good people that are going to act. And yeah, so like, I think most people will say Captain America is right, but we feel more with Iron Man. His is more emotionally resonant an answer, even if it might be ultimately wrong, especially with our democratic views as Americans. It's interesting stuff. Yeah, Terrell is the name. Yeah, it's in service of the story. Rick Grimes. It's funny, I got into Walking Dead last year, I just fucking binge the shit out of that show. I fucking love it. I don't care about zombies. Walking Dead zombies are fucking lame, and they never really escalate the zombies unless it just like kind of contrived by the plot to like gin up drama and fear. But the value of Walking Dead is like the kind of tribal politics, the like simple society, political theory. Like I don't think most people appreciate it for that level of storytelling. You get where Tony coming from, but you side with Cap. Yeah, Stark was the villain in the comic. Yeah, I need to reread the Civil War comic and all the tangential stories as well. I really do like. Was that Mark Millar? Yeah, Millar. And yeah, McNiven's art is fucking amazing. He's one of the top artists in my book. I love that in-depth style he does. Him and like Dave Finch, fucking amazing artists. Anyway, let's look at some trash cast. Stream snipe Ethan. It's about an hour ago at this point on the stream. He's covering Katie did, our friend, previous panelist on this stream. Let's look at what he's looking at. Oh shit, it's muted. Let me back up a few.
That's true, it is. All right, hold on. Let me see. We got to do Katie did video. Eric going out to buy milk after I saw him 3. Oh, look at all these videos. Which one do I want to watch? Shielding Rippa, Geeks and Gamers. Oh, I'd rather listen to Geeks and Gamers than Eric.
Let's see. Black Angus reviews. Have you seen the Yaira panel where she possibly hits a guy for killing on her? It's worse than Captain Marvel. Where's your anti-woke content? I haven't got my copy of Yaira yet, so I can't tell you about that. But mine should be in the mail soon.
I need to make a video in general. I haven't made a fucking video on this channel in 2 weeks.
Yeah, but shockingly, I've never done a comic book review in history. I know it's strange. Somehow some people want it when one specific thing comes out, but nothing else. Weird how that works, isn't it?
SJW nonsense right there.
So crazy.
Clip, and snip, snip.
Great video. That's it? That's all it was? Okay.
She held me over and
that was one of my true crime
Let's
videos.
see. Black Angus review.
I thought that was going to go longer. I should have looked to see that it was only.
He saw the timestamp, you fucking
Eric
idiot.
July, I don't care. We'll watch this one.
Ooh, what is this? I haven't seen this.
July now.
We won't be doing anything for Pride Month, by the way. If that lets you down, sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Get over it. We won't be.
Are you sure you won't be doing anything for Pride Month? Maybe dance.
If it was Eric.
All right, let's see what else UVS is looking at. He's probably gonna go. Oh, the chat got disabled for the stream. What the fuck? Let me refresh that, people. Oh, okay. So he just stopped. 4-hour stream. Good old EVS. Love him. Love him. All right, let me stop sharing that. There was something I wanted to look at. You good people. Ripazine. There's a picture. Let me go through my DMs sent to myself. I'm catching up with some chats. Bear with me, people. Good people of the chat. All right, I'm gonna go to my. That's very nice. That'll probably be a super chat bumper. Some of this stuff, it's naughty stuff I sent to myself for future investigations. Come on, what the hell's going on here? Oh, this was good. Let me pull up the old F slurs worth. This retard. Come on, where's the tab? Okay, I got that. Something with Rippa. I'll show you all this while I'm looking. Present. I thought this. Any y'all 8 Mile fans? Any rap fans? Any Eminem fans? I thought this was fucking amazing.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth 877 cash now.
That's a good super chat cut, don't you think? That's going to get uploaded to the channel. That's going to get uploaded to the channel soon. That's fucking great. Oh, it's funny. The nuclear guy, fucking Dave was talking about, and part of it, he was like bragging about Rippaverse. Oh, look how quick they reacted. They answered my thing about my books are mixed up, or I didn't get one book. What's going on here? And we talked about some Katie stream, I think. And it's like, that's not necessarily positive. It sounds like, given the lack of sales for Yaira, the Mammoth, there's the good perceived good service is actually just desperation, you could argue. Desperation. Please don't not back me. Please, for God, do anything. Don't go away. Don't take your money back. I'm so sorry. Here's your books. Please, God. All right, this is a good one. For the guys in the chat, got a good video about how to get a girlfriend suggestion. Let me back up. Hide that. Present. Yeah, here's the problem. I need to buy salvage now. Hint, super chat. No, I know Rosine isn't that expensive, but I would like y'all to subsidize my purchase, make it worthwhile for me, if you don't mind. I'll read Ripazine if someone hasn't already leaked everything to read. But I saw a review of this guy called The Thickening. He seems to be a consistent Rippa shill. And I don't say that as a neg necessarily. Just he seems to be a diehard. He seems to be a pretty well kept older black man. He's got one of those little little whispers of a mustache. I never stood black guys doing that mustache where it's fucking pencil marks. What's the point? I want something, these catfish whiskers, these are a good filter. These are health improving. They filter out yuckiness from the air. So that's the actual value of facial hair for a man. But yeah, here is how to get a girlfriend.
People keep asking me for a tutorial on how to get a girlfriend. I got you. You see this stunning woman that you want to ask out. Before you do, go ahead and get your forklifting license. As soon as that's done, you got to look good. Go see my boy David Allen. He'll get you looking right. Present the forklifting license to the woman you want to ask out. That'll automatically get you a yes to a date. I would suggest a helicopter ride. Just keep in mind, if the helicopter gets hit by lightning, the pilot jumps out, she's going to be looking at you the whole time. You can't freak out or scream, and when the helicopter crashes, you can't get injured. If you do, she will get the ick and dump you. Next up, you're going to want to show her that it's better to be in the forest with you than a bear. After that, you're going to want to build a shelter for her. Display your fire making skills. Once she sees all of this in action, she'll be your girlfriend for sure. This one's easy, guys. People keep asking.
Oh, that's pretty simple. Thanks, friend. That was pretty good. Pretty good advice to live by. Frog Tony, what's gonna Okay, let's see what else I got here. I feel like I sent myself a Ripazine thing, but I don't know where it went. It's fucking annoying. I know there's an image somewhere of the interior page that is Come on. Let me delete that. Less clutter. Shit, that's fucking annoying. All right, let me look up Yaira on Twitter really quick. Or Ripazine. Ripazine. See if I find it. Jesus Christ. I thought I had this saved for y'all. I don't know if they put the name Ripazine in the comment when they posted it, so I don't know where to look. Oh, all right. Soska's sharing some sexy fan art, fun art. Ask your doctor if Ripazine is right for you. Fucking EVS. Come on. Let me see. Let me check on Vonster if he did a new video or not. Let's see. Vonster. That's not him. Shit. Where's his? Oh, let's look up Yaira. That'll help me find it. Was it worth the wait? That's not it. I can't find shit. Oh, don't know how annoying this is for me. Anyway, let's catch up with you on chat. What's going on? Hey, what's up, Salty? I've heard your name. You okay? You're that comic guy. It's like what, the Ben Franklin book? How's it going, man? Yeah, fuck some more. Rainbow shoulder hair. Please God, no. That'd be funny though. I mean, the Soskas, anything's possible. Give Isom a little bit of that Soska syrup. Who knows what side effects may occur? But no, I haven't read Salvage. That's in the Ripazine. So you're getting tatted Friday. What are you getting tatted? Am I tired of detracting, Mr. Goldpost? No, I am not. How did you like my little teaser? I don't know what you call it. My little preview stinger or whatever for this stream. How'd you like that, Goldpost? I felt it was very comic aware, both of Yaira and the Rippaverse, and of course Thanos, my guy, MCU Thanos. It's like one of my favorite characters. But yeah, I feel like you've been kind of quiet lately, Goldpost. Weren't you predicting Yaira is going to be like 2 or 3 million? It's going to be bigger than Isom. Didn't quite pan out, did it? That's all right. Some mammoths are little. All right. I can't find it. So let me go back to Trashcast because I think he shows the page. Let me share this while we're looking. Here we go. Cuphead. Okay.
I'll simply regurgitate in the most exaggerated and sensationalized way. And of course, all of this delivered by me, an overweight neckbeard with the snitching feminine energy of a middle-aged Karen. First,
people on the internet go crazy. They go, it's not all about you, Ethan, and yet it is. Hunter is the one who, if I have a drug dealer in my life, it's Hunter. He's my kid. Yeah, break. Eric July's writing is an abomination. July's.
Oh, okay. So this is on his. Okay, so let me find it. Go to old Ethan Van Sniver. Ethan Van Sniver. All right, let me media. That's where I'll find it. Okay, here it is. This is what I was looking for. Time to detract. Rip a goalpost. The retraction never stops. Here we go. All right, so he says, Eric's writing makes my skull hurt. Every sentence he writes presumes you believe a certain thing to be true, but then he quickly corrects you. All right, so this is the pitch inside the credit page of the Ripazine. The affluent city of Florspark, Texas is not bereft of crime and the threat of criminals possessing. That's fucking weird already. Hey, a city? In case you didn't know, it might have some crime. Like, people assume there's going to be at least some crime, maybe petty crime, little theft, drug possession, Grand Theft Auto, credit fraud, foreclosures, which I think can be criminal sometimes, criminally related, maybe. Might be civil, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's just like you need police force. Even without crime, you just have like accidents and natural calamities, potentially flooding, tornadoes, especially in Texas. Tornadoes are a factor. It's not needed, Eric. Like, god damn, like it's so frustrating that some fucking retard like this people gave $4 million for a book. He's made like $8 or $9 million for dog shit. Just like the most like obvious shit, like grade school shit, man. It's the big. I'm really frustrated by the bigotry of low expectations because I'm on the right conceptually in this current day. Definitely more or less Republican. And it's frustrating. Like our side, we've dealt with the questioning the Asiatic virus and its methods to deal with it, societally and medicinally. We've had to, be critical and against the mainstream telling us to not question anything. And so then to have that theory of mind, to have that introspection about real life circumstances, and then to just to be, all about merit and not racial identifiers, sexual identifiers to define people, be character based. It's really weird to me that there's this whole hive of right-wing people after the first book that are still like head patting a fucking retard and greasing his palm to reward him for dog shit. If Eric was a white guy, he would not be making this money. Do everything the same, say the same shit. It would never hit these heights, but it's a black guy. Black guy said all the comics geek stuff. Fuck yeah, he's got a big channel. Black guy. It really is. It's like the victim, the Oppression Olympics have really shifted into the right as well. And I really hate that. It helps no one to reward this kind of shit. All right. So, and the threat of criminals possessing acceptabilities is a very real one. But not all crimes are caused by giant walking, talking barbecues or denizens of the underworld. So he's referencing Hell Monkeys and Billy Bob Quinn, Mr. Barbecue from Alphagore. And for cases that don't call for flying super cops or superpower vigilantes to be solved, there's one man whom private citizens can go to who always has his ear to the streets. Salvage PI. A marked increase in the theft of luxury goods smells like corporate sabotage. and salvage sounds like just the man for the job. But has this private investigator gotten in over his head? It's not the worst pitch. It's just, see, hearing the Eric all over that, it's just like, oh God, fuck. That's not going to be good. But it might be great for us to read it. So, I am biased. It's too much, honestly. Yaira is just way too much. It needs like to calm down. ISOM, AlphaGore, those are well-paced books. Goalpost. That is my divine, inspired critique of the Rippaverse. The dialogue appears to be too wordy and convoluted. I would clean that up for you. It's a boss from the video game Cuphead Swan. Oh, yeah, no, I know of Cuphead. I'm not a gamer, so I don't know the stakes of Cuphead, but I know the imagery. I might honestly buy Horseman, Rippaverse. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, with all this criticism, I'm always telling people, buy Rippaverse, man. It's worth every penny. You will, every new book adds layers to the previous books. What? None of this adds up. This is great. Just a tourist. Goalpost saying the writing is acceptable. No way you can write better. Eric is gaining lots of experience. He will become an expert soon. I love Rippa Goalpost being a hype man. Also, well, side note, I don't know if you noticed, I changed up my statues a little bit, swapped it around, put up a new one. So I moved Captain Marvel, Yaira. She's of course gorgeous. Slipped her over to the side. Brought Mystique back. She's, I think, my first or second statue. I love Adam Hughes Mystique. Fucking very insane jugs, by the way. But I got Starfire, kept her where she's at. Got Abe Sapien, because I love Hellboy. But the newest one here, there's my hand. Cinderella by J. Scott Campbell. It's funny. Rookie doesn't really appreciate the collecting aspect of being a nerd. But when he came to my house and he visited, he saw like I got 2 new statues and I checked them out, make sure they weren't broken. When he saw it in person, like, oh fuck! Like I think I've made him a J. Scott fan because he's like, very nice. It's funny. I swear you're saying he isn't already an expert. Anyway, Cork is having me edit their stuff all the time. Oh, okay. I'm infinitely better writer. Man with No Limbs is a better writer than July. Hello, nurses. Yeah. Oh, that'd be cool. I'd love if they did like a sexy nurse statue, like sideshow worthiness, sideshow level. Wait, why is there ducks in the chat? Explain yourself, Killy Chow. Snowman is hung up on people missing body parts tonight. Yeah. Goalpost, this is how I feel about Eric and his writing. Let me EVS really summarized Eric fucking succinctly. Let me pull up this video for you. It's funny actually looking at my content. Like, wow, I actually haven't done many videos at all. But I got a couple there to show you. I got this EVS clip from his review. Oh wait, no, that's not it. That's not it. Okay, it's the one where it's a little hair child. Okay, let me share this. You're gonna love this Goalpost. Be sure to stick around. Here we go. So let me show you the thumbnail. This is the thumbnail I made. This is EVS writing with Eric, little hairy gnome Eric.
I like Eric kind of going, you know what? Like there's this chick and she's got like wolves and she's got like a dragon and she's got like an eagle. She's got like alligators. She lives in a fucking castle and she's a cowgirl. I like that. And she has blood powers. Dude, that is sweet.
And this is the other one. I don't know if you've seen this. I was inspired because I was let me show y'all. Isom's powers. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So, I don't think I've seen this one. Oh, that's a long stream. I'm gonna look at that one. But I figured I would kind of try to corner the undeveloped market of Rippaverse theory videos. And so I looked around, like, what is the state of Rippaverse theory videos? And it's an untapped market, honestly. I suggest if you want to cut in, do so, corner the market while you can. Because, I mean, Rippaverse is taking over the world, clearly. All 11,000 fans in the world. Nothing tops it. We have this guy in this video. The pitch on the thumbnail, what can he do? Isom powers explain. He never explains anything, actually. He just does a lot of guessing. Like, I think basically Isom's like Taskmaster. So he fought Yaira, and so by touching her, he like absorbed enhanced powers from her. And that, like, as someone says in the comments, like, oh, I think he can, like, you know, his legs are so powerful he can jump to the point of like being able to glide for a while. And it's like, they said it really weird, and it's like, so you think he can, like, Hulk does that. Hulk's really strong, so he doesn't need flight because he can just super jump. What the fuck, man? Anyway, this is the video I made to explain to a newbie what are Isom's powers.
As a veteran, I live.
So let's get through this ad. You may not have seen this, but this is probably the last thing I truly edited to create a narrative. No, don't care about the VA. Here we go. What are Isom's powers? You may be curious about Isom, aka Avery Knox, and his powers. What can the former... Yeah, I know, I fucked up and said Knox to the Stillman. Hero of Floor Spark, Texas, reclaiming his former mantle, exactly do? Well, he flies.
Just off of the book alone, you can assume he has some kind of enhanced strength and like flight. Like
Look at EVS during the stream when they're talking about flight. He's like, oh man.
Or high agility.
Oh, well, I guess not. Look how tiny Isom's head is. Like, even if he's like tilted down, that's a baby head on a man's body. That's like some Men in Black shit. Head shrinks when he crashes into cars. I think that reduces head trauma. Nevertheless, he can combat swarms of hell monkeys. Wait, how does he do this for 6 pages when they burned him at the start? Well, he can magically put people into walls for no apparent reason. That's pretty cool. And if that's not enough, he's got great detective skills. No, stop. You found Jazz. Where are you going? Disrespect. Ha, there we go. He detects disrespect like no other. Oh my God, he just crushed that guy's ribcage. Is he okay? Given that the character Isom is not affiliated with the Good Shepherd Ministries International or the International School of Ministry, it's safe to say his powers are not Christ-based. Or are they? Wait, what's the... Oh, sometimes I like to edit and let you enjoy a little bit of the music trailing off. But yeah, that's Isom's powers explained for you good people. Oh, okay. Ripper Goalpost talking about some statues. You're feeding the ducks. Okay. Why are you feeding me? They are insane. I am an insane jug enjoyer. If you did not know, thanks to Rippaverse. If you've not seen this overlay. Yeah. This was him making a puppet out of me. And so he just turned it to insane jugs instead of, it's supposed to be a Yellowstone hat. All right. What is, let's see what Goldbest saying. McFarlane Toys partnership with Rippaverse is incredible and confirms the fact that Eric July is leading Rippaverse to new heights that no independent content creators have reached. That's interesting. We got some people Hearing the grapevine, they're looking into that partnership and not contract. Maybe, possibly, maybe not, likely not, but possibly. This whole McFarlane thing's a sham on the part of the Rippaverse. Let me see. Look up McFarlane Toys. Is that a? I don't know if they got a. They have their own page. Let me see. Jesus. I feel like they have their own page. What the hell? Oh, I did get a new McFarlane toy though. They got a Starfire, and I had to snatch that because it's fairly rare. So might be able to flip that in like a year for like twice the price. Good investment, I think. The hell? I feel like they have their own page. If not, we'll just look at Todd McFarlane. Todd. No, it's someone else named Todd McFarlane. Okay. Okay, yeah, McFarlane, not MacFarlane. And it's key. All right, let's peruse this. Let me share this. All right, let me check the checks. I know you're saying something else about statues. Partnership. No. I've seen some fans just grasping at the shortest of straws for what ISO's powers are. A statue connoisseur knows that McFarlane Toys unlocks massive potential and opportunity for it. Should. Here's the thing. I said this yesterday. Eric landing McFarlane Toys, whether it's just a contract and kind of like one-sided, them hiring them to make their shit, or if it is a true partnership and they're now aligned, that should be a big fucking deal in comics. And from what I've seen, they're not sharing it. All right, let's look at all their posts. So they're pushing Nightwing, Catwoman. So they're doing anime series Batman toys. They're pushing half off another, was it Green Lantern? Some other DC stuff. Martian Manhunter. Ooh, we got the Tumblr. Camo Tumblr. That's cool. I love the Tumblr. May 31st. Todd saying something about the McFarlane Tumblr and Bruce Wayne. Batman Forever? Oh man, that's cool. I really like Batman Forever. It's not a guilty pleasure. I think it's legitimately like well-balanced film. Besides the kind of cringe karate laundry shit, Chris O'Donnell's just cringe Robin for me. I don't like Robin in general. My favorite Robin that I've read thus far is Carrie from Dark Knight Returns. Oh man, they made Catwoman. Fuck yeah! Oh, this looks great. God, you know, I know people complain about all the Batman, the incessant Batman shit, and I notice it when I go to Walmart. But like, fuck, dude, Batman's just so cool. He's got so many styles and iterations. Look, McFarlane and Marvel collaborate for a new toy line. McFarlane and Marvel. Oh, look at that. Nope, I'm not seeing Rippaverse at all ever in this. Look, they're licensing with Viz Media for Bleach. I'm not seeing Rippaverse. Oh, look, Killer Croc. With Arkham Asylum style. We got Aquaman. No Yaira. We're looking for some Yaira. Nope. We got a flash sale. Got Alicia Silverstone, Batgirl, Dark Knight. Oh man, I'm like a month into this. I'm not seeing Yaira. So let's do our due diligence gold post. Let's go to McFarlane.com. Let's check that out. Just to check our bases. All right, let's see. News. All right, here's the news. All right, so this is April. Drawing board. You got UFC May 15th, May 22nd, Viz Media and Bleach May 24th. Not seeing Rippaverse. All right, I'm on the news. Nope. No, no one cares. Yeah, it's not a partnership, it's a contract. It's one-sided. Doesn't bode well, it would seem, for your narrative goalpost. You have your statement has been dissected and thus discarded. But no, conceptually I do agree. Goalpost, even though I'm kind of trolling you. The McFarlane thing is a big deal for any company to land being independent, but given the heights Eric has hit quickly, approaching 10 million in revenue that we know of from campaigns, it should be a way bigger thing to talk about. McFarlane's fucking amazing. What the hell? You forgot his ability to restore energy with power naps. Oh yeah. Ice on Parachute explain at the conclusion of ill-advised art. Be patient. I know. Eric's trying to fucking pad the issues of Rippaverse to never explain shit, keep you hooked. It's like Double D's hat. What's under the hat? This is just a big long con to keep you hooked. Maybe they'll tell me one day. We are like 400 pages into this world, and it doesn't make sense. There's nearly nothing explained for the state of the world in Texas. Kind of shitty. Pike Bishop. Isom builds up, receive disrespect, and channels it into raw, unmitigated reciprocation. May have to reciprocate. That'd actually be insane awesome. Eric is a much better writer than most indie creatives, and you all know this. Stop hating, become a fan. It's more fun. Rippaverse is the next big thing. Is it? No swift detracting here. Yeah, I don't think Todd actually gives a fuck. He's like, oh, cool, I got a quick paycheck off of fucking dumb fuck in Texas. All right, cool. Yeah, just put my name on your whatever. Yeah, sure. We'll pay us and we'll make your shit to fill your warehouse. It'll be sitting there for a while. People have been investigating the stock of the Yaira statue. At max, it's 1050. Here's the thing. I'm not opposed to getting a Yaira statue, but you good people are going to have to fund it. You have to be like, super chat, identifier, statue. If you so wish me to have a Yaira statue. It looks all right. I mean, it looks like good quality, but the pose it's just Captain Marvel with ice. And why is she screaming? I think we can all agree we've had like a decade of screaming white women, woke white women, liberal screaming white women. Why is Captain Marvel behind me more, a woke property? Why is she more feminine and engaging and inviting a character with all of her wokeness than Yaira? You should be asking yourself this, goalpost. Let's see. Checking out my detracting. Surprise rookie ain't here. Let me text him real quick. Ooh, wait. What do we got here? Actually, Soska piss switch likeness. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna check in on Frog Tony, his stream. There we go. Tony. I love the thumbnail work Frog Tony's been doing. He's really good at his prompts. I don't have the chops like he does for prompting. Let's see. Live. All right.
He just won't touch it. Can't make any money. There's a like earth,
you know, and you even got people like, you know,
he did fuss
right now. 3 days we're supposed to be at 216. We're at 218. By the end of the night, we should be at 280. Yeah, I know.
Meant to
look on.
It's been a while since I watched Sturgis. I am subbed to Sturgis.
I'm sorry,
Shout out,
homeless Larry, please.
Shout out, Sturgis.
Problem with these people. It's not like it's the constant.
I hate it when it's too good, and he's like, oh, and then he's like, no.
I watched the last episode.
I'm trying to see if they
did
cover
yesterday at
Riley.
two times the speed. I wasn't. Where's the good stuff? I'm waiting for the good stuff. You know, you can't keep.
What is this?
B. Arthur in a thong. B. Arthur, you don't know who fucking B. Arthur is?
Yeah, B. Arthur. Yeah, plus Bette Midler. No, Betty.
It's like skin and bones.
Also, why is he flying like that? Just
you got to go one arm out. You know, like that's because she's doing an A pose because it's a 3D. It's a 3D model. They got to do an A pose.
I would just T-posed it for like effect.
I really thought we would get some. Man, they're just doing Sturgis this whole time. I mean, he is good fodder to stream, but
go back to the video. I think that's pretty good evidence for there's the possibility.
Huh. All right. So now I got to investigate. Okay. So just cover my tracks. All right. So let me go look at, whoa, Rookie the Critic going to bed. Thank you for the 5, my friend. Shout out the Rookie Critic. Let's see what kind of bumper Rookie deserves. Let's give him some chickens in the chat.
Chickens in the chat. Chickens in the chat. All the time. All the time. Chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. Chickens all the time. Chickens all the time. Chickens in the chat.
And since you're my buddy.
And we will rock you.
I fucking love dodgeball. It's even better. It's even better. It's a kind of, it's better with age because of like pronoun shit and such. Fucking amazing. Thank you, my detracting friend, brother in arms, detracting. Everyone is loving Yaira. Are they? Have you seen the kind of an infamous, the first volley? One of your own goalpost has fallen. One of your own has turned on the Rippaverse. He's turned on the Soskas. He's not drinking the syrup. He's not drinking the Soska syrup. It's actually quite foul and off-putting. Maybe you can expose him on your Twitter account and or make a video about him and discredit a detractor. Let me see. Here it is. Here it is. This guy. Let me put the link in the chat for you. Check it out if you haven't. EVS, me and Katie and Tony, we've all looked at this. But if you haven't, especially Goalpost, I hope you promote this guy and his detracting. Naughty, naughty. Do not detract the Soskas. They are the best female writers in history. People love Turner 2. People don't love Yaira. If you just had asked me, I could have told you what Tony was about tonight. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to be responsible. I rely on you, good people in the chat, to inform me. Let me see. Let me get out of here. Fuck. Oh, this guy's seen all 4 of the opening episodes of Acolyte. Why am I getting all this Acolyte shit in my Yaira search? Get out of here. What the hell? Yeah, I fell asleep multiple times watching Acolyte. I fell asleep during both the episodes. Ricky thought he was going to get out of it. He kept trying to linger in the stream, so then we'd just be too tired. But I made us watch it. Then I fell asleep. But then I called him back when he did his little courtesy call, trying to weasel out of it, trying to move differently from watching it. And God, it's not good. It's actually infuriating some parts, just for my taste. Some things is just like a taste thing for myself. I'm like, don't do that in Star Wars. Like, you got to balance it out. The Jedi are already fucking overstacked characters with the Force and the abilities that come with like Force use. You don't need to have them do super duper kung fu. It becomes cringe. It's like, how does this match up with, Obi-Wan fighting Jango, him brawling with Anakin, Obi-Wan brawling with Grievous? You gotta, it's like those are nice. People want to like pretend that the prequels are just over the top and ridiculous, but no, they're pretty grounded in their storytelling. They balance out. They're not invincible. Clearly, they get decimated. Wizards is also doing stuff for Katie did. How so? I'm not quite understanding the point you're making, but go on. Yeah, we'll have to look into this Nina thing. Actually, I'm gonna pull it up. Let me see. What's it? Nina Infinity. We need to talk.
The time not too long.
All right, let me change the speed. Oh, wait. Fuck. Don't want subtitles. Let's try 1.5. All right. What do I rate Yaira? Fuck, man. That's tough. If I really sat down, there's certain threads where it's like, oh, okay, like it feels like there's some development. I feel like there's some awareness of storytelling. That's what's hard to piece out. Goalposts. Why do I rate it? I mean, it's not good. At best, I'd give it like a 5. I think mostly the plot's serviceable. I think, unfortunately, because Eric has... It's like Star Wars. You make the films, and then you start making books. The films and the representation of characters that pop up in the books afterwards are always going to be... There's going to be like a mental picture based on the portrayal, especially if it's not a character that gets recast, Vader is consistently a James Earl Jones character, and Jake Lloyd and Hayden Christensen for his youth as Anakin, and maybe the Clone Wars by extension, which is somewhat a meme of Hayden, echoing him. Yaira could be a clean slate. Everyone's got different kind of interpretations of how she moves, how she acts, she sounds. But you made a live action trailer to like pitch this comic, and it's a fucking joke. She sounds like Gru from Despicable Me. And so you can't really separate that now, because this is what Eric wanted. This is like Prime, supposedly. Right now, yeah, I would say I give it a 5 or a 4. I would say the pacing is probably the biggest problem. The girl boss aspect, like the girl boss aspect isn't necessarily like a narrative, like negative, but in the space this is in the rhetoric of Rippaverse and Eric July building this, it's kind of completely counter. It feels like Captain Marvel. She feels like nothing's really at stake. She gets mortally wounded, gets patched up by an ally. Cool. We revisit the enemy. There's no escalation of Yaira's powers or skills or protections. She gets ass blasted by New Might again, and it's kind of non-factor the second time around. You know, like the concern of continuity seems to be taking a back seat with these Lord Masters. What do you rate it, Goldpost? What do you rate Yaira? I'm assuming 10 out of 10, but what do you rate it? Let me know. Yeah, let's have the live chat open. All right, let's see what this chick's saying.
It's gonna get spicy. I have thoughts. I know there's gonna be a lot of emotions involved. I know there's gonna be a lot of thoughts in the chat, and of course, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I have mine, and I have a channel, I have a platform, and I would like to share that with you. As some of you may or may not know, I've been in this space for quite a long time. Actually, it's funny because I think last week when this happened, last week? Was it last week? Yeah, it was last week. YouTube sent me a little thing. When you're a content creator, you have this dashboard in the back in your YouTube studio. It's called where you upload your videos. And it gave me a little balloon thing like happy channel anniversary.
Oh, we got us a super duper actually, let me download this really quick. This will be a little stinger. Hopefully the music won't get me copyright like taken down. But you know, you're a little bit self-depreciative of yourself too much, in my opinion. Summer Swan, you was like, I'm fat. And it's like, but like, are you like fat? As in like interesting to a black guy? Or are you like, I'm gonna eat that baby fat, which could be interesting to a black guy. Fat white chicks are our kryptonite. Doesn't matter how proportional it is. I admit it. Let me go talk to myself and download this nice little clip here. I don't know if you appreciate the female form, but I'm going to show you mine. Summer Swan. Dread it. Run from it. Destiny arrives. All the same. Or should I say, I arrive. Come on. Just take a second to download. Awesome. Okay. We go to my downloads. Got to rename it. Oh, I don't have to rename it. Downloads. Boom. Here we go. Bear with me, Summer Swan. I want to serve you good. I don't see nothing wrong with a big old behind. This is uploading. Oh, and by the way, since we're looking at Nina, here's a classic clip.
I know you guys are gonna think I'm gay.
Stupid bitch. All right, what do I call this? thigh. Woody. Let's see. There we go. All right. Let me bring this to the top. Come on, scroll. There we go. All right. Let me engage your chat. Wonderful Summer Swan. Damn it, you're tricking me into sending you a super chat. Wizard of Wordplay is making Tony's thumbnails, not Tony. Wizard also making stuff for Katie. Ooh, juicy. And for reward for that juicy clip. Here we go. Oh yeah, we like the thick white ladies over here. What is this girl? Demonica? Demon Mika. Demon Mika. If you're interested to see more of this juicy white lady, here's her link. I'll link you people up. Yeah, no, it's like there's plenty of thoughts I have like in the chamber. It's just putting in the work to actually. I want to like get rid of the music and then put YouTube safe music to mitigate the. But yeah, I see Tony's like doing kind of low effort fucking booby super chats. Like fuck man, I've been wanting to do that and just haven't put in the fucking effort. He beat me to it. That is not a Tony. He does not have the. He beat me to doing it, not thinking it. Thank you for contributing to the Ripazine Fund. And any spillage over these super chats will go towards Gooding coming soon from the Rippaverse. Because they love, herpetards love when we are informed readers. This is how we defeat them, through information. All right, so let's see what Nina's saying.
I guess it was like the 4th or 5th year that I've been a content creator here on YouTube. And in that time, I've gotten to know a lot of people. Some very nice people. Some extremely nice people like Anna, that Star Wars girl who we're going to talk about as well. She is part of the topic tonight. And some other people who are not so nice. And to be frank, fake as fuck. A lot of fakes in the space. People who you don't necessarily think are fake because, they say all the right things, but YouTube is all about an image. These are the things that you kind of learn as you go around, through this content creator space. When you get involved in the content creation space and you're no longer a viewer, because that's how I came up. I came up in chats. I was just like you. I was just like people like Cameron
She
King here,
was a
who's
little
sending me a
person
share.
like us.
Super chat. Thank you.
Oh my god.
I was just like you, hanging out in the chat, talking to people, seeing who I liked. People like Low Watermark here. What's up? People infected by aliens? LOL. Oh yeah, we're gonna be talking about that. You know what? In fact, let's talk about it now. Let's talk about it now because my good friend Anna finally decided to let everybody know.
Can I get your autograph?
Yeah, sure.
It's
Oh,
Pam.
shit.
What do you want in life, Kevin Bonner?
I want to be world heavyweight.
She has indeed been infected by an alien. The face hugger got me. She says she made a little announcement today on her own YouTube to let people know that this is a thing. It's been going on for quite a long time. I'm a little proud to say that I was the first one she told. So I've known for a while. I've been keeping the secret for a long time, and been there with her every step of the way. She's been throwing up a lot. She's been just extremely sick. And oh my goodness, 20 memberships just gifted by Low Watermark. My goodness, man, thank you so much. Wow, very generous. Highly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Q Reeve also says for $2, let me do this now in case I don't like what you say. Winking face. Well, thank you. Thank you for the contribution to the show. This is going to be a wild one. I have a lot to say. People are thanking Low Watermark. Yeah, thank you, Low Watermark. He's giving out those memberships. Thank you so much. So yeah, my good friend Anna, one of the people who I actually met in real life, I went to her wedding. It's where I got to meet other content creators like Shane Davis. I met Camelot, Cody. I met Cecil and his lovely girlfriend, Juju. And that was pretty much it with regards to content creators. Of course, I met Peaches, lovely dude. Peaches is not a content creator, but he's Anna's number one. And for good reason, because he's a very good guy. Now, I know this is going to be a weird one, guys. It's emotional. It's emotional because I don't usually do this kind of stuff. I haven't met Uncle E yet. Maybe someday, maybe not. I can tell you this. I don't necessarily want to meet a lot of people now. I used to be extremely excited about so many of these planned events. Let me get this off the screen. Again, congratulations, Anna. We're gonna definitely talk a lot about the pregnancy, I'm sure, to come, but this stream, I just wanted to start it off on a good note to say congratulations, because I know that she's going through it. But there's a lot of stuff, man, that has happened to me in my time as a YouTuber, and a lot of it has been very fucking unpleasant. And you know, I used to get really excited about, oh, you know, this thing is coming up and that thing's coming up. You want to come there? Mind you, 2 years of it, I was in Mexico and stuck, couldn't even get into the States. That's when I was actually friends with people. And then when the veil of the fog fell and I could actually get into the States, my online friendships have basically gone to shit. And there was only a few people that knew what was going on behind the scenes and kind of stuck with me, and I appreciate that for what it was. And I thought one of those people was Yellow Flash. I thought one of those people that was friends with me was Yellow Flash. But as you will learn in life, people and friendships are a fickle thing. Especially in this day and age in 2024, where most people cannot have a productive conversation about anything. And
I got a baby knocked into her. I thought she was having trouble conceiving. All of a sudden, she's pregnant. She blabs on for a long time before she gets to the night letter. Okay. Well, I mean, hey, she's doing a good YouTube thing here. You know, really building, drawing it out. Oh man. You know, while I'm getting to it, may have to super chat me. I understand the game.
it's not a fun topic, to say the least.
Oh fuck.
And it's quite upsetting when it's a friend of yours that this is happening to, because then you have to kind of draw a certain conclusion for yourself, right? Like you have to weigh out the options here. What is going on with this person mentally? What is going on actually? What is actually being shown to people? What is the truth? Because that's deep down, and we all know this from, I mean, if you even watch the news, you know that what you see usually is about what Ethan was saying. And I kind of agreed with Ethan's take. I thought that he had made some really interesting points, especially philosophically. And so I
boarding passes, check. IDs.
Oh, making me mad.
Tweeted this. Now this is the video that Student of God had clipped here, so we can watch.
I grew up having to become self-reliant, having to make plans, having to cope with life, as it were, being unkind to me, being unfair. And finding a way to be self-reliant. I didn't become a welfare kid. I wasn't like, I was never, I never took a handout. I never did anything like that. I got a job when I was 15 frying chicken, and I worked all through high school. The minute I could work, I started.
I did the same thing. The minute I could work, I think I was like 14. It's a legal working age in Canada. I was like 14. I started working at like McDonald's, flipping burgers, because I didn't want to be dependent on my mom anymore. She was working hard, and I wanted to chip in.
Taking care of myself. And then when I started making real money, like at 17, 18, at the caricature stand, and then going to work for Harris Comics, I started paying the bills around the house with that money. So, listen, this stuff actually is probably, I know this sounds hard to believe to some of you pussies, this is actually going to be good for the kids, okay? In a way, it is. They're going to grow up to be stronger, more self-reliant, as long as they can, they realize, to some degree, well, we got to make sure our own clothes are clean. We got to.
Now, I got to say, like that part where he says, this is good for the kids. I think that was a poor choice of words, but I understood where he was coming from.
We got to feed ourselves. It all sounds terrible. It's going to be better for them. It was better for us in a way. It built stronger Americans.
Built character.
Okay, which is how I see it.
That's how I see it too, in terms of building character. Not to say that what they're going through isn't shit, isn't ideal. But I made a tweet about that. I said, there's a lot of nuance lost here. To say that kids become tougher through adversity isn't quote unquote blaming the kids. I don't think Ethan is doing that. He's applying and projecting his own life lessons onto Nick's situation, which he did. Because in another clip that I saw, he was talking about how his mom or somebody was addicted to drugs, and that's why he had to step up his game. He had to be there for his kids or his siblings, and they all had to kind of chip in and live, because sometimes, again, parents fall. They're not perfect. They're human beings, and sometimes they fuck up royally, just like Nick did. So it is what it is, and sometimes you just gotta fucking pick up yourself and survive. It's really about survival. And I drew in from my own experience as well. I went on to say, and of course, in a perfect world, we want kids to stay kids and maintain their innocence as long as possible. This is true. We all want that for kids. But the objective reality is that this world can be cruel. Parents fall to vices and displace due to war and other external circumstances, which causes kids to grow up faster. It happened to me, and it happens to a lot of immigrant children who have to leave everything they know and love to start a new life somewhere else. It's tough, but we grow stronger from it because adversity teaches resilience. Now, I don't think this adversity teaching resilience is such an alien concept. I really didn't think it was, because, I mean, look at history. Some of the greatest artists are full of pain. Look at Van Gogh. I mean, look at anybody, man. Anybody really that has contributed anything to this life. Look at Robin Williams. And like, let's think about a recent example. Robin Williams, who's a comedian, made many people laugh, but struggled hard. A lot of people struggle, and they become better versions of themselves through the struggle, if they can make it. If they can make it. Ultimately, we want Nick and parents like Nick to get better, because what's the alternative? The kids end up in a system that also cares very little for them, and this is a huge point. It's a huge point, because I truly believe that the system is terrible, man. The
I see
system.
what you're saying. Samurai says, how did they misconstrue that as him blaming the kids? Yeah, it's like he goes in detail. It's willful. The Rippatards. It doesn't matter if EVS was like Jesus would want you to back the Rippaverse. They would negate that comment in some way. They'd call him a blasphemer. Even though it'd be pro Rippa, they got to go anti, because he dare question the arm hair. That's what's going on. They're willfully ignorant, willfully dishonest. This is why they're all zeros. Nina, I mean, maybe she's finally fed up, or better yet, my guess, she wants to be a fence sitter this whole time. I'm not going to give her easy pass like everyone else is. EVS wants to be nice. That's fine if y'all want to do that. But I see the long-term actions. You want to hang out with Flash in this fight when you're apparently in agreement this whole time, but you want to like rub elbows with everyone for maximum profit potential. You are a zero. Until I see long-term actions, Nina Infinity, you're a zero. You want to play middle of the road in, what should be kind of definitive left or right choices with people you're ally with in their fight. I don't know. Don't buy it. I think, I guess F&T shut you down. Arguably, maybe it's because I was the creep and he wouldn't reciprocate. You moved differently than expected. That was a rumor. See you laughing, goalpost. Shout out. Yeah. Until I see long term, you want to hang out Flash since you couldn't get on F&T. Reap the benefits over there. And now you're coming clean. I don't know. You're a fucking cunt that wants to pretend to like make peace with Vito, and then right away, because of something unrelated, instantly go back to call him a PDF file. So you don't like his nuanced, sympathetic, liberal take about certain criminal demographic. That takes a lot of courage, I think, to say that and let that affect the perception of you. It's not a winning argument Vito makes to win the masses. Makes him a pariah. It takes balls. The guy has balls, whether you like his take or not. Go face to face, engage, and then you want to fucking instantly go back to calling a PDF file. Go fuck yourself. Again, I want to see long-term improvement in your decorum before I buy the Snydership. But we'll hear you out. That's the thing. I'll hear you out.
depending on the situation of what's going on in the house, there's always, of course, there's levels, right? There's always levels to this. That's why I say there's nuance lost here. There's always levels. So depending on what is going on, what is actually going on, you have to take each individual case by an individual basis. Each case is its own thing. So when you see this thing and you see these people, a lot of these people are rooting for Nick's kids to be taken away from the family. I don't agree with this because we all know that a lot of these kids end up in a system where they get sexually and physically abused. This is a well-documented fact. Most people know this. I don't know why. It's such an alien concept. Kids in the system are highly likely to end up physically and sexually abused, and facing that adversity is a lot tougher than facing what they are facing at home in not an ideal but familiar surroundings. And of course, there are degrees of abuse in a household, and currently, other than having a third-hand knowledge of kids not being fed and clothed properly, which is not okay. Again, I'm stating this is not okay. It's not ideal, people. These rumors that we've been hearing about this house, these police reports, whatever else that we've been hearing is not okay. But it's the information we have. This is all easily fixable if Nick and Kayla get clean and get help, which is what I've always maintained. Which is ultimately what people want, right? Again, I suggest people watch the lead attorney's take on this situation. He has a background in family court and child welfare, which puts into perspective what some people actually go through and when it's time to really intervene to get the kids taken away from him. And I want to, again, highlight.
Hi, we're Visible.
No, ads in my ears.
Seriously, hidden fees?
The very professionally in the chat.
Oh my god.
Jane Theory says substance abuse is pervasive in the legal community. This is also very true. Everybody knows that. Intervener on behalf of the client. There's no point, the people who get it, the people who don't. Now that in the news, you get Donald Trump goes into fucking news and says a bunch of shit, and then their first question is, you know what? But do you condemn white supremacy, sir? Do you condemn it? So when those DMs were happening that one morning where we all woke up, and my God, the DM group was like exploded with Flash and Nick going back and forth. So I came with
Andrew.
This bit right here. Where I said to Nick, let me zoom in here. No. I hate these things. You can't scroll up now. Okay. Nick, Flash and everyone in this group cares about you. Nick, Flash and everyone in this group cares about you, and what he's saying to you right now is coming from a place of love. You lashing out at Flash doesn't change the fact that what he's saying is true. We've all seen it. Speaking for myself, I wasn't born yesterday. I've seen people close to me completely destroy their lives, the lives of the people around them, and ultimately end up dead because of addiction. Now I understand that you may not want to admit publicly that you have a problem because of the court stuff, but I've told you privately, and I'll say it again here, this shit is serious, and the first step to admit it to yourself. To refuse to do this, and this is consistent with the addicted personality trait where an addict will rationalize and deny everything in order to keep itself alive and its host, in this case you. That's why this type of behavior is often compared to demons, as it is, in a way, exactly that. You are not the same. Hang on. I gotta go to the next DM. Sorry. Hang on. Where is it? Why does the computer mess up like this sometimes? Okay. And exactly that. You are not the same person you used to be, and the more you deny this, the further you'll slip. It's extremely sad to watch. Child neglect is often a side effect of drug use. You won't believe or understand it because in your mind, everything is business as usual because you're seeing things through an addict's eyes, which is unfortunately what you have become. I'll say it because I care for you. And you can call me stupid bitch or retard or whatever else you want. I don't care because I know it's not you. It's the addict. I forgive you. But you need to get help, brother, before you lose everything. And by everything, I mean your life. And this was liked by Yellow Flash. You can't tell because it doesn't say who it was, but it was Yellow Flash who liked it at the time.
Interesting. So I'm waiting to see where the
keep being you.
twist is.
Thank you. I don't know what the last bit means, but thank you.
Cringe.
And so I said to that when we watch the Flashcast thing, and he's trying to help this man. Come on, girl. Yellow Flash karma is going to get him. You know what?
Katie did popping in that chat.
Doc Brewski, thank you for membership. Yeah, they did. Against me.
Wait, I just gotta give a shout out to Doc Brewski. I like his was that Ecuador? That guy, he's got fucking fed up with the climate change people and pulled out his gun and Minecrafted them on the road. And he looks so just like he looks like Chuck Dixon. He walks in, he's like, nobody wants this. I didn't know someone Pepe'd that. That's fucking great. Shout out Doc Brewski. Oh my god. All right, let's listen to some more of this crap.
Talking about some people just wanted another issue to use against them, and yeah, they did against me. Thank you for becoming a member, Bad Gamergate. Appreciate you. So we're gonna watch this now because I have thoughts. I have thoughts about what's being said.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles. Indoorsy Tina loves a deluxe suite.
Ooh. And I find it very interesting.
Hate ads.
This entire show was very interesting to me. And I wasn't strong enough to watch it live. I'll admit it because I was really fucking upset, guys. I was sad. I was sad and emotional for being kicked out again. Again. This isn't the first time it's happened. Am I still friends with Tom? Absolutely. Love Tom. Tom and I do a show together every Monday. And unlike most other people, I'm not a pussy ass bitch. So I don't do guilt by association. Tom can be friends with whoever the fuck he wants. He can be Flash's best friend for all I care. As long as he doesn't disrespect me, I don't give a fuck. Tom and I had a lot of fun together. I'm not going to dissociate with Tom just because he's friends with Flash. That's not what I do. I'm not Flash. That's not what I do. That's not how I roll. But so let me just paint a picture here for you guys because I was very fucking pissed off. I was very fucking pissed off. I was very upset. And I want to say this. First of all, Tug is fucking awesome. Love Tug. I have nothing against Tug or any of these people. Honestly, like all of these people on the panel are fine. Fine people. Raging Rhino, great guy. Endymion, I barely know him, but seems like a cool dude. He does a lot of stuff about video games. And actually, he said a lot of really interesting things on the stream. He had some real talk. Even though he had no idea what was going on, he gave some real fucking talk. And you know what was funny? He inadvertently confirmed what EVS and I were saying. Inadvertently, without even realizing what he was doing or what he was saying. He basically said what we were saying, which was that sometimes shitty fucking things that happen to your life make you stronger. He shared his own story, which basically said the same thing. But that was fucking funny because Flash is trying to be like, oh, this is the opposite. Fuck that. But that's not what Endymion ended up doing for the show. And then you got Mark with a C here, he's a very wise man. Wise black dude obviously came up, during some.
Mark's a great guy. He's so great. What's great about black? It's the first thing she said. Like, so much good stuff about him. What can I say? Black. It's like Anchorman. Black. She's just probably trying to think of stuff. I'm just having fun at her expense right there. Things have been said by some people, and it is unfortunate that this is the case, but there are lessons to be learned throughout the experiences of what the situation is. I don't know if that's like honest posting or if you're trying to channel the jibber jabber of Eric. Either way, it's a good comment, Goalpost. Shout out.
Some hard times, man. Mark's lived a life. Mark's lived a life, and therefore he has very nuanced takes. He has very base takes. I adore Mark with a C, and I think that what he added to this show as well was actually very nice. Again, didn't necessarily disagree with what Ethan was saying or me, because that's the viewpoint I have. Yeah, Rhino is a good lad. He is a good dude, and also streams with EVS and Anna because, well, he's a cool dude, and he's friends with Anna through Star Wars. I mean, they have something in common. Valiant Renegade, I like Valiant Renegade a lot. We stream together all the time. Comes on a midnight session. Of course, Tom, you guys know how I feel about Tom. And George is a sweetheart. I like George. George doesn't have anything to do with any of this, so he's just sitting there being like, oh shit. And then there's this guy, Sean, potentially criminal, which I honestly, like, personally, I have no beef with. Like, Sean and I got to know each other like think once or twice on Nick Recaita's streams because you know who Nick was. Nick was the guy who would bring everybody on his fucking platform and share his platform with everybody because that's who Nick was. They hooked everybody up with everybody. He was that guy. Everybody would just go on, and he was very nice about his platform.
Oh fuck! Wait.
So
shit.
that's how I met.
Oh man, what it is, Andrew? What it is? I think Eric has legitimate. He should be concerned. You know how he's like scared to share anyone's campaigns because he's got a famine mindset, thinking that if I share, someone buys his book, they're not going to buy my book. Well, he's trying to get back with the backwards shit, and I think he's got some steep competition. I'm gonna show you. Real quick. Some good shit right here. Some good shit that should have Eric's knees shaking. You better fucking hope this guy does not make a comic, because Eric will have to shut down his warehouse if so. If someone wants to meme, make a little super chat cut, a little bumper, put Eric's head on that guy. And then put let's see who else we got here. His side piece homeboy, the dreads, yeah. So someone can meme Eric's head on this guy, and then put the redhead Alex James or whatever, his from his boy band. I think people would love that. As an Australian, that Ryan guy's accent is the shit. Sounds like he is stuck in second gear. Ryan. Wait, are you talking? Oh, wait, are you talking about the Raging Rhino guy? I don't like him. He's one of those like Star Wars rage baiters. I think he's supposed to be like an EU guy. I know he's friends or used to be friends with Lethal, so I'm just assuming he's an EU guy. But I don't. It's like a fine line for me, Like you could say they're detracting new Star Wars, whatever. But like Star Wars is so rich with like the lore that they supposedly love. It's all there. You can just not see new shit, and I get maybe the value of like, well, let me talk about why this is shit and why you should read the olds. I see it's more of like an angle, and what I've seen, I just don't see the real depth or worth or real concern to right the ship at Disney from him. So I don't like him. And then of course seeing his stream with Dick and Venus, I'm like, fuck that guy. Vedophile for life. Someone's like, you're poking fun at the way Rippa talks. Well, yeah, I hope you like that rap. How do you think that compares to Backwards? How would you rate Backwards versus this? Supposedly this rapper is mute and deaf, or I saw something. Let me see. I don't know the guy's name. Mute rapper MC Baba. Send that to Rookie to enjoy. And I'll make him listen to it again tomorrow. But yeah, see what else this chick says.
Sean, but then Sean ended up being in a massive fight with Anna last week. Called her out, told her basically like said she has to condemn Nick Recaita. Kind of the same kind of mentality, the same kind of shit. Like I didn't see you condemning him. I see you. Like basically, he just had a problem with her because she just called out Aaron for being a fucking grifter. So that once he called her out, she was like, excuse me, he is a fucking grifter, and I haven't really fucking said anything about Nick because I don't like. At the time, she hadn't told anybody she was pregnant except for Flash and me. And she was dealing with shit, man. She was dealing with health issues. She was dealing with some shit. She wasn't gonna get into like this emotional roller coaster that is the Nick Recaita story right now. She wasn't gonna fucking step into that. But what she did do was call out Aaron because Aaron was grifting, and she could spot that shit a mile away. She smelled that guy, so she called it out. And just because she called that out, Sean over here decided, Anna is like sweeping for Nick and like blah blah blah, like all this bullshit. So he called her out on Twitter, and then he started going at her, and he called her a hog, which apparently is an Ethan Ralph reference. And I'm like, how are you gonna fucking call Anna a hog? Like that doesn't make any fucking sense. All this to say that this
because your reaction
on a week where he has a
why.
falling out with me, he doesn't want me on here.
That's why I would call her a hog. It's clearly false, but it's the reaction of woman like, how fucking dare you? That's why. It's to unbalance, to throw you off. That's why. So that's just funny. I can appreciate that.
Link to this fucking show. On a week that I'm not there to defend that take, the opposite take of what he's going to have. On a week where Anna's not there because she's dealing with her fucking sickness and whatever else is going on, he invites this motherfucker on where she's not there to be on the panel to call this guy out. And Flash knew. And he was all in back rooms. He was all, oh, well, yeah, I invited him last week before, shit went down with you guys, Anna. Sorry. I hope you can come on because it'll be fun to see you like fucking go at him. Because, that's what it's all about, guys. If you don't know, it's all about money and grifting off your friends. And then calling other people out fucking grifters. Because you know what? It takes one to fucking know one. It takes one to fucking know one. And that's exactly what he did. Invited Sean on when she was not there. It didn't sit right with me at all. I was like, why the fuck is this dude there when Anna's not there and he's talking shit on Twitter? Anna started the fight. Anna just called Aaron out. That dude came at her because she called Aaron out. He didn't have to come at her. Started calling her a fucking sweeper for dick. Dan A, thank you for the $10. Says, hang in there. People who aren't afraid to tell the truth and express their opinions are all too rare these days. Thank you. I try. Thank you, Janelbox. Sorry if I butchered your name. 117. Thank you for the $5. That guy calling Anna a pig is like the pot calling the kettle black. I know. I was like, he called you a hog, but whatever. Falling apart, and how much raging rhino. Incredibly uncomfortable. Because nobody wants to fucking get involved with this feud between EVS and Yellow Flash.
Everybody else made content on it, and they're my fucking DMs, so I'm gonna go over them.
Content
on it. Everybody else.
I gotta say, it's real pussy shit. This whole, I'm afraid, I'm fighting woke Disney and wokeness in media. They're corporations. They have money behind them. Depending how effective your talking points can be to undercut, to hurt their box offices and whatnot, their perception to normies, check out, hey, I heard something weird about the thing coming out. And then it's like, oh, they're turning your kids gay. They're grooming you. You want to like play that game to make money. But in your own sector, there's lines being made, and you just want to sit on your hands like a fucking bitch. This is why they're all fucking zeros, including Mark C. Sorry, Mark's a nice guy. I've interacted before. I have no real animosity to the guy. You can disagree. It seems, over time, where you disagree on stuff, he seems, always personable. But again, this whole like wanting to like be nice when lines are clearly drawn about like what should be kind of character calls by these people, to be like, yeah, money's more important. I want to hang out with the money. I don't care about like character of the people I'm making money with. Fine. But like, don't pretend you're upstanding and have chats simp for you. You're like, you're their guy. You're too much of a bitch to just be like, here is my my standing on X issue. Supposed to be men, supposed to be fighting all the turning everything gay and woke and effeminate. Where's the masculinity in media? Be a fucking man in real life. This is stupid internet shit. How hard is it to just take a stand? Oh man, might lose a super chat. Bitch made. It's all bitch made behavior. It can be corrected. So it's not like I'm writing you off, but like there's all this shit sitting on your hands in this fight. It's bitch made.
Else made content on it, and they're my fucking DM, so I'm gonna make content on it. I'm gonna grift. It's my turn. It's my turn to get what's mine. It's my turn, guys. But everybody else is a fucking grifter. I'll call you out, but I'm gonna do the same exact shit.
Really?
I didn't know that.
Of course.
I didn't know that,
Can you really blame them?
Hell yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's content, and it's a
Yeah.
popular subject right
It's
now.
content.
Everyone's.
It
I
is.
mean,
Well, when they
Very
were leaked
popular
too, they were
subject.
all out of freaking order. Like the beginning of them wasn't there, just all kinds of shit.
But are you saying people actually make videos based on those? I mean,
Videos, live streams.
I've been out. I've been out. It's like I didn't think they would do that. I mean, I've only been doing this 2.5 years, so I'm learning everything. Wow.
Oh yeah, no, these had to. Oh, you'll get there, to George. See, George, OG from the chat as well. Doesn't really know what's going to happen behind the scenes, and when he starts being with friends, the undesirables. When he starts getting othered for having a difference of opinion. Yeah, you'll get there, George.
I'm in the DMs and I didn't even know this. Okay, well, whatever.
It's
fine.
Oh, that's what
there was a. There was even a.
would say.
There was even a live stream by this guy that calls people fat, but he's got giant man boobs. A failed comic book artist called me trash while he blamed Nick's children.
I thought you actually had to put a comic book out to be considered an artist.
It's true.
Are you guys really gonna sit there and say that about Ethan Van Sciver? Really? Ain't nobody on this fucking panel gonna say something like that? Nobody.
Oh.
I mean, this guy doesn't know who Ethan.
Yeah. Given the stature of Flash in the space, especially if he's got a campaign that like shows like making money, we'll have to detract. We'll have to analyze and then dissect and discard what is likely to be trash, a YouTube merch product without artistic value. Whatever, Garth, whatever art effort Dillard puts in, which he does good art from what I've seen. He's only making whatever Flash is writing, so I don't expect anything good. But I'll be completely honest about any good points. And you're like, hey, you know what? Actually, this guy's a piece of shit, but hey, you wrote something good here. That thing worked. That was interesting. I'll do that, like I do for Eric. If Eric wants to take my advice, it's divinely inspired. His shit will improve. It's the thing. When we detract here at Black Angus Reviews, it's on behalf of our Lord Jesus Christ, who commands me to detract, in the hopes that the nation of the Rippaverse will improve. Right now, they're basically satanic. They fought a church suing them when the church sued them for stealing their property, their intellectual property. They try to call them fake Christians. They actually give money to Israel, but you pretend to be, Eric. But yeah, we'll review Flash's book. As long as it's like reasonable. If you like tries to like gouge you like $100 to get a book, or that'll be like draw the line. Unless you want unless you fund me to do it, I'm not gonna go that crazy. I'd say like $35-40 is kind of the limit. I can't wait to not buy that comic either. Save my money for an awesome painting of a buffalo. Oh, okay. We'll have to detract. I was sent by God. Hey, you know what? Blame LG. I make a statement in passing goalpost. And you have to make a video about it. After I already fucking forgot the joke. And then I forget it a while later. And then LG brings it up. Like, clearly you all have demons that need expelled via my detraction. Clearly, God's will is dictating this direction. He's let you wander the wilderness of the Rippaverse. And the arm hair has infected your brains like demons. My detraction, my criticism, my critical jihad will expel those Rippa demons within you. I know they're deeply entrenched. The Soskas have only strengthened their resolve to control you. But we will cleanse your spirit. And in doing so, we'll cleanse the filth from your bookshelves and long boxes called the Rippaverse. You're welcome in advance.
So I'm not gonna say anything about that. But really, Tom, you're gonna let Flat? Of course, you're gonna say that. But really, this made. You're gonna sit here and actually say that?
All right, she's doing that whole chick. Are you like really? Oh my god! I'm gonna go there.
Friend, and it's gonna give him a fair shake while at the same time holding him accountable. Because that's
evaluation there, but I might have stepped away. So.
Yeah, I'm not catching strays in this fucking.
Where's this night letter? Where's the juice?
Dude, fucking conversation with Nick Rick.
At the end of the day,
this is great. I'm like, yeah, he's right about that. Just like with everybody. I'm sure, like literally every person you've ever come across, you agree with some things and you disagree with other things. That's what adults do. That's what.
No, let's not go there. Fucking stupid take.
We said my piece. They go through the DMs.
Something that we're going to clear up with this, but
Yeah,
no,
there's the DMs.
Get to it. I'll talk about it when we get to it.
This is they just talk about this stuff and what's his name, Mark, we're talking about because they just kind of go through the DMs and this is where so see this part where Nick is replying cool, I'm literally talking about bullshit neglect report from specific vindictive person, blah blah blah. This message, this is the response to me. Okay, this is what I wrote. Like when I wrote that message, this is his response to me, and this is me giving him a thumbs up because he says I'm not saying anything else in here. Talk to me in DMs. So that's the part that these guys never talked about. My name wasn't even mentioned on the stream because
Summer Swan. He said Anna's own sister called her a see you next Tuesday. Are you talking about the unalived one? I was going to send you the link. I've seen it in passing. I don't know if I saved it to my phone or not, but I used to be war campaign. I seen that clip. It's just like, Jesus Christ, like, yeah, our own family. What is this? What is this simping and shit? I don't know. I hate it. And I don't even have a problem with Anna. She would just fucking apologize. I've had her blocked for years because, like, whatever, you don't really matter to me. You're a dumb cunt. And 4 years removed from our interaction, that's kind of a one-sided beef on her part. And I stood there and took it with like I knew the perception was going to happen and the fallout that would happen being in this space with that kind of interaction with, but 4 years removed, no interaction. And she's got to try to smear me on an EVS stream. So then I call her out and unblock her. And then she insta-blocks me when she loves crying about people blocking her. And she was real quick on that block button. Kind of like she's a fucking hypocrite and can't actually counter that video I made. Fun stuff. Man, it's so frustrating. Like with Trashcast leading the way in Confiscate and Phantom Menace, Zero Sphere, and all this. Man, I could have been a front runner of this kind of content years ago. But like, I have grander ambition, I guess. But this is the state of YouTube. Just quit trying in-depth, introspective shit. Just make trash. All right. You know what? I'm doing it.
Of course, for reasons.
Now we're here.
So yeah, this is all that. He was replying to my DMs.
Nothing here. This was not groundbreaking. Snina lost revenue access, rubbing elbows with more worthwhile channels, whether you like it or not. So it's like, well, I'm going to tell all since like I don't have anywhere to go. And yeah, that was underwhelming. I'm sorry I put you all through that if you've hung around. But yeah, I'll see you later tonight for All American Beef, the classic Angus content. Me and Rookie don't have a guest plan. I'm really bad about planning guests. But if there's people you want me to reach out to, if you'd love to see them interact with me and Rookie on a panel for All American Beef, talk pop culture and silly shit, DM me or put in the chat. I'm like, hey, you should help this person. Y'all, I'd love to see y'all interact. Because I'm always looking for fresh blood, rejuvenate, you know. It gets stale sometimes. I know it's hard. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Appreciate Katie did, of course, great clipper doing God's work as well, detracting. She's heaven sent as well. If you didn't know, Goalpost. You know, I'm never in the loop with God about her, but it's very obvious. Clearly, like I am kind of a subject matter expert with divine direction from heaven. Katie did BTM reviews, of course, hanging around the most tonight, kind of being the wingman on the stream, dissecting and discarding Yaira. And Richard Embry of Forest Publishing, this great sword, Blood and the Sword, issue 2 coming soon, in development. Shout out. And the super chatters tonight, appreciate it. Julio Scissors for the 10, just because. Thank you. Rookie the Critic as well. Main man. And Summer Swan, the Winter Raven. Thank you for the super chats tonight, and talk to y'all tonight. Can't wait for Horseman. I agree. Yeah, hit me up in DMs if there's anything of interest. Talk to you later.